Hello, 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 gamers, goners, agents. Welcome back to the virtual world. And we are sitting here at the start screen, and I haven't brought us in yet because I want to look at something very important, and it just occurs to me that Agent can't see it. But
All right,
you
I'll
know what
pull
I'm
it up
looking at,
on.
Agent.
I'll pull it up on your side. I'm guessing you're gonna buy something.
What? No. I mean, no. Giving people
Okay.
money. What are you, crazy? Take a
Oh,
look at the career. This is how close we are. This is how much is left.
oh, that little sliver. Yep. No, there's a. I have labeled this a no sleep too clear stream for a reason. We finish.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I was say I'm pretty sure we're beating this today. Um, obviously, like we could, if we beat it really fast, we could do some of the extra missions and then do the extra stuff. But tonight we beat it
We do
because I'm
finish.
genuinely curious. I've been genuinely curious to see where this this goes. All right,
Yeah.
yeah, turning on the co-op because I don't know why I can't do that before I join in. But yeah, I'm genuinely curious to see exactly where this is going now. Considering it's like it obviously felt like there's no story, then all of a sudden stuff is happening, and it's just kind of like how did we get to this point where things are happening in a story that wasn't here, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's one of those surprise stories.
Yeah, right at the end with like less than like 20% left of the game.
Yep. I gotta put that.
I also feel like I always have to like kind of like relearn the controls every single time we play.
How you're on a controller for fuck's sake?
I know, but it's because like it's like I've always like clicking the wrong thing for switching the nozzles.
Fine, whatever. You can just be the messed up you are. You were born to be. Be as glitchy as you need to
Yay.
be.
Beep 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 bop boop.
All right, I'll start on the other side. Fuck it, I'll start on the bottom.
It's actually like the dirt is actually worse on the bottom.
Oh yeah, barnacle stuff. Yep. How about start on this side?
I'm looking to see what the like. I'm uncovering the name on this ship. The Pelican.
Oh, that's a very basic ship name.
Yeah, it's something like you're gonna name your ship after something really annoying. Good job.
Hey, better than the guy in Australia building the Titanic too.
See, that just seems more stupid. Then again, the Chinese are Chinese have a battle robot AI that they named freaking Skynet. So
Oh no, that's the Skynet's an AI-based internet observation program.
yeah, but the one in China like can shoot missiles. So
Why did they add missiles to it?
because it's a weapon of war. How else is it going to live up to its name if it can't destroy humanity? Come on now.
You know, it's stuff like this that makes me think China's less and less of a threat.
To who?
America.
No, no one's a threat to America, except America.
Yeah. It's always so
In
fun to
that
think.
world, we're gonna destroy ourselves.
It's always so fun to see
America.
people that are like terrified, like, oh, they're going to Shrek. It's like, no, we're not. What farcical life do you live?
Yeah, we're all doomed.
Yeah. Gotta pump the war machine, though.
Speaking of the War Machine, I made a mistake this week. Actually, just a few hours ago.
Well, what'd you do?
So I was sitting there eating none of the new anime. I've already watched the new animes I won for this week. I was like, I need something to watch. So I watched that stupid Brave thing that you told me to watch.
Braverd?
Yeah, I
Brave
watched
Bag
two episodes,
Braverd.
like an hour ago. I hate that character.
Which one?
The robot, Brave.
Oh,
He's so annoying.
he's so awesome.
No, he's not. He's awful. When he was getting beat up, I was like, yeah, kick his ass. He deserves it.
So you said you watched the
Oh my
first
God.
2 episodes of that one?
Yeah, I watched them literally less than an hour ago while I was eating.
That earned one of the 3 S ranks on the anime tier list between me and Yuki last season.
And that's why I don't take either of your advice. It definitely wasn't. I think the whole time when the aliens showed up, I was like, okay, so there's gonna be a good alien or something that gives them a power boost. Otherwise, they don't stand a chance. And it did exactly what I thought it would, except a lot weirder. As soon as the weird stuff started happening, I'm like, this is why Agent likes it.
Yeah. Oh, come on. You didn't like the fact that he was playing his own theme song as he fought?
I did think that was kind of funny, especially the way the character reacted to it.
Where's the music coming from?
It's amusing, and since it's so short, I'll definitely watch the whole thing.
Oh, it's... I would say it gets exponentially better as the series progresses. Like,
To be fair, the majority of shows do tend to get better the further you go in, because you have a chance to get invested in the characters and learn more about everything that's happening.
yeah, but there's just a bunch of weird... Like, I love how it goes from, like, big superhero, anime, super robot, mecha ending to the next episode. The guy that was piloting it, yeah, no, we're going to waterboard you till we figure out some answers now. Because
yeah, I thought they definitely caught me off guard.
it's one of those, yeah, it's a super robo set in a real robot setting.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah. I mean, it still didn't feel that real the way the other characters were acting. The super crazy mechanic girl. And the fact I do love that I'm guessing the main character is kind of like a super coward who was just cool because it was all playing pretend and training.
All right, he was skilled though, was the thing. It's just
I get that he was skilled, but he's a coward. Like when he had to fight for real, he's like, "Oh my god."
I don't know. Maybe it's because I've watched a bunch of the that mid 2000s anime where everyone had that. Yeah, I don't want to say Shinji syndrome, but and this doesn't feel like, oh no, it's like this feels like, okay, I really want to do it, but people are dying and exploding, and I don't know what's going on. I don't know how to process this kind of moment.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I get it. It's just one of those things where it's like it's only because he was acting like such a big shot that it's kind of just desserts.
It's like, oh, you are actually as awesome as you kind of let on. Although I do really want to talk to you. I am going to. When you get to the ending, I want to hear your reaction to that because holy fuck, is it good?
Yeah, I usually tend to. It usually doesn't take me too long to finish an anime. I know that it's just depends. One of the, especially when it's not a seasonal one, I'll usually end up watching 2 or 3 episodes at a time.
Yeah.
But that's why that's also part of the reason why I usually tend to stick to seasonal, just to make sure I don't
binge through it.
Yeah. Not that I wouldn't want to. It's just I gotta get stuff done.
No, you don't. Be lazy. Be like me.
Never.
Procrastinate to the extreme.
I don't wanna. I said I do kind of wanna.
Yeah.
But I did also watch the new Konosuba.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna start. I might dig into that tomorrow. I'm actually a little bit behind on where I should be for my anime watching, but it's just been one of those. I just powered through a bunch of the ones I didn't like for the end of the big review we did, and it's just I want a little bit of a break.
I was sitting there. I don't remember why I went on the on Crunchyroll. My brain was thinking, oh no, I remember what it was now. It was Wednesday, and I was like, okay, I need something to watch. I'll watch that show Agent was telling me to watch. And I get on there, and the first thing on the screen is Konosuba is back. I'm like, all right, well, Agent's thing is getting bumped again. Time for Konosuba.
I'm trying to push Braver on so many people because, funny enough, in the I think Crunchyroll changed the front page for it finally, but in the initial advertisements, commercials, trailers, and all that, the super robos and the aliens aren't anywhere to be seen.
Yeah, they aren't because, or well, I don't know. I didn't see the first cover, but I definitely didn't see I didn't expect the aliens kind of came out of nowhere. So
it was just like, wait, what? It's
guard.
One of those types of anime?
Yeah, definitely. I wasn't expecting it. I was like, okay, this is one of those grittier ones. And like, all right, so there's like a war going on, and like, oh, they're in training. Okay, well, they're clearly going somewhere. There's aliens. I'm like, god damn it. I just wasn't expecting the otaku robot.
Wait till you see him building his models later.
The robot or the person?
The robot.
I don't know where there'd be space for that.
Yep. The one thing I will say though is you get the most enjoyment out of this if you're a mecha fan to begin with, because they play into it around a lot of the tropes.
I mean, I've seen enough mechas. I don't know if I'd call myself a mecha fan, but I've watched a lot of them. Well, I guess that's probably not considered a lot.
Oh, like what ones have you seen?
Of them. Let's see, Zoids and Zoids Chaotic Century.
Right.
Gurren Lagann. Code Geass, and like basically all the Code Geass, the spin-offs and stuff. G Gundam. SSS Gridman.
And fortunately,
SSS.
Dysonmon, but
both, yeah, I love the ending to that. Like that final battle was so fire.
I haven't watched Dyson yet.
Oh, you should. The final boss or the final battle is epic.
Yep.
Actually, one of the best final battles I've ever seen. And then,
well, you haven't watched the end of Braveheart yet.
Well, to be fair, I struggle to imagine any final battle in a mecha surpassing the final battle in freaking the Gurren Lagann movie.
Yeah. Although, funny enough, that's actually... Alright, how much do you know about Gurren Lagann overall? Like, why they made it?
None.
Okay, so you do know that it was... I think Gurren Lagann still... was it Gainax? But basically, all the people that made it went on to make Trigger afterwards.
Trigger's pretty awesome. I love Trigger stuff.
Yep.
Oh, that's another one I saw. That other mech one with the fire characters. It's the one where they used Kazuma's design again, and everyone knows it.
Yeah, that's the fourth time they've used that design.
I love that they also pulled out a drill in it. It's like, yeah, they know, and they just rolled with it.
They pulled out Gurren Lagann at the end of that fucking movie. Yes, okay, so it's a...
Exactly.
Okay, so back on point, it's a... Trigger are a bunch of fucking nerds.
And that's why we love them.
Yeah, I'm not going to argue that point. But Gurren Lagann itself is actually a tribute to the entire mecha genre. Like, if you notice, each arc kind of changes themes quite a bit. It's actually designed to be part of the mecha genre as a whole. Like, from the initial start to where Kazuma dies. Also, spoilers for a show that is, I don't want to think about it, old.
It's like 15 years old, I think.
Shut up. It's brand new. That's called. It's what's generally referred to as the sumo robot, or more like, if you might know it, a super robo. You know, your classic Mazinger Z, Getter Robo, Grandizer, which is getting a movie for some reason, like this year.
I mean, as far as like classic robot stuff goes, it's probably just going to be with Power. It's like, for my knowledge, it's just probably not going to go back any further than Power Rangers.
Okay, yeah, because there, finally got that fucking piece. But so it's commonly referred to as the the sumo robot. Basically, the big hero bot with its insurmountable arsenal of weapons. Fights the new evil robot either from space or made by the mad scientist, or evil cyborg dinosaurs from the planet's core.
That one's a little specific, but okay.
Yeah, those are all. Welcome to the three major villains of classic robots.
Whatever works.
A little piece of me wonders if Doctor Who took that from that, but
Which one?
dinosaurs live in the core.
But he had dinosaurs in space, not the core.
No, remember there's like the reptoids that live in the Earth's core?
Yeah, I remember them, but they're not dinosaurs. They're just lizard people.
From the... Okay, I'm not going to get into Who lore on that one. But yeah, on that end. Then we have what's followed up by that is what it's referred to as the Real Robot series. Basically popularized after Gundam came out, where it's like, okay, now we're going to be less superhero-esque and more gritty war story.
So it's basically just Gundam.
I mean, that's... Gundam defines a genre, pretty much. And that would have
Gundam
been...
practically is a genre.
Oh, you're not... It's basically what the mecha genres had for life support for the last decade. Which, in Gurren Lagann, this would have been everything from Kazuma dying to when he fought the Spiral King.
That was like the best stuff.
That's the Gundam era. What a lot of people also consider to be mecha at its prime.
I mean, don't be wrong, I also love the stuff at the end of it as well.
Which the final arc, which is considered until recently to have been the last great era of mecha, which is the esoteric arc, where we have our Evangelions, Razafan, and other shows that. Go ahead.
Evangelion, like, I was into it, and then it just, like, the end. It's one of those things where an ending can be so bad that I'd stop caring about it, and that was Eva for me.
I can agree with that one, although, like, where do you consider the ending to be now?
I haven't seen any of that. I watched Eva, and then I watched the first movie that came out from it, but I never watched like the stuff, if that's what you mean.
The recap movie, or like the end of Ava movie?
The end, I guess the end of Ava. Whatever the new ones were, I haven't watched them.
Those are like what the points. I don't remember. Like there's like 1.11, 2.22, 3.3, whatever the fuck it is.
I didn't watch any of those.
Yeah, no. There's also a movie called The End of Ava, which is the canonical ending to the original series.
Yeah, I think Is that the one where he's like choking her at the end?
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched that. I was like, oh, thank God they actually made a. They basically reshot the crappy final ending of the show. Awesome. I watched it. This still sucks, just slightly less.
Yeah, the problem is it's like if you're looking for a casual viewing of that, it really doesn't work for that because it's such a.
It's up its own ass.
Yeah, it's such a mental breakdown of the show, but the problem being the guy writing at the time was also going through a mental breakdown, so
yeah, I get it, but I also don't care. It's like so like you know, I'm trying to not spoil another thing, but like um, so I could. Well, actually, it probably doesn't matter. Like I haven't gotten that far in the new Final Fantasy yet, so I don't know what's been changed. But in the OG version, Aerith, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, her fate was because of the writer having just lost his mom. So you could get good stuff from that kind of things in writing.
Well, that's lost. I
Doesn't
mean,
have
the
to
I
be
mean
the
the writer of Evo was having like a full on mental breakdown. Like he was
Oh, I
hospitalized
get it.
after.
Yeah, and maybe somebody should have like read it afterwards and that's what we have editors for. Like we all know that when it comes to comics, the editors think that they're writers and they make things worse most of the time. But when they do their job right,
It
you get
helps
perfect sell.
everybody.
Yeah, yeah. Remember,
Yeah,
like
yeah, I know. I'm
yeah,
aware.
yeah. Toriyama needed someone to pull him back
Every so
sometimes.
often, yeah. Because without that,
Yeah,
that's how
and
we
that
got
was
the Boo
definitely.
arc.
I mean, there are definitely things about the Boo arc that I liked,
Yeah, there was
but
also a lot of shit in there that was just like he was he was just having fun.
oh, I know, and I'm happy for it. But it's like there were just things that were like, yeah, someone. I like. I do like some of like the the slice of life stuff that he did do, just because it's kind of funny watching Gohan try to go to school.
Yeah.
As long as it didn't last, as long as something like that didn't stick around too long, it was fun little diversion between arcs.
Yeah. Well, I think I was telling like I think we went over like a couple streams back. Toriyama at his heart was also a comedy writer.
Oh, I know. I just never thought that his comedy was very funny, personally.
Well, he has about the same type of humor I do, which is that extremist absurdism.
Yeah, it's never really been my thing.
Oh, I absolutely love it. So the thing is, though, in Dragon Ball, we like everybody is I don't want to say Superman because that brings that opens a can of worms, but you know, an outrageously strong person. It's like
When every
anything.
single person's a when every person's a planet buster.
Yeah, and one of the most fondly remembered episodes of the entire franchise is where they learn to drive cars.
Yeah, it is. That is amusing. Was that actually in the manga?
I think so. I'm not entirely sure
I
on
was
that
under the
one.
impression it was. I was under the impression that was filler, but
I'm not entirely sure on that one. I'm actually thinking about it now. At the same point, I can totally see fucking Toriyama writing something like that.
yeah, so can I. I just think to myself like, yeah, it's like when people are like, well, can they beat Goku? My general question is, can your character beat? Can your character survive a planet being blown up? If the answer is no, they probably can't beat Goku. Unless they have some really weird power that stops him from doing stuff.
Which I think was the last big arc, the Super manga.
So I know that they have like the last big arc was like superhero, right?
Okay, I meant the one before they did the movie, the one with like the evil wizard.
Another one.
No, like the one they just beat in the Super manga. Oh, everybody was talking about that fucker for like a while. The goat-looking guy.
I mean, I don't actually read the manga, but
Okay, yeah, no, they were up against like a goat guy who could like I don't know if it's
turns
not
to combine with the planet.
what
Combines with the planet Moro.
maybe
I've had it spoiled. I've had it spoiled for me.
I actually didn't know that.
YouTubers.
Yeah,
Well, you know that I think the newest season got greenlit.
Oh yeah, no, like once Toriyama died, like all the work he had, like it was like on teetering
It was,
around the knife
it,
edge,
it was
like got greenlit.
It was. I was about to say it was greenlit. It was greenlit like months before he passed away.
Oh, yep. A little piece of me wants to start getting into the Sandlands. I don't know if they have an anime, but I've heard they had a manga.
The Sandlands. I don't know what that is.
Toriyama's last work. He made a manga series and built a world so they can make a video game in.
Hmm.
It's the last thing he'll be recorded making.
That's sad. We should gather the Dragon Balls and bring them back.
Uh, that was a week of Twitter, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, fucking Christ.
Hail, gather the Dragon Balls.
Oh.
I wonder. I wonder if Toriyama ever saw Team 4 Star in Abridged.
You know, I don't know that anything for a fact on that end. I think a lot of them have met him once or twice, but
See, I feel like if since he's such a big comedy writer that he would appreciate what they're doing.
yeah,
And if so, it's like, oh, cool. Like like
yeah.
it's one of those things kind of like how I like how like Red versus Blue got Bungie's blessings and it made it better. You know what I mean?
yeah. So you want you would have wanted a Toriyama watches DBZA?
Well, I don't need something like they watch it, but you know, if they gave his so like if they gave his if he had instead of having like one of the reasons that they stopped, like yeah, they reached burnout, but they were probably also tired of dealing with all the legal crap that came with like the copyright stuff. I feel like maybe if like earlier on, like Toriyama had found out about this and had given his blessings, I feel like even with a company like I can't think which company does it,
Toei.
but Toei. I feel like Toei would give under the pressure of Toriyama to be like, look, this is Toriyama. We can't just if he's giving his blessings here, maybe we can cut a deal.
I don't know. Toei's one of the ass companies.
I know, but Toriyama gets them a lot of money.
It,
I feel like he's one of those guys.
I think he made more
that would be like good.
more money for Bandai Namco than he did Toei.
Well, he made a lot of people a lot of money.
He did.
So I feel like, you know,
Hopefully,
if they
he
were
retired rich.
if they were smart, they would have cut a deal with T4 Star and be like, all right, look, you guys can do this and this and this and this, but I don't know, like, I mean, they already said support the official release. Maybe just like cut some kind of deal to help like promote new movies and things like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they did that anyway. So
I know, but I mean, like, take advantage of take advantage of what they've done. Don't stifle it.
the Japanese are weird about that kind of shit, though. It feels like, at least from an American perspective.
They also have like a law where you can't like modify your own stuff. Like you can't take it apart. Which is like why they're which is why like their DS capture cards became so rare for a while, because you like it became illegal to mod your own DS there. I thought was kind of weird.
Yeah. Yeah, funny enough, one of the other big streamers I follow has been bitching he can't find anybody to do a capture card anymore.
For what? The DS?
Yeah.
I just had one done like a month ago. I know a site. And he did it's $200.
Yeah, because he was bitching about trying to stream the World Ends with You.
Yeah, I literally have captured that myself. And if you have a new 3DS, like so that I have two modded DSs that I probably won't even really use anymore because like you have to plug in to get the sound. You have to plug in your the like a two-ended cable like from the microphone into a microphone slot on the thing,
Yeah.
and the sound is kind of meh. But with the new 3DS one, um, the 3DS port, like the quality, it's just one cable. It does the audio just like a normal capture card, and the quality is super nice.
I know
Super
something else
nice.
I was seeing. Somebody made a device that lets you. It's a peripheral and an emulator almost that lets you just play the cartridge on your PC.
Really.
Yeah, you can basically plug it in and it'll pop it up as the game on your console or on your computer.
I mean, I have something like that for the Game Boy Advance and the Game Boy and below, but not the DS.
Yeah.
Because like the one I have for my Game Boy, like I put Pokemon in there, and it lets you also like pull files off and put them on. So I wanted to restart Red, but I didn't want to get rid of my like childhood save file. So I downloaded my childhood save file off of my cartridge and then started a new file there, and I can just put it right back on there if I want.
Oh, that's cool as fuck.
Yeah. And like they finally updated and upgraded their emulator stuff on there enough that it stopped sucking because it was kind of crap in the beginning, but now it's pretty good. So, and it's basically just playing the official game, and I use a Super Nintendo controller, so it feels correct. But yeah, the idea that
Feels
the
correct.
concept that there's a DS one as well, that's pretty interesting.
Yep. I
But like
believe.
I said, I literally just the only reason it was expensive because I had to buy a new 3DS myself. But I mean, like the guy I had, he did it. It was in less than a month. It was only $200. It's like a physical capture card. I could literally sit there playing my DS. And he
Oh,
also does it with the older model DSs as well.
wait. So does he have it so where you can just buy a DS from him and he'll send you it, or do you have to send
No,
him a DS?
you have to send him a DS,
Uh,
or you can have him send you the card and you can take it apart and do it yourself.
yeah.
Which is what I did the first time, and I had to Dremel it, and it did not end well
Yeah, I
for
was
me.
like,
It I got it working. I can do it, but I didn't have a very good Dremel job, and I think I caused it to come loose. I ended up taking the whole DS apart entirely, and like essentially redoing it, and then it stopped working, and I was just getting so frustrated. So I contacted him and saying, "Hey, this is what's happening. Do you have any advice on how I can fix it?" And he told me, he's like, "Send it to me." And I sent it to him, and he fixed it and sent it back free of charge.
oh, that's fucking
So
cool.
yeah. And then later, I messed up and bought a second one from another site, and I was like, because I thought it was a 3DS one, it was just a normal DS. So now I have two normal DSs that are modded and can stream, and then I have my new 3DS that can stream or capture, whatever you feel like doing. It does both.
No, that should be good overall. Although I don't know why. I know it. So have you heard about all the big movie things that just got announced in the last day?
Nope. Tell me.
All right, so one, I think it was Sonic 3 has finally got its trailer out.
I haven't seen any of the Sonic movies.
They've gotten They're not none of them I would call bad, but they've gotten progressively better as they've gone so far. Like Knuckles is going to be
I
the
heard that.
telling point.
I love that. I saw that. I love that they put on there. They said they did it. They really did it. There's a Sonic 3 and Knuckles.
Oh my! That's why they did it. That's why they. God fucking shit. Ugh. I didn't realize that till just
It's
now.
brilliant. Yeah. Well, like I said, I saw people posting it, and it's like, that's hilarious. I love that. All right. Well,
Um,
it can't be just Sonic. What's the other movies?
The Last Ronin getting a rated R version.
Oh yeah, I did see that too. They're also getting a game.
Yeah, which unrelated to each other, weirdly enough.
I gotta be honest. I am genuinely surprised that the last Ronin is getting all the love that it's getting, like to the extreme. Like, it was fine. You know what I mean? Like, I liked it. Don't get me wrong, but I don't think it was like. I like the IDW's Run of the Turtles better.
That technically is an IDW.
I know, but I mean, like,
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah,
it's a different turtle continuity.
what's going on here is Disney and HBO or Warner Brothers are fucking up and losing tons of market share right now. Like Marvel hasn't had a good hit in a while. The DC stuff isn't taking off, and Paramount's been on the rise. Like they've had some good shows coming out recently. So I think it's them kind of pushing
why
in.
did they kill Halo? Assholes.
I mean, I heard season 2 really sucked at the end there.
I heard that season 2 was better than season 1, but you know that bar was so low.
Yeah, it's they tried. I think the problem they're running into is they don't have the budget to do all the Halo stuff they want to, so they're trying to make up with it by turning it into a drama.
That's a terrible decision.
Yeah, that was season 1. Season 2 tries to correct this. The problem is the drama's kind of baked in at this point, and you still don't have the budget to do all the crazy Halo stuff.
I mean, it's one of those things where I get that, but I've heard that like part of it's just like that's just how they want to get a bigger audience than just Halo fans, and they thought, oh, if we just turn it into a drama. But I mean, I understand, but at the same time, it's like if you don't have the budget to do this, then don't do it.
Or at least go a route that makes it look consistent and we can actually get it. Like, I would rather them, like, go at it with an under budget and make it look like something out of the 80s than I would, like, get what we had.
Like, well, the general concept is, like, back when Halo 3 came out, they had these Halo commercials that were, like, as if it was real. And like them, like it was one of the. It might be like the best video game advertising campaign of all time, in my opinion. Where like the commercials were essentially instead of showing Halo gameplay and stuff like that, it was
yeah, I think I remember
as
those.
if like they were talking. Yeah, they were like war veterans talking as if they remember the war and how it ended with Master Chief, and they were just like leaving this whole like it was as if this is years after the events, and it was just so cool. It's like. As if it was like a real war drama, and it was just like, this is really clever. It was just so good, and you know that's what made people want a Halo movie because of how good. Think about it: when your commercials are so good that people want you to make a movie out of your commercials.
Yeah, or better yet, if instead of going,
yeah, where today I just sit there and stare at the skip ad button.
Yeah. Well, no, that's what I was going to say. It's like, if you were going to do a drama set during a war, do a fucking war drama at least. The fact, like, oh no, it's going to be a love. It's like, not everything needs to have a romantic love story.
Yeah, they're like Halo 5 did some of the, like love story stuff into it a little bit, and it didn't go well.
Like, that was also with Cortana, too, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Like, at least that, like, that's been kind of built up a bit. It's like, this, we're going to introduce this new character that Master Chief just really wants to fuck.
And it's not Samus.
I also miss Montium.
Yeah, I'm glad you got that. You know, Kiku hasn't watched that.
Has ever watched Haloid?
Nope.
Although he doesn't
I
like,
remember making much of it.
yeah, he doesn't like the parody stuff for some reason, does he?
I mean, I don't know. I didn't think about it. I never actually thought about it.
He's never watched DBZA.
That's a good point. That is a good point. I also know he hasn't like watched Ruby.
Okay, Ruby, I can understand. Either you were there for that to begin with, or people felt like they really bounced off that hard.
Yeah, that's fair. Though ironically, I got him to play the Ruby game with me.
Yeah. I bought that one at first. I bought the original when first came out too. Fuck.
I think I did too. It was one of those things where I thought I was gonna like I was excited for it because like I watched it a lot of Ruby with my roommate, my ex, and stuff.
Ugh.
And the game, like a lot of the things that I wanted to play that had been like up and coming, like ends up being like after I broke up and left and stuff like that. I'm like really like all these things like happened as soon as I left. I'm like stupid world. So I just sat on it for like so long.
Yeah,
It's not that great a game.
neither of them were.
I know, I played them both.
Which really sucked, because I really do love, like, the world of Ruby. But I still love the show. It just...
It's like, damn it, give us... Like, it's a shame that I don't think it's going to actually get an ending.
Yeah, it sounds like it's pretty dead. Although, more stuff's come back recently that's just had the IP pull on it, so...
I feel like if they're going to let it... If it's not going to like, I don't know if the endings were ever written or not. If they're going to do this, they should at the very least just... Because they made comic books and manga. At least end it in the manga, you know?
Yeah. Well, it got a double movie release, and then it got canceled. Like, and then Warner Brothers...
Are you talking about the thing where they teamed up with
the Justice League? Yeah, like... Yeah, that's the last Ruby content.
I was waiting for that to, I wanted to buy it, but I was like, I want to just buy them as, like, I don't want to buy them as two separate pieces. I want to buy them as one thing. So I thought that I was, like, expecting, because, like, so I don't know if, like, I like to buy my physical media if I can.
Yeah.
And when it comes to anime, they've been really douchey lately, trying to, like, get as much money out as possible by selling, like, so Funimation used to be, like, the affordable one. You know, you could buy a whole season for, like, $40. Good deal. They've been like releasing half seasons at $40. I'm like, how dare you?
Yeah.
Like, not only that, like it's not like does it like doubling the price, but it also takes up a lot more space that way. And then it's like, but if you wait a few months, like because I saw Blue Lock, what they split that up. But if you wait a few months, they always release it as like a full season you could buy for that same price. There's literally no reason to not wait.
But I want to own it now. No.
The only time I've ever seen it be a problem is if I'm sitting there and it's like, man, I really like the art on the covers for some of the first ones better. Like I really like the original covers for the Attack on Titan stuff a lot better.
Yeah, I can understand that.
With the first DVDs, and they're also kind of thematic, but it's like whatever. I'm also not going to buy, like I refuse to be scammed.
Yeah. Well, it's almost like when a lot of any of the AAA games drop nowadays. It's like, no, you're better just to sit on it for a while. Like, give it a year to cook. Well, that and they patch it, for the fuck's sake.
Yeah.
Like, anyone playing Cyberpunk now does not have the initial experience and irritation with that. Nah.
Yeah, I understand.
I've even heard Starfield's getting a lot better, too.
It's one of those problems where it's like, I don't really want to have to sit and wait that long for something to get good, you know?
Yeah. I have a buddy who... He's the biggest Final Fantasy fan I know of. And 7 is his favorite game out of the entire series.
Yes, me too.
he refuses to play the remakes until they're all out.
You know, I initially was in the same boat. And then I played the demo and was like, never mind.
Yep.
But I definitely understand it. I understand that mentality.
I don't know. It's like I could
But
just sit there and wait for it. I guess it doesn't bug me as much. I don't know if I'm just used to that, or
I mean, so the remake, the remake was like a full game into itself. I do feel like the ending, like it depends on what they end up doing with the whole overall thing. Like I said, I'm 6 hours into
Rebirth.
Rebirth, and it's so far it's kind of hit and miss for me.
I've heard a lot of people say that, but what they always say is they just get to a certain point in the game, and then it all clicks, and then it's like the best game ever.
Yeah, I'm hoping that's gonna. So here I'll explain because I can do this without spoilers.
Okay, here's
So
the way
game
it was
opens up-
described to me. It's
Alright,
a
yeah,
Final
sure.
Fantasy VII game that hates Final Fantasy VII and loves that fact.
Okay, well, I'm not at that point then. So, because like when the game starts, it is like it starts with the flashback scene from this where
Remake?
like where Cloud is like that old flashback scene. It's really good. It's basically amazing. That whole sequence is so much fun and it's really strong. And they do add some stuff, but it's all for the better in my opinion. So it starts out extremely strong. Then you start in the one town, and things are going good. And then it hits you with the missions, like the side stuff, and it's like, whatever. I expected that more of what we saw with the previous game. And
Yeah.
they added a card game. So I'm like, at first I was like, really, you guys are
Triple
doing the card game
Triad?
thing? That's good. It's its own game. It's not Triple Triad.
Oh.
But I'm sitting there thinking to myself, really good. I was a little jaded at the thought of it at first, but it's actually like I got into it real fast. It's genuinely pretty fun. So I was like, okay, and it's not too long either. So I was like, all right, cool, I can live with this, and I'm enjoying it. It's fun. We do the missions. We move on. We get like when you leave the town, it's like if you remember the old game, it's just one giant empty area. Really, if you go left, you fight that sea monster that will murder you, and if you go to the right, is the Chocobo farm.
Choco
And
Billy.
essentially, it's the same. Yep, you run into Choco Billy pretty much right away, and like I'm like, okay, this is cool. I'm liking this. I'm enjoying myself, and so you get to you get the Choco Billy stuff, and you help them out. I was wondering what they were gonna do about getting the Chocobo lore and stuff like that. Like if they were gonna go full on, let's breed Chocobos type thing. What they do with it, I thought worked really well. I was enjoying it. So everything's going well, and then they're like, okay, like, and then when I was running around finding it, I found this one like, point of interest, and it's like, oh, so they're like because the map is so big, they have a few points of interest where you're pretty much guaranteed to like find some of your chests and stuff. I'm like, okay, that gives you an incentive to explore the world a bit more, look for treasure, but whatever. But the treasures don't mean as much because they added crafting, so so it's like. Well, treasure. If you can find a treasure chest and it just has crafting materials, 90%. Like I don't care.
How
Unless
else are you
there's
gonna
some
get
Kingdom
Save
Hearts-
the Queen Mark II?
Yeah, but those aren't like I know. I was thinking Kingdom Hearts as well, but there's not that many of Kingdom Hearts when it comes to that stuff, so it was never that big a deal. But the crafting was also a pain in the ass with the remakes or the remixes, so it's kind of like still bad. But regardless, I mean, I'm fine with it. And then it's like. Then you do the Chocobo stuff. She asks you to help with something. You do it, and they're like, "Oh, you can go back to that town now. Instead of going forward and continuing, you can go back to the town and do a bunch of extra missions and stuff." And they're like, "We do need money." I'm like, fine, but then you immediately get hit with Chadley shows up and gives you the other thing, and then it's like, "Oh my god, why is there like?" I guess it's like if you really need the bang for your buck, but man, they bloated it because like aside from all the mission stuff in the towns, remember in remake, doing the town stuff we use to do all the missions in a town before you moved on. Usually was like a 2-hour run, And I was like, that's fine. You get to see the world. They had some fun fights and things like that. I like it. There were moments where it dragged, but whatever. Here it's like you have those, they're back, but now
With a
you have the Chadley
vengeance.
stuff. No, the Chadley stuff is basically like it. Basically, the assassin created it. You go up to a tower, it unlocks the whole. It brings up a bunch of points on the map, and it's like, oh my god! And like, Prez was saying to me on his stream, he's like, well, look, like, it's probably not that bad. Like the 40 things. That's like the. At first, I thought it was the whole world that had these things. Like, oh, 40, and then I realized it's just talking about the grasslands versions. So there's like 40 different things to do to 100% it, and it's like one of those things where, yeah, like, are you really gonna ignore them? Because it's like there's like a bunch of towers to go to, there's a bunch of like special like mini enemy fights to do, and like you technically could ignore them, but some of them are required to do the freaking to get this to basically did you play the summon fights?
In
Did you
remake?
even play remake?
Yeah, I've played remake. I haven't played integrate
Okay.
yet, but I'm still. I played remake.
But okay, so the remake in like the first fight you get against a the new one is hard. The new one is harder. Rebirth is harder from like it seems much harder, but you can't beat the summons out the gate. I'm literally sitting there hitting them for 1 damage all around, and he's like hitting me for like 500. So I'm getting stomped. You have to go find these shrines and stuff in the map and do these special things to essentially weaken him before you can fight the summons. So it's just like, man, there's just like, it's too much. You know what I mean?
I can understand that, but the problem I had was the summons to me. Like, I didn't play Final Fantasy VII until much later. Like, I had played 8, 9, 10, 12, like a bunch of other ones before I went back to the 7.
Mhm.
And the summons in every other game have such bigger reverence, especially in 9, which is the one I started with. Like, get to 7, and they're just
I
like,
actually,
that's a bobble.
I actually started with 7, so that was how I was introduced to them, and I get that like like 6 with Terra being a summon. The summons don't have as much agency as they do in a lot of the other Final Fantasies. Like obviously like they're like rides in freaking 13. How much like obviously they matter a lot in freaking 16. In fact, they're like the center point of the story.
they're the big points in a lot of the stories. Honestly, like 9, they're like one of the biggest driving forces. Like the first half of the game.
I mean, that's all. They're also like the driving force in 15 as well.
Yeah.
I understand, but like the summons don't have to be the main such a big force in every game.
I know, but it feels like they should have some reverence behind them. The remake where they just threw them in because here's Bahamut.
I never actually got Bahamut. I wasn't sure how. I know that you had to do the training thing, but I didn't know how to go back to it to do it. And because like when you beat intermission, it unlocks 2 extra boss fights against characters you didn't get to fight in there. So I was like, oh, that sounds cool. I think they're characters from the Vincent game.
Oh, Journey to Cerberus.
I haven't played it. Yeah, I think that's who those characters are. I'm not 100% on that because I didn't recognize them. But I was like, oh, but then I went back to that area and I used a jump so I could fight them with cloud and stuff, and they weren't there, so I'm not 100%. I'd have to look up how to do it. But like, yeah, I missed most of the summons each time. But the summons were always like they're just supposed to be like powerful attacks, and I accepted that. I was fine with it. So I feel like the idea. I like them being more of a minor role because they're so freaking powerful and busted that if they're given a higher role, it makes no sense to why they're not the most powerful force.
Yeah, I can kind of understand. It's just I just didn't like the bobble aspect of them in remake.
What do you mean bobble?
The materia, like, do you remember how you unlock most of the summons in remake?
You beat them in the training thing.
Yeah, or you there's a couple of you find. I'm pretty sure. I think Fat Chocobo you just find, but
No, you have to fight him. I remember that fight.
okay.
I mean, in the original 7, you also just find them. You don't even get to battle them. You just find
Yeah,
them.
it's like that. That's kind of the part that's always thrown me off about it. It's like I feel like they should have like. I think you wouldn't have as much problem if they weren't in the original remake as like just AI fights.
I mean, I thought it was like well when the remake came out, I thought you were just going to get them, and I thought they were going to be summon attacks. I never like thought we were going to actually get to fight them, so I thought actually getting to battle them was a neat little addition.
Well, you actually got to fight a couple of them in the original 7, if I remember correctly. I think Bahamut you had to fight.
No, you didn't.
All right,
You definitely didn't.
I don't remember off the top of my head.
You 100% didn't. You are thinking of Final Fantasy X.
Maybe. Like that's the other thing
Not maybe. You're definitely thinking of 10.
That's the other thing I have too is I honestly don't care for like the 7 original all that much.
Boo. I mean, to be fair, I haven't played it in a long time.
Yeah.
I haven't had the time to, but I played it a bunch as a kid. I remember it so well, so it's like.
Yep.
And a lot of the things I like about the new games are the direct translations of the old ones. So it's like that. So one of the things when I was replaying remake, I was like, oh, like I had forgotten about a bunch of the things, and all the things that I had forgotten were a lot of the new original things, not so much the
classic.
not so much the yeah. Like I was like, all right, time for this. Like, oh right, that other thing is happening. Like I had forgotten about the whole train yard stuff. So it was kind of like, oh, well, who cares?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, don't get me wrong, none of it was bad by any means, but it's like, you know, and I know this is part because I have the prior knowledge, but it's like when I got to the train graveyard, like we know that the big fight with like this collapsing is coming, and I'm like, I don't care about these ghosts. I need to go see what's happening over there and stop the plate from falling.
Yeah, that was just a couple pacing. Like I didn't mind the train yard so much. I was impatient too because I knew what was coming after that. But I think the underplate when you're going to the second reactor was the part that really bugged me. Because that was just a nothing burger.
The underplates. You're not talking about Wall Market, are you?
No. Remember, like, when you and Barrett and Tifa are going to the second reactor and you jump off the train and there's a whole under dungeon?
Oh, yeah. That was just padding. I mean, the boss fight there was pretty good, but
I don't even remember what the fuck the boss fight was for that area.
It was just a giant robot.
Wait, are you talking about the one in the reactor, or was there another one there?
There was another one. It was nothing special, so I can understand why you didn't remember it. I had forgotten. If I hadn't just replayed it recently, I had forgotten about it too. So it's one of those ones where 7 had padding in really good places and really bad places. Like in the original game, there was like nothing happening in the slums. This game, all those missions are optional. So that, in my opinion, were good. It's like they gave you good rewards. So I liked doing those missions and stuff like that. It kind of let me see more of the world building, give you some little fun character. Like that stuff worked really well for me. It was when it was like Hojo's lab at the end. You're like, oh, I fell, and now I have to do Hojo's lab stuff more. That was padding, and I didn't like that. The stuff you're talking about with Barrett, where they fall off the train. Like, to be fair, there was a bit of that area when that happens in the original game too. They just expanded it too much. It's like, this is taking too long. Yeah. And there's unlike the missions, there's no reward for it.
This is get through the area to get to the next part of the story.
Yeah. And they were like, yeah. So I mean that was definitely probably the game, in my opinion, the game's biggest problem. Padding in areas that definitely the game didn't need to be that long. You know what I mean? Like you could have shortened it down a bit. It's fine.
Yep.
I get that they were trying to fill space and make the most of their assets. I get it. I really, really do.
Well, it's like the best place to end is right after you leave Midgar. And it's
Yeah,
like they
I agree.
and it's just one of those. They wanted to expand this game out to give it its price tag value. Because if that game would have been any
No,
shorter,
I totally
everyone
agree.
would have been mad.
I don't know. I mean, when I think shorter, like I think when I think shorter, I think like if they got rid of that, like they shortened that hallway, the lamp area, like the stuff like going where you like. Well, I do feel like they kind of like blew their load by giving the motorcycle part happen like early on, because like that was like a big moment when Cloud busts out the motorcycle in the original game, and that's how
Yeah.
they escape. I feel like doing that early on with Jesse and them kind of like took away a lot of that impact, which is it's a little disappointing in itself. But other than that, I do feel like it's like okay, but like that the stuff they added with Jesse and them, that was all good. You know what I mean?
Yeah, more character development, please.
Like the stuff where Biggs is in that secret lab, Hojo's secret lab, that was a bit on the padding side. But at the same time, having like a secret lab where Hojo's doing terrible things underneath, and like it's very fitting, and it wasn't that long. You know what I mean?
Yep, and it gave
Like
you a
you were
taste of
through it.
Hojo's lab later on.
Well, yeah, but it also like had a thing where it's like, they used the excuse for some good fights. It wasn't very long. You got to control Barrett by himself for a little while there, which was unique in the game at that point.
Yeah.
That hadn't happened. So it was like there was enough unique and interesting ideas there that it worked. But Hojo's lab later on, it's like, man, we know what's about to happen with Genova and stuff. Like, and you're just gonna sit there and like basically pause the game
I think that would have been
for
better.
like an hour.
I almost wonder if they wanted to make Red 13 playable for that section.
I mean, maybe, but he's playable in the new one. His play style's all right. It's not as big a fan of it, but I don't dislike it either.
All right.
Also, Cloud is much floatier in the new one. It's very, it definitely feels like we're getting into Kingdom Hearts territory.
They might have been trying to rebalance after their experience with the remake and 15. Because wasn't 15 pretty tanky?
Yeah, but it was 15 was more or 16.
Yeah.
16 was more I've been told it was more like Devil May Cry, but with a lot of like it was very heavy on dodging and it was very dodge heavy and reaction commands.
Oh, the
I mean,
dodging sounds bad, but yeah.
No. It was very simple with how the dodging worked. Like enemies had pretty clear tells.
Okay. Because I
So,
can't play
there's no-
Sekiro for a very specific reason.
Oh no! It's nowhere near a Souls type of dodging. Nowhere near that. But it is one of those things where it's like, it's one of those things where it's like, kind of like you see him coming and you can sit there and spam the dodge button. But yeah, it's I don't know. I think they changed it up because all the characters are apparent. Like I obviously haven't gotten them, but all the characters are going to be playable. Like Yuffie, Sid, Vincent, all of them. So they probably need to change a few things up to make them all feel a little bit more unique to each other.
But will Sid still smoke?
I would imagine so.
All right. Have you watched the final Team 4 Stars 7 Machine Abridged?
Yep.
Son, we're a town full of rocket scientists, and we don't understand it.
Hmm.
Some
I
goddamn
actually-
tea.
I watched that before Rebirth came out. But yeah, it's like it's just to say like I'm not as like right now the 6 hours I've played Rebirth, or maybe it's been 8 now, I don't know. The only 2 hours of it have been story based, and like the rest have been side mission. It's like I like the side missions, but it's starting to get to the point where it's it's stopping me from like
You could just
like
ignore them
there
for a
should
while.
I could, but I'm sure I'll get to go back. But then like everything will be either I won't be able to go back or it'll be over. I'll be over leveled, you know. Plus, like they give out a bunch of good stuff like the summons and things like that, and I don't really want to backtrack. Plus, the enemies are harder, so I feel like I'm going to need to be leveled up. It's just one of those things where like they really shouldn't have 4 hours worth of stuff to do between story missions. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like they should flow into each other.
Yep. All right. I'm
A
gonna tell
little
like
more.
how basically I've been like treating JRPGs, and I've had my experience improve so much. It feels like bulldoze your way through the main story until you hit a wall, and then start side questing like crazy.
I understand what you're saying. So here's the thing. Like normally I don't. That's the thing. I don't normally hit walls. It is very rare because especially with like turn-based ones, I usually tend to like depending on how the game goes. I usually tend to fight a lot of the turn-based fights I get into.
Yeah. Oh, you don't run.
Because- No, not usually. Like it depends on the type. If they're like enemies who are like obnoxiously status affecting me, then I won't bother them with them. But like I kind of like figure out the type of enemies I'm facing in each area. And if they're ones that I could like lay out in a few seconds or really easy, or I create a real quick strategy to eliminate them, I that's usually what I end up doing. I usually go, okay, I'm just gonna beat the crap out of you and just gain easy experience.
Yep. I can understand that.
It usually keeps me leveled up enough where like one thing like you can grind in 16, but it's like well it's kind of like think about like 13 kind of like you limits how far you can grind before you reach certain points,
Yeah.
and they all kind of do that now. Like it's like they don't want you grinding up and becoming broken in the new Final Fantasy games. It's like if I want to waste my time grinding up and being broken, let me. You know what I mean? That's my call.
Yeah.
That'll make the later fights boring. But I mean, that's my fault, not yours.
Remember,
like how,
it might be JRPGs just trying to overcorrect from their old stance of, hey, how long does this game? It's 60 hours. 60 hours of story. No, the game itself is 60 hours. It's 4 hours of story. What?
Well, to be fair, people complained like back in the day. It was like if this game isn't like on the PlayStation, if this game isn't 60 hours long, it's not like you're not getting your money's worth. Where now it's like 60 hours makes a good number. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay, here's the thing. It's like that mentality was there because all the early RPGs were that fucking long and also because they were that grindy. Like older copies of Final Fantasy like 1 and 2 and stuff are that long because they're incredibly grindy. Dragon Quest, incredibly grindy. It's like
Yeah, but I feel like setting your standards based on how an NES games were, it's like, come on.
well, that's the thing. It's remember like that's was only 2 generations after. It's like that was the standard. We had like remember we didn't get skippable cutscenes to the PS2 era.
Yeah.
Innovation in RPGs was fucking slow.
Yeah, they were.
Fuck, that's part of the reason I'm trying to go through the Trails of games, and like the first 3 Trails in the Sky are all PS1 games. Fuck, am I having a hard time wanting to play those? Like, I like the story's not bad. I like the gameplay, but they fall into that trope of, oh yeah, no, every encounter needs to be an actual fight. It's like, no.
That's actually what like the more story-based Mortal Kombat games did too. Every encounter was a fight.
Like what I mean by a fight, it's like imagine if like you're like in a basic Final Fantasy, like the random encounter you got took you 5 to 10 minutes.
No, I understand. I definitely understand what you're saying. Don't get me wrong.
It's just like it's like okay, by the time I beat the area boss, the basic bitch trash should be the basic bitch trash, not I actually have to plan and think this fight out.
Yeah, no, I hear you. Trust me, I hear you. Um, did you beat Final Fantasy 2?
No, that's one of the ones I haven't beaten. I don't remember.
Okay.
Maybe
Well, so
I played it. I don't think I ever beat it.
All right, so I remember Final Fantasy 2. I remember getting through that game, and then but I did it on the advanced one, right? Final Fantasy 2 on advanced.
Yep.
And I distinctly remember, and mind you, I was much younger. Afterwards, they added a bonus thing for 2, where if you're playing through 2, you get a like basically there's the final boss, you have to fight him again in the afterlife, but you're using the characters who died in the main story. But it's only like one dungeon, but you are so under, like, I remember getting just throttled in that area. Like, I was getting annihilated. I had to like walk into the dungeon, fight a few small battles, and then get out of the dungeon. It took me like hours and hours of grinding just to get past the first floor.
No, I can understand, but here's the thing: it's like once you got your levels caught up, it wasn't too hard, was it?
I don't remember. It was so long ago, but I remember getting curbs. Like, but it's like it took hours of grinding just to get past the first floor of the first dungeon in the afterward. And this is remember, this is after you've beaten the main game, where you just had your fully leveled characters against that end boss, and all of a sudden you're back to being like practically level 1 against the same type of enemies, even though you're not level 1.
Yeah, I can definitely understand that.
It's another. It's like part of me just wants to go back and play all the Final Fantasies again.
Yeah.
It's been so long.
I mean, I would definitely get the Pixel collection if you're going to do it.
Yeah, I'm always the best collection. But,
Yep.
I mean, I have the advanced games, like all of them.
I mean,
And
that's
those are like really good ones to play.
1, 2, 4.
I had them in the box even.
No, I think it's just 1, 2, and 4, isn't it?
No, or let's see. 1 and 2 is Dawn of Souls.
Yeah, it's the combo one. I remember that.
Yeah. Let's see. 3 is on the DS.
Yeah, that's why I kept skipping over to 3.
4 advanced. Like, they never gave a 3 advanced. It was just 4 advanced. Like, 3 never got a 2D version here in the States.
Yeah, weirdly enough, 3 got skipped over for quite a while.
Yeah, it did. Let's see. It's Dawn and Souls. Then 4 is it 4 advanced, 5 advanced, 6 advanced. Yeah, it goes up to 6 advanced.
Are you sure 6 had advance?
I do. I am 100% sure because that's how I played 6.
Okay. 6 is also one of the basically the 3 Final Fantasy games I've never played.
It's considered one of the best.
I
been
know
a while since I played it.
A little piece of me just kind of wants to wait for them to do like I want one of the newer remasteries for it. Like I don't quite want to go but play just the pixel version because a lot of the remasteries have been so good.
Well, they did a 3D version of it.
No, they haven't.
Or a 3DS version.
Nope.
Or a DS version.
Nope.
Was that 4?
Yep.
I think it had 4. Okay.
Yep. Oh, trust me, it's yeah, 4 has 4 versions.
Yeah, other than the number 3 on DS, I didn't actually play the remakes of 4 on DS.
Neither did I.
I never played. I think I own Remnant Wings on the DS, but I don't think I played that. I also have the 4 Warriors of Light that I got from a friend for really cheap, but I have not gotten around to playing that.
4 Warriors of Light?
Yeah, it's Final Fantasy 4 Warriors of Light. It's just another Final Fantasy game. There's also like 4 more Crystal Chronicle games, but they're on the DS. I got them from Square's website for like $5 a pop.
They almost all suck, unfortunately.
That's a shame.
Like, I've heard the adventure one wasn't too bad. The problem is it's a solo adventure game where they killed off the Ukes.
Dun dun dun.
So it's a bit irritating. It's like, really? Like, yeah, all the magic in the world's gone. It's like, how the fuck do you keep the story, like the world story going if, like, all the magic's gone? It's like, this was a very magical fucking world, assholes. Come on.
Yeah, you make a fair point.
Oh, but, we're all steampunk technology now. It's like, that's cool. Don't take away my magic. It's like, well, they were going to the war. What war? Oh, the war that happened. We made the story for it. I don't want to see a story. I want to see the game of. I want to see the steampunk army fighting the magical sorcerer kingdom.
Well, it's too bad. You can't have that.
Yep. I think one's like a tower defense game.
I don't know. There's also that thing where it's what is it called? I think they had like a Wii a Wii version that was like one of the ones you have to like buy on the Wii network or something.
The one where you built the tower?
Maybe. I don't know. I didn't play
The
it.
Monster Lord's Tower, I think it was called. I was like, I owned this game. I think I still have the Wii where I bought it on. I don't know if I still have it installed. Because that was also like
I don't know.
my Wii, like the laser got fucked up or something, and it like won't play discs anymore.
So when I was playing Shadow, I was playing on the Wii, and it just keeps my thing keeps going where it's just sitting there and it goes bang and freezes up. I took the Wii apart trying to see if I could figure out like what the problem was, and I put it back together and did not find any problems. I'm not that great at that stuff. I can't take stuff apart, but I did put one of the screws in wrong, and I cannot get it out on the bottom. I'm like, God damn it.
Yeah, you gotta watch it on those.
I mean, it's not like it's a problem, but I'm just like, how did I put that one in there wrong and I can't get out again? And it's like, damn. I also have another Wii. Yeah, that's what I was going to go to too. I have another Wii that I got at
What the fuck do we have left?
at
Bridge
Good
window,
for like
gum
really
walls, roof railing, spotlight, rudder. All right, everything else is like on top of that cabin, so I'll go get the rudder.
Oh, I just jumped down here. Not sure what the heck's left on this rudder to get.
The top.
Yay. Alright, what did you say they were?
It's the spotlight.
Spotlight.
Probably the one on the front of the ship. Yeah, it's the one on the front of the ship.
Oh, okay, I see it now. I'm blasting it from down here.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it from this side, see if there's... There we go.
Roof railing. What the hell is a gun whale? Sounds awesome.
Is there her fucking poon gun on this thing?
Bridge window, bridge window.
It's the one on the front, but I just can't quite figure out where on this damn thing. Alright, we got it.
So roof railings. That's the bridge railing. So these are the roof railings. Alright. This one right here. Okay.
Yeah, I just noticed the fire exit sign on the boat.
Hmm. All right, gun whales is all that's left, and I have no idea. Oh, I just hit it by accident. I think I could have swore I just saw the words.
It's over here somewhere. Oh, it's the top fucking. It's the red thing on the side of the boat.
Well, it's not the whole thing. I was about to say because like I'm
It's sectioned
not
off.
like 'cause I'm bringing things. Yeah.
All right, let's see.
Nice.
Yep.
An RV.
What? Oh, has that been that fuck green RV that that's been following us around everywhere?
I guess so. Um. Huh.
Ah!
You saw that, right?
Yeah.
Okay then. I was like, that thing looks clean. What's the pro? Okay.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. But I was just like, oh hey, yeah, this thing's been following us around too.
Because I never really paid that much attention to it.
You have been looking around like at the area. 'Cause there's been some interesting things around us. Oh hey, we can see the volcano now.
We're still pretty far from it, though.
Yeah, if you could see a smoking volcano, I think that's in danger distance.
We've been able to see the smoking volcano from the town.
We've been able to see the smoke from the volcano. We actually haven't been able to see the caldera.
Yeah, I guess I haven't been looking around too much. I just didn't give it I didn't give it that much thought. You know what I mean?
Yep. Which, if we do get done with this tonight, which stuff do you want to start at? Which of the extra stuff would you like to do?
Well, there's actually a thing on there called extra missions, which is one is on Mars and stuff. So I say we just start with the basic extra missions, and then and before we do any the DLC stuff, because that's just the basic starting point. Plus, I don't think if we get through all this, I don't think we'll get through all the bonus missions, and we can see if Kigu wants to join us next time.
Yep. Okay. Here's the only thing I've had because I looked up the time to complete, and that is monstrous. So I'm wondering if those bonus missions are absolutely crazy.
Well,
or there's just a lot of them.
Missions are only. Well, no, it didn't look like there were that many. It only looked like there were 6 or 7. I think those times are also for a single player. So
I'm starting to wonder about that because time to complete the main story on this one said 32 hours.
Well, how many hours have we put into it?
Well, this is stream 7. And we've been doing 3 to 4 hour streams.
I don't know.
Because I'm enjoying this, but it's once we get through the main story, I kind of would just like to do the DLC stuff, and then maybe call it.
I just kind of thought maybe the bonus missions might make more sense, for Kigu to start on if he wanted to join us, and I figured they wouldn't be so long because apparently you could play up to 6 players.
I don't know. That might mean they're absolutely monstrous then.
It's possible. We could check one of them out, see how bad they are.
Well, depending on how tonight goes, too, so.
That's true, that's true.
Oh, man, the initial layer comes off easy, but there is some fucking gunk on this.
I don't know. I'm not having too much of a problem. The green nozzle's getting a lot of this pretty easy.
Yeah, I just switched over. I got through I got the initial layer off the top, but now I'm on a Oh, there we go. That's better. Repositioned myself.
I mean, we're already at we already cleaned off 64% of it.
Yeah, with the last little bit, it's one of those like, oh yeah, you got the majority of it, but like the details are like hard.
I don't know. I'm not having too much of a problem here.
No, it's definitely gonna go quicker than the fucking boat just did too. That took a little.
Yeah, that took longer than I thought it was going to.
That took an hour and a half.
It did.
We got to the end of that. I was like, God, this is starting to feel like it's taking a while. And then it's like, what? I'm looking at the time. It's like, oh, felt like it took a while because it took a fucking while.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, but
some of these definitely do take longer than the others. That's for sure.
Yep. Although one thing I did want to ask you, so the last Ronin movie, did you hear how they're going to do it?
No, it's live action. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a live. It's going to be rated R, which is going to have a lot of eyes on that now.
It's also one of those. I'm wondering have you read The Last Ronin?
A chunk of it. I don't. It's been a long. I read it like when it came fucking out, so I don't remember all of it.
I mean, it's just like I'm more surprised that they're doing a live action since it's like in a future setting. You know what I mean?
Well, they could do a cyberpunk style. I think the thing is though, like, there's only one turtle in that, and he has so much clothes on him. They could very easily do a practical turtle too for that.
Well, I wasn't even thinking. Honestly, I wasn't even thinking about Michelangelo. I was thinking about
spoilers. Good thing nobody's watching this.
I wasn't even. Yeah, well, it's also well, they have all the four turtles are in the history and the backstory.
Yeah, but you don't know it's who it is until like halfway through the series.
No, they tell you at the end of the first comic. But also I had it spoiled for me way before I read it.
Yeah.
It didn't really matter because at that point they didn't really feel like that character.
No.
The only thing was the only difference was the way they do it. They make it seem like they're all there as a team.
Yeah.
At first, yeah. So I was like, oh, I was trying to figure it out at first. I'm like, they're doing this. Okay. Yeah. But I mean, at the end of the day, my general thought is like, it's not about the turtle effect. It's about the rest of the world, like what they're doing with Baxter, all the robot minions. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, not really. We already know that the turtles can be done amazing in live action.
Yeah, the CGI is where we start getting worried. Oh,
I don't even that worried. I'm not even that worried about the CGI. It's more about will they be able to like combine the two well. You know what I mean?
Yep. That also reminds me, we also got the next Transformers movie announced.
Okay, I didn't hear about that one.
Transformers cross G.I. Joe.
I never really watched either one of those series.
Yeah, weirdly enough, the Transformers and G.I. Joe are kind of known for, like, their initial runs both had a crossover, like a big event, or a couple even, both in the show and in comics.
Yeah, well, and they kind of make sense since the giant robots tend to clash with the military a lot.
Yeah, it's one of those things. It's been kind of. They bring John Cena's character back as like Commander Hawk or General Hawk.
I know that one thing is that people. I've been hearing more and more videos about this. Like, people are kind of getting annoyed with the non-stop crossovers now because they kind of like diminish the things. I tend to think it depends on how well it's done.
Well, especially like stuff set in the same world. I kind of I love like deep worlds to dig into.
So I think I think the big complaint people are having it's like let's put everything under the sun into Fortnite.
I count
isn't really like a world, so I don't really mind.
Yeah, it's like that's Fortnite. That's it's kind of its gimmick. It's like complaining that Mugen has too many fucking franchises in it.
Yeah. I don't know.
Wait, do you know what Mugen is?
It's. I do. I played Mugen before.
Okay.
But it's one of those things where it's like, what's a good example? Like how Mortal Kombat seems to always have a bunch of guest characters. You know, it feels like it does feel like they like. As much as I liked it, did you really like Star Wars? Didn't make much sense in Soul Calibur.
Yeah, neither did. Actually, what was it? It was Spawn, Link, and
Hayachi and Link.
Kratos. That was it.
No, it wasn't. It was Hayachi. Kratos was not in that.
Was it Hayachi? Then
It was Hayachi.
Was it like Mortal Kombat or Soul Calibur 2?
Yeah, Soul Calibur 2 was Hayachi was the PS2 version, Spawn was the Xbox version, and Link was the GameCube version.
Yeah. Which I can understand. It's like the Star Wars side. It's like I wasn't taking. Did Soul Calibur 4 even have a story mode?
Yes.
Fuck if I can remember. Like I remember, I liked the story of like Soul Calibur 1 and 2. Then like I never played 3 for some reason. I don't remember why. And then it's like I got to 4 and I was just like, what the fuck is this?
3 was a PS2 exclusive.
All right, that might have been.
All the others had multi systems. That was the weird thing about 3, was that it was exclusive to one console.
Yep. All right, that might have been what threw me off on it then.
It's also one of the only ones that didn't have any guest characters.
Yeah.
I didn't play 5, but I know like Altair was the guest character in 5, or it was some assassin from Assassin's Creed.
Yep. I don't know. It's. And then it was, what was it, like 6? They like went medieval with the story, and I just like, oh, what the fuck is this shit? Or they tried focusing on like the children of like 2 characters I did not give a shit about.
Okay, well, so I didn't play much of it because I was started with my ex and we just didn't play the rest. But did you play the one on the Wii?
Which one was that? Wasn't that 5?
No, it wasn't a numbered one. It was a spin-off, and it was like a beat 'em up.
No.
Well, do you know who the guest character was?
Sam?
Sam from who?
Double Dragon?
Nope.
Nope.
It was Lloyd from Tales.
What?
Yep, Lloyd Irving is in the Wii beat 'em up version of Soul Calibur.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
He is one of the players. I don't know, because Nintendo needed a guest character. Dude, I don't know.
That's not a Nintendo character.
Yeah, well, Soul Calibur is a Nintendo franchise. It's a Bandai Namco franchise.
Oh, that's how they get all the crazy crossovers. Okay.
I remember when Smash Brawl was coming out. In school, we all had like this thing like who we were voting on who we thought was going to be the last hit guest character after they announced Snake and then Pac-Man, and was like, who's going to be the last one? And my guess, I was so sure that Lloyd was going to be in the game.
You and a bunch of fucking people. Like
well,
I remember,
like Bandai Namco is literally making the game with them. Pac-Man's in there, and Link had been in Soul Calibur. It seemed like an obvious choice because Tails was basically like Tails. Because think about it, like
Symphonia.
Melee kind of brought
Sword
Fire
Boys
Emblem to the States, right?
Yeah,
huh?
Yeah, all the Sword Boys.
So I kind of figured, well, if like Tales to Symphonia kind of brought Tails to the States as well, it seemed like a good way to like cement it here by having them be in Smash, you know?
Unfortunately, I think Tales of Symphonia 2 broke a lot of the goodwill that franchise had.
think that's did they come out before Tales 2 though? Yeah, I think Sprawl came out before that though.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that would have.
And then I thought, but we knew that Tales 2 was coming out, so that was the other reason I thought it was going to happen. I was like, how better to advertise another Tales game than by putting him in Smash? It seemed like it was guaranteed. Plus, Lloyd had a good, like his like the controls are practically the same. He basically has Smash Bros move set.
Yeah, I won't argue that point. It's like, it makes a lot of sense, but
yeah, I also thought honestly thought Isaac from Golden Sun was going to make it in at some point.
yeah, he's an assist trophy.
Yeah, but I'm genuinely surprised that he didn't make it into Ultimate though, as a character.
Yep.
Like since considering how many they added.
Well, yeah, like make him like a Nest fucking style character for fuck's sake.
Yeah, I thought he was gonna be like kind of like a combination of Ness and Marth.
Oh, so Robin?
Yeah, kind of. But there's also the I mean, there's like a bunch of characters. Like, I am genuinely surprised. Like, surprised that they didn't make Dixie Kong didn't make it in.
Well, here's the thing. It's weirdly enough, it feels like they don't want to, with the exception of like Fire Emblem, it feels like they don't want to push a lot of this other franchises too hard in Smash.
I mean, there's a bunch of Pokemon in there.
Okay, that's because they split up Pokemon Trainer.
Well, no. Think about it. So Pokemon Trainer's 3 of them. 3 Pokemon right there. But if you just count it as one, there's also Greninja, Mewtwo, Pikachu, Jigglypuff, that one cat whose name is escaping me, Incineroar,
Oh yeah, I forgot Incineroar got...
Pikachu.
Yeah, I'll give you that. I'll give you Pokemon. But
the other one I was surprised... Oh. And Mario, there's a lot of Mario characters in there.
Well, what do you want to count as Mario characters?
Well, okay, so I'm going to go with Mario and Luigi.
Yep,
Bowser.
Great. Yep, I'll give you that one too.
Peach.
Yep, I'll give you
Daisy. Even though Daisy's obviously a clone, but you know.
Clone characters I give less credit to. But yeah.
I'm counting Yoshi as Mario.
I'll count Yoshi as Mario too. So that's
I
six.
know he has his own series. Dr. Mario.
He's such a clone. Problem is he's so cloney to Mario.
Okay, but Baby Bowser.
Okay, I'll give you the Bowser and the Koopalings. Bowser Jr. and the Koopalings. I forgot about them.
Yeah, I think that's all of them. I don't think there are any more. Like the only one they... Oh, do we want to count Wario?
No, Wario has enough of his own franchise at this point. I won't count Wario. See, Wario...
both him and Yoshi kind of have their... See, that's the thing, though. Like, Mario's a little more complicated in that sense because, on the one hand, like, you know...
How many Mario games has Wario been in?
Let's see.
I don't count Wario because it has more of his own games than he does Mario appearances.
I mean, he's been in 10 Mario parties.
Yeah, so is Donkey Kong.
Well, that's the point I was just about to make. That's why it's kind of hard because like the very first introduction of Mario was in a Donkey Kong game.
Yep. Like here's the thing. It's like you know. I don't count the sports and party games. Like I don't count like when I say Mario games, I mean like proper Mario games. How many games has Wario popped in as?
Well, let's see. He was in Mario 64 DS.
He was an add-on compared to the original. Just like how you can play as Luigi in Mario 64.
And Yoshi. I get it. But it's just one of those ones where it's like Mario, like Donkey Kong, Wario, and Yoshi have kind of spun off. And like, let's be real. Despite Donkey Kong being like, you know, as prevalent as a character as he was, as far as his own game franchise go, like he was pretty much relegated to the arcade until Donkey Kong Country. But I'd give it to him. But like Wario, Donkey Kong, and Yoshi all exist in that Mario world. They're all
Here's the thing, it's like
world.
Yoshi has What, 3 games?
No, he's got like 8 or 9.
The fuck?
Yeah, so he's got Yoshi's Island, right?
Yep.
He's got the game on the NES. He's got a puzzle game called Yoshi. He's got Yoshi's Cookie. Um, he's got
That's okay. Here's the thing.
Yoshi's
It's the shitty spin-off games, especially that were popular around the early eras of video gaming. I don't necessarily like counting those. Like, how many major ass games that are his own that aren't some gimmicky thing with his name on it does he have?
He's got Yoshi's Island, Yoshi's Island 2,
Yoshi's
on
Island,
DS.
World. Yep. It's like he has 3 I can think of, and like,
which actually, ironically, you can Wario and DK are in the DS ones.
yeah, it's
as
like
characters.
once again, it's
Yoshi on the N64.
What?
Yoshi's Woolly World.
That's Yoshi's.
Yoshi's. What?
What's Yoshi on the N64?
Just called Yoshi. Yoshi's or Yoshi. Yeah, I think it's just called Yoshi or Yoshi's Story. That's it. Yoshi's Story.
I don't know that game.
Really? That's I haven't played it myself. I was actually just talking about that game today. But it's basically imagine it's Yoshi's. Think of Mario or Yoshi's Island, but without Baby Mario. That's kind of what Yoshi said. It's an N64 exclusive.
Okay.
I believe it. You have it on Switch, so you should have access to it.
N64. Okay, I'm Oh,
There was Yoshi's.
okay. Apparently, the
there's
Super
Yoshi's-
Nintendo had an update. Neat. But we're gonna check this out really
they
quick.
They also had Yoshi's Topsy Turvy on the DS, or not the DS on the Game Boy. Yoshi's Woolly World, Yoshi's Crafted World, which are just like they're doing the same thing they did with Kirby with the crafting stuff.
Oh shit! There's
But
3 new
this-
games. Okay,
What are
Wrecking Crew, Super R-Type,
Ooh, nice.
and something that looks like a Hamtaro game.
Okay.
All right, okay, that's all right, let's see here. N64. Let's see what we got going on here, real quick. Okay, yeah, Yoshi's Story. Shit. Oh, color me surprised.
Yeah, that was his second big game.
All right, what the fuck do we have left in this damn thing? Deflector
This area,
housing, titanium main gyrometric disc, Polaris saucer plating.
Well, where I'm at has something going on. I'm having a hard time like pinpointing where this thing is at.
Yeah.
But yeah, like Yoshi's Topsy Turvy, Yoshi's what's it called? Like the 2 crafted games are supposed to be really good.
Yep.
What is this? Deflector housing. Okay, so it's this area right here.
God, the sun keeps shining into some of the holes, and it looks like it's
Yeah, I'm having a hard time figuring exactly what I'm supposed to be hitting here.
it's the bar right around the central discs. and it goes around the whole fucking ship. I guess I never really thought about how many games Yoshi really had, but yeah, no, you're pretty right.
Yeah, so
To
we
me,
were one that
for me, it feels like he needs to have more solo games. I don't just mean like weird, tiny, yeah, counting Wario and that, like games that are specifically his, that aren't like just a sweet, like little gimmicky or what we kind of now call phone games.
I guess, but I mean, like Kirby has a lot of those. 'Cause it seems like they like to test things out with Kirby a lot, and a lot
Well,
of them are still
if they're
really
full
fun.
games, I don't get a problem. But there's like Yoshi's Cookie is a fucking
I mean, it's a puzzle game.
it's
It's a Tetris game.
yeah, okay. There, I got it. Or you got it. I'm not sure. One of us got it.
You got it. I jumped down here trying to find some of the other things.
All right.
So the police. So it's this thing down here.
Yep.
I get
It's
it,
like
but,
because that's how Wario is too. It's like, but like tiny little things like that. It's like I have a hard time counting those. It's the like the WarioWare games. You know, Wario like cover and featured on it, but it's like
I don't know. I mean, like especially during the era of the SNES, having a puzzle game in a lot. It's like that's like saying Doctor Mario doesn't count as a game. You know, Doctor Mario had like three different games, like Doctor Mario 64, Doctor Mario XD.
yep. All right. Okay.
All right, got one.
I thought so.
Boom.
What the?
Okay. Hmm.
That just happened. You know, we've also seen a mad scientist laser helicopter too, or laser plane too. So
That's fair.
look at the review for that one. Other request. All right, what do we? Yeah, okay, yeah, that took 20 minutes.
This is this the castle you guys were talking about?
I don't know. You'd have to pull it up before I can see it. Oh
Is this the one you
no,
guys were talking about?
this is hey, look, it's the helicopter in the boat
Where's the helicopter?
behind us.
Oh yeah. Huh.
And the boat, weirdly enough, too. So
I love that our vehicle is with the thing, and there's a king right here.
no. All right, let's see. How close are we to the volcano here? Fuck. Uh, although I do know this is the final level, so yeah,
So this is the palace.
it's not quite what I thought it was, because I think things I was thinking of was something else entirely. There's a second fucking level of this place. Something else entirely, but this place is pretty crazy too. So
I mean, when they said castle, my brain was thinking,
I would say this
you
is
know,
more of a
old
temple.
style. Yeah, well, my brain was thinking like we're going to like an old timey castle. I was like, oh, that's cool.
You know, a sea temple next to an erupting volcano was not your first idea.
No, can't say that it was.
Although I am going to be a bit curious as to see what the fuck this place does. So
And then there's like hidden stage. We have to clean the volcano.
Ugh.
Actually, I am kind of surprised that there hasn't been like an idea of a stage where, like maybe it, like it breaks away from the relaxing concept. But I was kind of expecting there to be like a stage where it was getting dirtied as we clean it.
No, this is a dad game, so these games are always very set in their ways. Like
That's fair.
it's nothing that like it's you generally aren't going to see like a time attack trial on these to either.
Well, no, there is a time mode if you want, and a limited water mode.
What the fuck? Take a look at some of the
Yeah,
pictures
those are options.
when you clean them off too. Okay. Come up to the second floor.
How do you get up there?
I kind of walked and took then took the lift up and jumped over.
You just kind of climb up the side of that place on its own. Where are you at?
Oh, there's a second story.
Oh, I'm on the outside.
Yeah, you have to go in from the outside.
Uh, hmm. Okay, where are you at?
All right, you see the big like the look at the pictures I've been cleaning off here.
So, these are weird. Points to that. Aliens, dinosaurs. With pet dinosaurs. Pet cars. Weird. This is weird.
Well, did you recognize them?
Some of the things, yeah. They're all the things that we've been cleaning.
Yeah, look who's all in pictures of it.
Cycle. Oh, that's supposed to be us.
We were foretold in the ancient prophecies.
Wow.
Is there any of those down below?
I don't think so. But I didn't really like give it that much of a.
You haven't gotten that far yet.
I was just kind of like screwing around with the wall and being like.
Yeah, I was just kind of I got to the point where I do like a green like just overview, and then hit it with the heavy stuff. But then I got rid of one picture. I was like, oh, that looks like a bank. That looks like a gondola. I got to the second one. It's like, oh, that's the house, the backyard. Wait. Then I just started hitting the rest of them. So we're completing an ancient prophecy.
Yay!
Yeah, okay, yeah, I did not honestly know that bit, so.
Like I said, I've seen people playing this a bunch of times, but I've never seen anyone at this stage.
Yeah, because nobody wants to spend 30 hours doing this on stream. So we're going to be one of the few streams that probably has this up.
I guess so. I do feel like it probably would have made more sense if you could have played this 6-player co-op out the gate, you know? Because you could go back and play any of these missions with 6 players if you want.
Yeah, and it probably takes a hell of a lot less time.
Why limit it? So, what difference does it make?
Well, it's like I said, it's not a... That is the argument to have against like pure party games, where it's like, I just want to play this with a bunch of people, but you need to unlock stuff to do in the single player first.
Yeah, I've seen those complaints. Like, that was one of the complaints about Brawl. Like, people were saying, you know, they're excited to play Brawl, but then you have to sit there and spend all this time unlocking characters.
Yeah.
Like, that's, like, one of the concepts people complain about fighting games. Like, well, we just, like, the fighting game fans are like, well, we want to jump right into the action and start playing, and then, non-fighting game fans are like, well, it's more fun to go through and unlock stuff.
Yeah,
I understand both arguments.
Yeah. It's very interesting on that one. It's very Like, that's the biggest problem I have with Ultimate. It's like I haven't unlocked anybody because I've been playing on other people's consoles or like my friends because we all have it. We always play the version who has at their house. So it's like I don't feel like I want to play through the solo by myself because this is a party game for me.
Oh, see the solo was pretty fun. I went through. I never like. I think I somehow I missed one thing from 100%ing it, but I thought it was like really fun. But it wasn't as good as like it was. Like obviously the best one was
Brawl.
Was Brawl. Yeah.
But they put the story online, so that clearly means nobody cares about the story.
Yeah, of course. I thought that was pretty dumb that they got so upset about that. It's like, look, even if the story's online, person's willingly choosing to go watch it. You know what I mean?
Well, that's not how it's meant to be experienced.
Well, what about people who just want to go back and see the story?
That's not how it's supposed to be experienced.
Too bad.
You ruined it for everybody, Pixel.
I never posted it online.
Yeah, but you're supporting it. That means you're ruining it for everybody.
Yay.
Like I said, it's not one of those things I agree with overall either. It's just like I know what their mentality is, and I can I don't
understand it. They want players to not be spoiled, and I can appreciate that. But but players are choosing to be spoiled if they're watching. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Which honestly, funny enough, that really they made that argument before social media became such a fucking spoiler problem.
Yeah, it's so if you're playing through like Final Fantasy like 7's intermission, right?
Yeah.
Once you beat the game, the final like cutscene thing, it brings up that stupid message saying you're like if you were recording on the PS5, you can't. It turns off your recording. So if you were streaming through the PS5 natively, it cuts off the thing, so people can't watch it. And they did that with like Kingdom Hearts, and they did that with Persona.
Yeah, a bunch of them.
Yeah, you can't stream that. But it's like it also has this like annoying bubble up in the corner of the screen saying this is not being able to be recorded. And it's like, thank you for putting this ugly message over top of your cutscene. And it's like I'm using a capture card anyway, so I will show it if I want to.
But we have the answer. It's like, you can't do it on our we detect capture cards.
No, you can't. I like because you had that one thing. I even have it running through another thing, so your stupid capture card thing doesn't like it's the only way to get it to work. But yeah,
mine's running through two splitters currently.
Yeah, but it's just one of those things where it's like, man,
okay, one splitter and a switch.
There's also that concept where, like, sometimes I just wanted to go back and look at the story, but I wasn't going to sit there and, like, boot the game up and then, like, go through the in-game cutscenes. Like, I could just watch them all on YouTube, you know? I've already beaten and unlocked them myself.
Yeah. The outside of this place is going to be a nightmare.
That's what I'm doing right now, actually.
Oh, I thought you were doing the lower room.
I was, but then I went up there where you were at, and I decided to start working my way down from the top of the pyramid.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, I'm working on the mid. Is there a room upstairs? Can you walk on the side of this building?
Yeah, you can literally just walk up the side of the pyramid.
Cool.
You get a good look at the volcano from here too.
Yeah, you can.
I know. Brawl had the most fun story, but obviously had ironically the worst gameplay.
Yeah. Oh, I forget what was it broken? It was Mario was the best character in 1, Fox was the best character in 2, Meta Knight was OP as shit in Brawl, Bayonetta.
Wait, Mario was the best character in 1?
Yeah, Mario was the best character from 1.
I had no idea. I always thought it was Pikachu.
No, Mario. While he was the balanced character, he was balanced so perfectly. He was just better than everybody else.
Oh, see, because there was actually when I was at
this is also meta play, so I don't know if there's anything else going on with him either. So But meta,
Honestly, because I was at too many games. Nobody. So they were like this one company was trying to show off their thing there. You what is it? Their upscaler specifically for the N64, right? So they were having N64 tournaments, and they had a Smash Brothers tournament, which I entered, and I did okay at it actually. Like there were people who were actually like practicing and training for this thing prior, and I'm like, really? It's just Smash 64. This is like they're giving you like $5 as a prize. But
remember, all the Smash games are. Honestly, it's like the fighting game community really hates the Smash fighting game community because it's almost the same size as the rest of them put together.
well, Smash 64 is not really something like that gets that big a deal.
No,
but,
it's not. But
like, so I'm sitting there. I remember. So this tournament was probably funny. I played it. The one and they had an announcer, and I got the announcer to boo me. So we had like a pretty good even match, and that was against this one girl, and we were playing, and she was doing this one tactic on me, and I'm playing as Kirby. So to make her stop, I sucked her up and then jumped off the cliff with her. And the guy was like, "Really, dude? You really just did that?" And I said, "Yep. She need to stop doing that." So they kind of booed me at that. It was hilarious, but it was a really good and close match back and forth. So it was really fun. We didn't like we had a lot of fun doing it, and like I shook her hand, and everything, we good stuff. But then the next person I played with, they were just doing Jigglypuff and doing the same combo. So basically, if they hit me, I ever got caught by the combo, it was over. Like I couldn't do anything. I tried all these different tactics to get away from it, but basically, as soon as he got that initial hit, it was over every time. It was such a boring and unfun match.
yeah,
Like, I was like, really? You're just gonna? And then afterwards, he's like, yeah, this was fun. I was thinking to myself, I wouldn't be like I just like, yeah, whatever, man. Like the last match we had with the other two people, those were fun. Like I was pretty in control, like against the first person.
yeah, he figured out
But
a
it wasn't,
cheat
like,
strategy, and he tried to apply it, which
it worked. I mean, he got third or fourth, I think, in the
yeah.
tournament.
Because probably the top tier guys knew actually how to. Because it's probably something you could do to break it. It's just if you don't know what that is, you're fucked.
Yeah, I didn't know what it was. I tried a bunch of different strategies with a few different characters, but I just couldn't. But it was like, yeah, that's not fun. Like we're just freaking playing Smash 64 for like a $5 gift card. Like, why are you making this not?
Why are you try harding here?
Yeah, well, he didn't seem like a tryhard. He seemed like one of those nerds who don't have any friends and like just try hard to seem like he's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, those people. I don't like them.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they killed that. They killed that. But I mean, yeah, I did. But I didn't remember seeing anyone. I think I was the only one playing as Mario, and it wasn't even because I thought knew he was broken. I just like. I was
Okay,
like,
he's
well,
not broken. He's just the most. It's the original Smash and I think Melee are incredibly well balanced. Like the only one that was bad was goddamn Brawl.
Well, I just know that like, oh, so I can actually no. I like when it came to the original Smash. And obviously, I was a little kid. I usually played Pikachu and Kirby, and like in Melee and stuff. I played, and like even now I still play. Like I main Ness, so it was like I was like, okay, I'll play as them, and I also like I mained Mario in Melee, I think. So I was like, okay, I'll try playing as Mario. I don't remember, but I just remember not really seeing any like like I saw like a lot of people maining like Fox.
Like I said, Fox is the best in Melee.
Yeah. But I mean, overall, it was just fun.
Yep. Because
Speaking of Fox, we were saying how like characters we thought should have been in there. I think Crystal should have been in there. I never even played that game.
Oh, which one?
The Star Fox where he's on the ground.
Oh, Adventure. Yeah, the one that wasn't supposed to be a Star Fox game.
Yep. I had
that never got
that game. And I got that at Goodwill.
That technically never got finished either.
I still think Crystal should have been there. I honestly thought Crystal was going to make it in because like I was like, oh, they need another Star Fox character. Crystal,
Yeah, it's like, why do we have Wolf, Falco, and Fox? It's like Fox has two fucking clones. Like, what the fuck?
It's not even just that. It's just that I thought, okay, so you want to give us like a few more female characters, but on top of that, there's no bow staff users at all in
Yep.
Smash.
Yes, more
And
furry
here she is
support.
with
Bring more of the
but
furries in.
I was thinking more along the lines of she has a freaking spear. There are no spear-based characters. You know what I mean?
Yep. Well, then she's also another
So at
magic
least,
user. We, like I said, it's like while we do have a good couple of them, there aren't a lot.
yeah. Well, I was just thinking of all the cool different moves you can do with a spear. I thought like if maybe they might bring like there was that rumor way back during before Brawl that because Link was in Soul Calibur that Keelik was gonna be in Brawl.
Oh, come on, bring out a nightmare.
I am, yeah, I am genuinely surprised that
Like I know more of the
there
villains
wasn't
from Soul Calibur than I do the heroes.
actually no, I know a little bit of each, but I was kind of surprised that they didn't bring a Soul Calibur character in.
Yep. I don't know. Maybe Soul Calibur just doesn't have the clout it does in Japan that it does like it did in the U.S. I guess.
Maybe I figured it could be more of a Bandai Namco thing.
Yep. Well, it's like they haven't used characters that were easy to get. They've just used characters that were more iconic to gaming. I would say overall.
I agree, but I figured a Soul Calibur rep would have counted. You know what I mean?
Yep. Well, remember,
It's weird. Like
Digital also has to go. I, as much as we think it's people want their characters in the game, I still think it's Nintendo licensing them out. I don't think it's like a deal kind of thing.
I don't know.
And I don't think anyone at Nintendo ever wanted
also
that.
Because it's like I don't know. I thought it was just because of the combination. Because like with the actual arcades, there was that Mario Kart racing game that had Pac-Man in it.
Yeah.
It was awful.
Yeah.
But it was there. And then I don't know. It's just one of those things where I'm like, it's like I just kind of felt like that would be a thing. It's funny because like when you think of Smash like Ultimate and like game representation, you know, Smash Brothers probably has like some of the best representation of any game for as far as the industry goes. And I was just thinking like, what characters like since we got like Ryu and like and Terry.
We have Terry
like, honestly,
fucking Bogard, like for fuck's sake.
I mean, he kind of represents the Neo Geo as a whole, though, so I was kind of okay with it.
Yep.
If I was gonna pick someone from the Neo Geo, it would have been Terry Bogard as well.
Yep.
But my thought was like, so now they have like enough characters in there that they could actually like be like a fighting game. So I was sitting there thinking like, what fighting game characters do they still need to properly represent the entire genre? And realistically, the only ones like I can think of like there's like 3 other characters I would add for like just for fighting games to it. You know, I would have the number one being obviously Scorpion for Mortal Kombat.
Scorpion.
It's kind of a shame they didn't get Scorpion in there just because of that would have been like the first time you could make a Mortal Kombat character fight a Street Fighter character legitimately.
Yeah. Or I would say Tekken too.
Tekken's in there.
Wait, who's from Tekken's in there?
Yeah. The Kazuya, he's from Tekken.
Is he in there?
Yeah, he's like the second to last DLC character.
Okay, I must have missed that then.
Yeah, he had a funny trailer where he was throwing all the Smash characters into a volcano.
Oh, okay, yeah. Now I remember that. Then Kirby floats
so
away at the
Tekken
end.
Yeah, so think about it. They have Tekken. They have Tekken acknowledgement. They have I can't think of what like Street Fighter. They have
They have fucking the 2 main guys from Street Fighter. Whatever the names are.
Ken and Ryu.
Yeah.
Although if it wasn't because Ken was a what's it called
Ryu clone.
Yeah, if it wasn't a clone, if I was gonna pick 2 characters from that game, I would have gone with Chun-Li as the second one. But or that or M Bison, one of the 2.
Or
I
I would think Akuma over that. Honestly, them. But he probably would have just be another Ryu clone at that point. But yeah.
Yeah, so that's what I was just thinking. Like, but the but I would have gone with I would have gone with Chun Li. But
No,
as far as
Guile.
like ta,
Da,
but
da, da,
you know,
da, 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 da.
what's the other kid? What's let's see, what is Terry Bogard from?
Fatal Fury?
Uh, there it is, Fatal Fury. So you need Scorpion to represent Mortal Kombat. I guess Nightmare would be Soul Calibur.
He would be my pick just because I remember Soul Calibur's villains and monsters. Like I can't tell you who the fuck the heroes are, other than the guy who was once possessed by Nightmare.
Yeah, who is Nightmare? Well, I mean Siegfried is technically the good version,
Yeah,
but you could easily have made Nightmare and they're the same character essentially. So you could have just made them the same thing and them just being costume swaps.
yep.
But thinking on it, I would put Kasumi from DOA.
Oh, that series.
That, or if you really or if you really want to if you really want some hyper real recognition, you could have used Ryu from Ninja Gaiden because he's also in those games. And then you'd have Ninja Gaiden and DOA covered.
Is Ryu in
Although
there?
I figure most people.
I thought he was just
Yeah,
like a
he is.
guest.
No, he is a part of the main story. He is from the same village as Kasumi.
Oh, that's interesting. I honestly did
Yeah.
not know that.
Yeah, my ex was a hardcore DOA fan. Like I met her when she had been cosplaying Kasumi. So
Did you ever see the movie?
yeah, she made me watch it with her, but that was also when I was sick with mono, so I was kind of phasing in and out.
It's you want to watch that kind of in a haze to begin with. It's not.
Oh, I know it's not good,
Yeah.
but none of the DOA story is good. So it's whatever.
Yeah, that's kind of the problem that franchise it gets off on having titty.
Yeah, well, they threw away some opportunity because they had a because I got this from my ex at the time. They had a version on the DS, right? And
Yep.
they had a stage from Metroid in it, but they didn't put Samus in the game. It's like, why would you not? Like, how do you have a DOA game with a Metroid level where Ridley is in there, and considering what they're known for, and they had also made a Samus game, you didn't put Samus in there? Like, what are you people thinking?
Wasn't that the point in time that wherever that fuck that we another M? Wasn't that around the time another M came out?
I think this was before that actually.
Because
I have that game. When it came out, I got it brand new for $10 before they put the price back up again.
oh, that so much wasted fucking potential there.
I haven't actually played it. Like, I haven't played that many Metroid games, to be honest.
Like the
with you.
combat's not even god awful. It's the story is just fucking.
Yeah, see, that's the thing I always thought about. Like, people are always saying how bad the story is, but I never hear anyone actually really talking about the gameplay.
The gameplay is very interesting. It's okay. It's a Team Ninja like. Honestly, Team Ninja got such a bad rap for stories because of Another M, but like they always do at least interesting gameplay.
Yeah, they've always had bad stories. They're the ones who, yeah. But like, it's one of those things where it's like, there's a Halo character in DOA 4.
Yeah,
In fact, you watched Haloid, right?
yeah,
Yeah, we said that already. And you know how like that Spartan at the end isn't Master Chief?
yeah.
That's the Spartan from DOA.
Oh, I actually did not know that.
Yeah, that's who. Yeah, like they never take her helmet off in DOA, but so that's an original design. But her Spartan number is that. Like the story is that she fell into a wormhole and ended up in the DOA universe. So that's like,
Oh, damn, that makes Haloid
She's
even
like-
better than I thought it was. Shit.
yeah, because it's an actual DOA character, or because it's an actual Halo character. Yeah, she's like technically a non-canon Halo character, but they have lore of why she's in DOA. She has her own Spartan number.
Yeah.
Just a little extra layer of awesome.
Oh, I don't know. See, it's like the thing is, like people are bitching about too much like you were saying before. People are bitching about too much crossovers nowadays. We honestly, it doesn't feel like it's gone up. I feel like it's just more people are noticing it now because the franchises are more mainstream.
Maybe. I can't. Okay, so I remember way like when I started my channel, one of the ideas I had was top 10 crossover games, right? Or top 10 crossovers.
Yeah.
And like I remember like thinking at the beginning like putting like something like Mugen up there, and I was like, but that's not official. Like, but then I was like, are there really that many games that are crossovers? And I was sitting there trying to think of crossover games, and it wasn't that like that not something you could easily do back then. Like
Yeah, you didn't have
like,
mega corporations that owned all the franchises.
Yeah, well, it's like the ones I could really like back. The ones I think of now is like as far as crossovers go, like back then it was like the biggest one I could think of was like Marvel versus Capcom. We had Battletoads and Double Dragons, stuff like that. We never like
guy. I feel like I keep seeing a guy out of the corner of my eye.
It's the gnome. It's watching you.
That would be cool if like it just kind of teleported around the stage randomly.
Mm.
And you weren't looking at it, just like the fuck.
There's also that sad part where it's like, think about this. We've had so many like all these different crossovers, especially with fighting games, and yet, like with the Ninja Turtles popping and stuff, we still have not had a video game crossover with the Ninja Turtles and Power Rangers.
They weren't added in the Shattered Grid?
No.
No, it feels like
they were added in. They were in the DOA or not DOA. They were in the
Soul Calibur. Mortal Kombat.
No, they're in sort of. It was the DC one.
Oh yeah, that's where. Yeah, I remember that. Oh, now I'm also trying to think of what was the fighting game the Ruby characters got crossed over into.
That was Blaze Blue.
What was it Blaze Blue Tag?
Blaze Blue.
Yeah,
Blaze Blue Cross Tag, and they have the Persona characters as well.
And there was like one other franchise that made it in there. Like, isn't known stateside, but it's like apparently it's bigger in Japan.
See, I was wondering about that because I was like, I keep seeing like Persona and that, but the way that box art made it look like there was like 4 groups that were in there, and I'm like, but there's only 3, so I don't know who that 4th one is.
Yeah, it's like it's a game franchise that isn't well known stateside.
I'm afraid I don't know what it would be then.
A little piece of me wants to say it's the Fate Stay Night side characters group. Because, okay, do you know Fate has a sister series set in the same universe?
Melty Blood?
Maybe. I can't tell you what the name of it is. I know there's a lot more mythical creatures in it. Like, I know one of the girls in there is like a vampire.
Is she like a blonde with short hair?
I believe so.
Melty Blood. It's Melty Blood.
Alright, yeah, because then that's that, yeah. And apparently that series is a fighting game series.
I know, I've played it. That was like one of the very, like, that's like one of the very first games I played with my ex, because my friend was a hardcore fighting game fan, and she wanted to try it, and he sent me the copy of one of the games, and I played it with her. Like one time.
You're already...
We watched the anime of it.
See, you're already getting into the Fate Stay Night series.
I've seen Fate Stay Night.
But have you read the light novel or the visual novel?
No, I have a life.
No, you don't. You stream would make YouTube content.
Damn it, you're right. I know. I'll see. I've watched Fate Stay Night. I've watched Unlimited Blade Works. I've watched Fate Zero. I watched the movie with Mash in it. Like the Shield one.
All right, I don't remember that one. Like, I got through a lot.
It's
I did a lot of the early stuff. I haven't caught up on like a lot of the newer stuff for Fate, just because
I
it's
don't think
like
that's newer. I watched that like back when Unlimited Blade Works came out.
because I've seen Fate. I've read the visual novel. I've seen Fate Zero. I saw a handful of the spin-offs.
I saw the spin-off where it takes place in like where like I watched part of it, but it was kind of like this is stupid. Where Shiro's like on the date, but with a Melty Blood character as well as I don't know.
Oh, the comedies, because there was a Melty Blood Fate anime
Crossover comedy. Yeah.
Yeah. Funny enough, that's
I
where
think I watched
a
part
lot
of
of Gilgamesh's memes come from.
Yeah, I remember watching that, and they had like the joke with Lancer trying to escape death and failing.
Oh yeah, he's just constantly getting killed. Yeah. Because that's what happens to all the Lancers.
Well, like that same Lancer doesn't die in one of the movies where he comes as where he's a mage, and he says, "Summon me as a Lancer next time. I'll show you what I could really do." And I think that's in that movie.
Okay, I don't think I've seen that movie. Is the thing.
Yeah, what's her name? The main girl.
Saber.
Saber. Yeah, Saber's the villain in that one.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yep. But
I know,
yeah,
like 2 seasons ago too, like, fucking Crunchyroll put out like, here's the OVA starter to the next Fate series. It's been like half a fucking year. I'm like, all right, when are we getting more of this? Because it was actually good, and I'm like, because I've tried watching whatever the fuck, what was it, like Apocrypha or something? The one where like there was 2 teams of like summons heroes, and like they were fighting against each other.
I don't know. I've seen like they were like,
Well,
I've seen AMVs, and I know one of the AMVs had like Shiro fighting like a female Gilgamesh.
I don't know on that one. I know that one Saber was Mordred, so that was interesting.
I don't know. Like, did you ever see Gigak's video on understanding the Fate lore?
Yeah. The thing is, I've done all the groundwork stuff on that. It's all the spin-offs that have kind of like lost me. Everyone's like, "Oh, dude, you got to go watch this."
And then, of course, you could play the games, which also have their own narrative about the moon.
All right, the supercomputer in the moon, right? Yeah.
Oh, I didn't actually know that. I just know the Fates bridge made the joke about the moon. He's like, you want to talk meta? Let's talk about the moon. And she's like, don't you talk about the moon.
Yeah. Is that volcano getting more red?
It looks like it's been like that since we started here, but yeah. What's gonna happen is we beat the game and the volcano's gonna blow up and everything we cleaned gets dirty again.
Job security.
And they're like, no, we'll go play with 6 friends.
Yeah. I don't know, like, I've watched the Magical Girl one. I've watched, I think it was half of the 2 teams of summons fighting each other.
Like, so I like Fate, but I never cared. I never liked it that much. You know what I mean?
It's like, I'm interested. I like it, but I'm not that. I don't like it that much. It's like, I don't know. It's like I didn't mind seeing the characters kind of set in a different world because I liked a lot of the characters. The problem I got into was like the narrative doesn't pull me in anymore. There's just, yeah, it's these guys over here, it's these guys over here, it's these guys. It's like you can only replay the story so many times before I kind of get sick of it.
Yeah, no, I understand. But I mean, my general concept is like, I mean, so have you watched the abridged series?
No, I did not.
So they're on par with Team Four Star in my opinion, and so they're the team that does the Sword Art abridged as well,
All right.
or like they're associated with them. Like the voice actor who does Kirito also does Shiro.
All right. I
But
never watched that because I also haven't seen Sword Art, so it's like, yeah.
They're yeah. Well, I mean, I understand that, but you would probably enjoy the Fate Stay Night abridged. Like, there should be a new episode coming sometime. Like they should have previewed like a month or two ago. They're one of those abridgers that only put like 2 episodes a year if you're lucky. But they do have like the whole first season.
Yeah,
So-
I don't mind that as much, especially if it's quality work. Like, I could wait.
Oh no, it is quality work. It is, dude. The voice acting in that
is that
honestly
where we get like deep voice Shiro?
no, not at all. So not at all. If anything, his voice is like high pitched as hell.
Okay.
But the thing is though, the voice work, I honestly think is better than in most dubs, like real dubs. Like I remember, like in the last episode, the screaming and the characters were doing. I was thinking to myself, how are they not blowing the mics out with these screams? They're so good.
Yep. Well, that's just it. Like the indie scene, or even the YouTuber scene, has been getting a lot more love than like fucking. What is it? Does it Sony own Crunchyroll right now?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, and they. I don't understand why, because it feels like Sony doesn't like anime, and yet they've acquired like the vast majority of it, and now they don't know what to do with it.
It's because it makes money. They like money. They don't like how they're making the money. Here's the thing. Most of these companies in the world, if you could just let them make money doing nothing, they would choose to do that other than actually, like, if they could just be like, all right, here's a tax for us existing, give us money. They wouldn't sell products. They just want money.
Yeah, but it's a product that you actively like dislike is what you invested into. It's like, why?
Because it makes money. It's like if there was like murder squads that stepped on puppies, but it made you $1 billion a day, would you invest on it?
I don't know. It's just you see, like they fight against it so actively hard. It's like, no, wholesome. You know, general audience. It's like, that's not anime. Anime has a big audience. It doesn't have a general audience most of the time.
Well, Sony's also a Japanese company, so it's possible that they're looking at it from like a Japanese perspective.
What is it? So is it? You think it's just the American side, the guys who are on the American side that are just asinine about it?
What do you mean asinine about
Well,
it?
it's like how much they love to censorship games and stuff like that. 'Cause it's the same guy there.
Yeah, I mean, I think I do actually think it is partly the American group because they have been like weaseling their way into the Japanese, like the Japanese. So the Japanese see us as like they're like, okay, Americans are liking this, we're in. How do we get this more? When we need to work with Americans to make this happen, and they're like, oh well, Americans like censorship because they're prude. Even though obviously the rise in it and the money should kind of prove otherwise, but you know.
Yeah, it's like High Dive's getting as good as it does because it goes through the darker, purvier shows, and it's really been paying off for them.
Yeah, I've been thinking about getting a thing to High Dive.
Like, get it if there's some specific, like Oshinoko.
Yeah, that's the one I want to see the most.
Gushing Over Magical Girls. Ragna Crimson, I really like, but I'm also a edgelord too, so.
Well, the general concept is it's like I know like Kiyu watches like e-pirates, but I like to support. I want to support the anime, so it's like I want to give them the money if I can, you know.
That and High Dive has the best selection of classic anime. It feels like.
Probably because
Like,
it's cheaper to get.
Yep. Well, on top of that, like Crunchyroll likes to rotate stuff out, and if it's once again, if it's too pervy or bloody, they don't seem to like it either. It's like, nah, we're a kids platform.
I don't know about that.
Or not kids, but it's like they.
Well, I'm trying to think of like what bloody things they've gone out of.
I mean, like old school '90s ultra violence.
Oh, okay. I couldn't tell you honestly. I mean, like they have like, it seems like they're more just willing to do it, but they just want to put a warning label on it. And I honestly think that's a fair thing to do. Personally,
It is. I agree with that. It's just they. Like, okay, so
It's
last
like
season they did have the Wedding Rings anime, which was okay. That was pervy. That showed some boobs, but it was also like they got that show on the cheap too. That show did not
Yeah.
have a lot of budget behind it.
No, I understand. It's just one of those ones where I'm like, I don't know. It's like Crunchyroll has a lot of good stuff, but I understand the problem. Like, I know that I know that like the problem people have like when they're talking like, when they were talking about like getting AI translators for Crunchyroll, I saw people like most of the time like when you talk about like AIR stuff like that, the majority of people seem to be against it because nobody likes the idea of replacing artists. But when I saw the conversation around replacing the translators with AI, it was more of a mixed bag. I saw much more mixture on that, and the part of the reason, and it was repeated things saying, Funimation's been really bad getting the translations wrong, and then some of the translators were putting their own like spin on things to get their own messaging across.
Yeah,
As opposed, yeah, like so I didn't notice it, but like they did it with like Dragon Maid and stuff, and it's like, and I remember like the translators were like, well, we want to like this is how we want to tell the story. And it's like, you don't get to tell the story. You're the translator. If you want to tell a story, you have to write your own story.
yeah. You don't get to pull a Macross.
So it's like, if you want to tell your own story, then make an abridged series.
Yep. Which, have you ever heard the story of? Okay, so you might have actually heard about this. Macross is coming to Disney Plus, with the exception of the first two shows.
I don't know what that is.
Macross was the second big hit for real robot shows. It's also where we got Idol anime from, weirdly enough. So it's the ones where the plane they fly planes that turn into like robots. If you've seen that, they had a really in the United States. It's also under the name Robotech.
I've at least heard of that.
Robotech,
the battleship ones.
a bit, yeah. Like the big ships
Okay,
turns
I
into
think it's
robots
cool.
too.
Yeah, I think I've heard about that.
Yeah.
The battleships that turn into cute anime girls.
No, that's something blue. This is the battleships turn into giant robots.
Can't say I know it.
Okay. So it had a very interesting time. It was in early 80s. I think we got it in the early 90s in the US.
Mm-hmm.
They licensed the show. They licensed the show's visuals. And only the visuals.
Okay, so I'm gonna put this out there before we begin. I understand the problem. Those things shouldn't be able to be licensed separately. It's like the voices and music and everything should come together. As
No.
Now, if you want to read,
They didn't license the story either.
see, how is that a thing? I mean, like, I get what you're saying. I get where you're going with this, but how are those two things not connected? Like, why do you have to license the story and the show and the visuals separately?
I don't know what kind of fuckery went on with that, but they didn't license the story to the show.
I don't know how that works.
So they basically had this 50 episode series. Well, here's the thing. It's like, that's not even uncommon. Look at Voltron. They licensed two separate shows, visuals, and then spliced them together and put a new story into it.
I didn't know that was a thing.
You didn't know that about Voltron?
No, I never watched Voltron.
Yeah, if you ever go back and watch the show, like, Voltron's the colored lions. All the people who wear the spacesuits for their armor are different colors than their lions. Fans, for the longest time, it's like, wait, why do the people, so the Red Ranger was, the guy in the red suit would pilot the blue lion. The pink suit, no, blue piloted red, pink piloted blue, green piloted green, red piloted yellow. No, red piloted black, blue piloted red, pink piloted blue, and then green and yellow piloted the same colors.
It's random.
Because all of the robot stuff was licensed from, Super Lion something, where all of the, in-person stuff was licensed from a sci-fi show. And they just spliced them together to make Voltron.
I don't even know where to begin with that.
And it's like, what the actual fuck?
I mean, that's clever, I guess.
I mean, that's what Power Rangers is.
I know. I mean, clearly it can work.
Well, here's the thing. Robotech's a known name in the United States. Macross really isn't that well. But here's the thing. Disney recently acquired the rights to show Macross globally. And they can't show the first two shows in the United States because those visuals are licensed under Robotech, which Disney does not have the rights to.
I don't like. I'm be honest, I don't like Disney being in the animated game.
Oh yeah, they especially should not be. It's like Disney, you know what you're getting into in the anime, right? Yeah. We're going to license One Piece. No, Disney, stop. We've been down this road before.
You stop with Disney. No. Do you see 4Kids? Do you still see them here? No. Do you understand why they're not here anymore?
It's like you actually have to do research on your shows to make sure these are kid. Fuck, Disney hated when they if you ever look at any of the interviews and stuff with people in the creative team of Power Rangers when they were under Disney, it's like, oh yeah, Disney hated us. They did not like our show at all. But it was still making money, so they still had to they still had to keep producing it because it's like, well, line's going up. We can put more money behind it, but
well, it's also that concept of it's like, well, they didn't really do anything with Bleach. I think with anime, they just want to license it and play it.
Yeah, the problem is Disney still likes to be general audience.
Yeah, well, Bleach was not something they should have chosen for general audience.
Well, fuck, look at Naruto Shippuden. They had that too. They oh man, they edited the fuck out of that one.
Did they? Hey, Ice, welcome back. You missed the majority of the stream. I guess we have been going for 2.5 hours.
Oh yeah, we're at 3 at this point. Yeah, we're at the crazy temple where we're the chosen by the ancient prophecy. Although at this rate, we might be at another hour and a half on this son of a bitch.
Yeah, is this the last level?
I believe it is.
So we definitely got caught off guard by that alien ship.
Yeah, that threw us for a loop. Yep. I've been tormenting Pix with anime that have had their visuals but not their story licensed in the U.S. Which
I still just can't believe that's a thing.
I mean, that's Power Rangers too.
Yeah. I know. It's technically every abridged series as well. Are you guys not gonna play the DLC? Yeah, we're gonna play the DLC.
Yep. Just maybe not tonight, and depending on what this does, it will depend on what we do.
Yeah.
So I think Keego's probably only going to be down for one of these streams.
Yeah, I know. So Ice, do you know how long the DLC bonus missions are? Yeah, I need a weapon. because we're sitting there like we're looking at the things and like we're getting mixed messages on how long these things are. So there's a bunch of extra missions and like as well as all the DLC stuff, and we're like looking on how long they're supposed to be, and they vary depending on it, and we're like we can't tell how long they're supposed to be, especially like with 2 people versus 1 person versus 3 people.
Yep.
There's not as many levels in the main DLC. I know there's not as many levels. I saw there's only a couple. But like, do you have any idea how long the main DLC is? Like, does it take like how many like are they as long as a lot of these later things, or are they just a bunch of like smaller, simple ones? But yeah, I definitely agree that Kigu will Kigu said he would join us. I can guarantee he's not going to do that many.
Yeah, we're gonna get one stream out of him, and we're probably gonna like get 3 hours out of that stream. It's like the thing is, I'm not sure. It's like, do you want to do the Warhammer? Like, I went out and bought the Warhammer one. I'm really excited for that one.
I will buy. I haven't bought it yet, and I don't want to do a stream, but I will. I don't want to purchase it on stream, but I will buy the Warhammer and play it with you. I promise.
Okay, because it's.
I know. I no. We're in it. We are going to play the Warhammer one. I definitely want to play the Final Fantasy one.
Yeah, well, that's what I was going to question. Like, which one do you? Because what we can do is we can do.
Well, the Final Fantasy one is free, so
we can probably.
I haven't purchased the Warhammer one yet.
Yeah, we can probably get. Okay, so we can probably do that one with Kiyu better than any of the others then.
Yeah, Warhammer and Back to the Future have like 5 to 6 levels.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we can save the Warhammer one for a day Kiyu's out again or something.
Yeah. There we just like do them on Saturdays. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Like there's like right now there's no plan with Kiyu because like he said he's gonna have to change our Hey, Mooney, welcome. Thanks for the raid.
Oh.
My sound effect didn't go off for some reason.
Welcome in, Raiders.
Welcome. Hi, Raiders. There it goes. There it goes. Hi, everyone. Hi, Warriors. I am Pixelgon, and with me is Agent. We are both variety streamers who like actually beating the games, which actually were on the last stage of Power Wash Simulator, which you probably won't see a lot of streamers doing because this game took us like 30 to 40 hours. Holy crap!
Yeah, like we're on stream 7 of this at 4 hours on average. So
yeah,
what's 4 times 7?
Not clear the Warhammer stream tonight. Probably not.
Warhammer, I think we can do in one stream because that's like I've seen the single player on that, and it's like 5 hours.
Yeah, probably. It'll be fine. How are you tonight, Mooney? And who's this? Tauntus Crane? Hi, Crane. Welcome. Making sure I wasn't reading that wrong.
Yep. Do your best and then always correct it. That's what I always say.
Yeah. Well, I don't even need to look at what Mooney was playing. I know what she was playing. She was doing art. It's Friday night. Did you finish whatever you were making tonight, Mooney?
Yep. Oof.
We can pretend that was a yes.
Yeah.
Which was art. Yeah, I know it was art. I when I was setting up stream, I saw that you were making stuff, and I remember that you always do art streams on Friday.
Yep. Oh my god! I am ready to get out of this fucking room. Okay, we are doing the bottom room together because after I'm finished with the second level, I'm going and working on the outside for quite a while.
Yeah, to all the streamers, this is what we're trying to clean: a literal pyramid. And that's inside and out.
With prophecies of our coming.
I have cleaned literally like 1/4 of this pyramid on the outside. We are going to be here a while.
We won't unleash a curse. Like this pyramid is for us. Foretold our coming.
Also, Ice called me a liar. I like lying. You should not call me out for it. You should praise me for it. Lying is fun. I'm a natural born liar. Not very good at it, but I enjoy doing it.
Oh, I'm not. I'm horrible at lying. It's like I just get
better
through
at lying. I'm good at lying to people if I don't like them.
No, it's like that's part of the problem I have with being too blunt too. It's like I don't lie, and I'm incredibly like just yeah, it's like that.
Land raider is a lot more fun to clean. A land raider. What is a land raider?
It's a type of tank from Warhammer.
We have not gotten to the Warhammer DLC
and that's
yet.
not the correct name. It's Lands Raider because it was the schematic was found by Arkan Land, who named all of his stuff that he discovered with his name. That's why we have the Land Speeder, the Land Raider, Lands Raider, and Lands Boat.
I thought a land raider was a whale on lands. I feel like there's a joke there and it's going over my head.
I don't know it either. I feel like there's one other vehicle that's lands too.
I hope it's something that doesn't drive on land. The land snower. Hate to rain dash, but it's late and power washer makes you even more tired. No, I definitely understand. We're just BSing the whole time, but I appreciate the raid, Mooney. Have a good night.
Yep.
Unleashing why not? I want to unleash curses. I'm trying to doom the world here. Why do you think I'm cleaning up like ancient Egypt stuff?
I would say this is more Aztecian.
Look, man, curses can come from anywhere. I'm not doing this for my health. I'm doing this to cause absolute harm.
It's the ancient kingdom of Mu.
I'm gonna sink the rest of the world down with Atlantis. It's gonna be awesome.
No, sink them down with Mu.
I am a waterproof virus.
Oh god, there was a. That is such a. Have you ever heard of that? Heard of that before?
What?
The ancient kingdom of Mu.
Are we talking about Monster Rancher?
It's in Monster Rancher too.
I mean, the main villain's name is Mu, and he's ancient, and there's an old kingdom, so I thought maybe that's what you were referencing.
Okay, so okay. So you know how the Japanese love French stories?
No. I didn't know that. At all.
Like, why do you think Lupin the Third such a big thing over there?
I have never watched Lupin the Third.
Okay, yeah, no. For some odd reason, Japanese tend to really like a lot of French stuff, especially in Persona.
Like fries, then. But
Yeah, fine. I'll let you have that one. But no, it's and the French have this old story of their version of Atlantis called the Ancient Kingdom of Mu, found in the Far East that sunk, a millennia ago, of an advanced civilization.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, that is in Monster Rancher. Actually, now that you mention it, if that's the lore, yeah, it's definitely in Monster Rancher.
Yeah, it's in a lot of things. It's in Mega Man. It's in Mazinger. It's whatever the fuck the really shitty scientific magazine show from last season was in that. The Japanese.
Right. And, to everyone in chat, if you ever watch Monster Rancher, you don't need to watch it past the first season. The second season is literally just filler, and they didn't know what to do with it, and it sucked.
Oh yeah, watch the big bad fights, and that's about it.
Pretty much.
Oh, so much to skip on that. Although I have kind of wanted to go back and play the games.
I still own the games are one of the ones I traded in as a kid, unfortunately. But I actually do still own a physical copy of the demo disc for number 2 for the PlayStation C.
Okay, I think Volcano is getting rare because look at the magma flowing down the side now. I'm gonna come back and like take a look at that, like everybody. Like look at the volcano.
Maybe it is erupting.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely erupting right now, but it's like, I don't think it was when we first got here.
Might not have been. I don't know.
But, alright, back on to Moo. But yeah, it pops up in so many weird Japanese stories and stuff like that. It's like,
Well, a lot of Japanese culture pops up in their stories. It's like, I mean, hell,
it's a
Dragon Ball
French
Z is-
culture thing though.
Who cares? Good cultural culture, like culture just is pretty transcending. Like it's a great reference for stories, and it's all in public domain.
Yeah.
I guess the Japanese don't care about that.
I don't know. It's just for me. It's just like, wait. So you mean instead of using Atlantis, you use French Atlantis?
Well, they're not going to use American Atlantis.
There's no American Atlantis until California sinks.
Everything is American. America. We own it all.
All right, you never heard of the fucking continent of Moo?
That's because America didn't like it, so we got rid of it. We annexed it.
Oh right, fucking Happy Science also uses the lost continent of Moo as like a descendants of Atlantis who are corrupted by the space reptoids. That cult,
Like, isn't that? So was that like the So I didn't watch that dub, but was Moo what they were doing in Yu-Gi-Oh for that filler arc of season 4 as opposed to Atlantis here in America?
no, that was just Atlantis.
Okay.
I'm fairly certain. Like, okay, now I've never watched the dub on that side, but it's like that doesn't sound off. I don't know.
I've only watched the dub.
It's the main driving point in Mazinger. Like Mega Man uses that way too much.
You are naming a lot of things that I have not seen.
Yeah.
Mega Man.
Raw Moo is the original version of it, but Mega Man Star Force 2 also brings them up.
I have not played Star Force.
You've played like what, one Mega Man game?
Played like 6 or 7 Mega Man games.
I
have beaten Mega Man 1, 2, both arcade games, the Street Fighter versus Mega Man, and Mega Man X.
Man, I think that might also be the problem because Mega Man's like one of the pillars of video gaming for me. Like the first game that like ever really got me into video games was Mega Man Legends.
So, that's surprising. Not that it's not because that was your choice, but because of how late in gaming that is, and we're pretty close in age, so it's like, kind of surprising actually.
Okay.
Then again, I've gotten into gaming super young. My aunt says that she has a picture of me somewhere, of me holding like the Duck Hunt light gun that she gave me. It was just super little. I was playing on her Nintendo before I was old enough to understand what I was doing.
Okay, let me rephrase that a little bit because that is a little bit misleading. It's like, it's not the game that like made me like get into gaming as something I did for fun. It's the game that like made me do like, oh, this is just something I like to do to like, oh shit, video games are goddamn awesome. It's the game that made me fall in love with video gaming.
Oh, okay, I understand that. So for me, that was Secret of Mana.
Yeah, for me it was Mega Man Legends. Because technically the game that got me into gaming was Donkey Kong Country. And then weirdly enough, I had a Super Nintendo like when I was really young, or like my dad basically had a Super Nintendo, and then like when I moved out of his house, I got a regular Nintendo, and like moved up from there slowly. Like I wouldn't get consoles until like the next generation was out, and like the previous one was on discount. Until like the GameCube.
So that kind of happened to me too. I think I was too young to understand that though.
Like your parents wouldn't buy you like the new console; they would buy you the discounted previous one, as everything was like going out.
Based on my memory, I didn't even know that there was a new one. So, like when I was a kid, like my aunt and uncle, different sides of the family, each of them had an NES. Like I was at my aunt's house being watched a lot, and she would play Mario, and I remember watching her play Mario, and I remember losing at Mario, and that like the original, and I would watch them play. And I remember watching my uncle playing Zelda and Zelda 2, and I had no idea what he was playing. So it wasn't until literally a decade later that it might have been almost like 15 years later that I found out, oh, he was playing Zelda. I never knew. And then, so I was playing that, and, but I would like, they eventually, my family, I liked it a lot, and my friends had it. So eventually, they got me an NES. I don't remember what I got first. If I got a Game Boy first, or if I got an NES first. So that would change what my original first game was. But I know that based on when I was looking, I thought I had them when they were early and stuff. But then when I looked at the years of when I would have gotten them, based on my age and stuff, it's like, oh, these consoles had like later consoles had long since been out when I got my first NES.
Yeah,
like, years. So, but I didn't know. So let's see.
Which is really surprising because it's like if you look back, it's like, how the fuck did my parents find this console like 5 years after it was discontinued?
I'm gonna go with like stores like Sears and stuff still sold that stuff because even though this like the Super Nintendo had long since been out, my grandpa took me to get my first when I got the NES, took me out to get me my first game. And like Ninja Turtles 3 and a bunch of games were at Boscov's or Sears or somewhere where he took me. So like there were still a lot of games coming out. Like so think about it, like
Well, I'm just saying like
Turtles,
in comparison to like nowadays,
fighters, right?
like when the new console generation
now.
come out, it's like the old ones like discontinued as soon as they can.
Well, sort of. I mean, yeah, I can still go to Walmart now and find a PS4.
Yeah, it's been about 4 years. Okay, I'll give you that still.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on. I mean, the PlayStation's been a little weird with it, but I know when it comes to consoles, back then it was like, it was probably easier. I know that so I feel like my friends were in the same kind of scenario because I had a friend who was very, very spoiled. His family bought him everything. He had so many games, it was crazy, and but he still didn't get a Super Nintendo until much later as well, and the Genesis. And my other friend's family with the older siblings, same scenario. So I got like a Genesis, like somewhere in the middle, I guess. And then the Super Nintendo, the same story. Yeah, I didn't get like. I know that I got the PlayStation. I can't remember if I got the PlayStation first, and
No, I got an N64 first.
I mean, I know that at the very least when I got my PlayStation, Final Fantasy VII was a thing. It was already out, so because that was the first game I got. Also, my school gave my little sister a PlayStation to take home, and they were playing like educational games. So I'd be playing with her on her educational games, and then when I got my PlayStation, I before we hooked it up, because we didn't hook it up yet, we were gonna hook it somewhere else. I just played Final Fantasy on hers until then, because I didn't have memory cards, so it didn't matter.
Yeah, yeah, non-external storage.
Yeah, but it wasn't
internal.
until yeah, that was when I first discovered it. But it wasn't until the GameCube was also the first console I got I got the Christmas after release, so it was like 2 or 3 months after it came out.
Yeah. God, I remember when I actually got like a speaker system with mine too for some reason. It was like Target was running a weird sale on it.
Well, I remember with mine.
Do you remember what your first game on the GameCube was?
Yes. So here's the thing. I understood how like my family gave gifts, and like I figured out how like much money each member of my family spends based on like they'd give me. So I was able to like kind of pick and choose how I was gonna get my games. And I had like before the thing came out, I had looked up the new Smash characters in Melee, but I didn't understand them. Like I was like, who the hell is Mr. Game and Watch? And so So when I found the strategy guide, I bought that immediately, and I knew I needed a memory card, so I bought the memory card. And my mom would let me like open a present on Christmas Eve, but I had done a little like peeking like around the edges, so I had already figured out what the GameCube was. So I opened my big present the night before. And my mom was like, "Are you sure you want to do that?" And I was so excited for it, but I also realized I opened it up and I didn't have any games to play. So
Like,
and she's like,
no.
yeah, well, until the next morning, obviously, but it was only like a few hours away. But like, I had the memory, I had bought a memory card myself prior, knowing I was gonna need it and stuff like that. So it's like, it's like whatever. But as far as the first game, I think the one I got 3 games that day, but I had gotten, I think the first one I opened was Smash Brothers. I also got Luigi's Mansion and Pikmin. Which I didn't really like Pikmin. I would like to go back and try. Like, I unfortunately traded that one in. I would like to go back and try Pikmin sometime because I feel like I'd like it more now than I did back then.
I don't know if you would, because that is more of a strategy game.
I like strategy games. I'm just really bad at them.
You and most people, it feels like. Like, I don't consider myself good, but it's just like I like the friends I like to play with and stuff like that who also kind of like those games are just insanely bad. God, it's like, I think the best example I have with like how bad they were was they brought over like one of the games they all considered to be like they all knew the rules that they all liked it. Like they knew I had never seen it before, knew nothing about it. I was, you be YouTube friendly. I was inebriated on 4 heavy substances at that point in time. Like, I couldn't walk straight if you wanted me to. They sat down, explained the rules to me. We played, and they said that was one of the shortest games they ever did after I beat them all. And I'm just sitting there like, how the fuck did I win this? I don't even know what was happening. Like,
The first time I played Magic the Gathering with someone was with their deck, and I ended up winning, and I didn't understand how I played. I didn't even understand the rules. I was like, how did I win? I don't even know what I was doing.
It's like, I even was specifically like, okay, guys, don't go easy on me. We all know how this will turn out if you go easy on me. Like, come on, come at me, full tilt. Oh my god, you have to use the fucking yellow on this, don't you?
No, I've been using the green.
Yep.
I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like,
I don't know. It's like, and I'm not, and I know I'm not like a great strategy guy either. It's just like I know I'm like mid at best. It's like, come on, guys, try.
I'll tell you, I've never been good at strategy games. You'd probably need to get Q on for that. He's good at that stuff.
I have. We've actually done Solaris against each other once.
Oh yeah, I remember you two playing in that, and then I got bored watching and left.
Yeah, we really weren't doing that good on being entertaining on that one. I'll admit that.
Well, I also didn't know what the hell was happening, so it's like, I think I had to go to bed early that night anyway.
Yep. It comes down to the bit of I think we were both getting so into what we were goddamn doing. We were both paying.
Yeah, I understand. You went into focus mode.
Yep.
See, I always wonder like how good at games am I really? Because I don't know where the benchmark is. Like, obviously, I'm not anywhere near pro level. You know what I mean?
Yep.
But so I got like a message from someone saying, "Oh my God, you're so good!" And it was like on freaking Sonic. It was on like the video of Sonic Rush. And he's like, "I couldn't even get past the first level," and I'm thinking to myself, "The first level? Like, you pretty much just press right and you're there."
The problem is there's a. I hate saying like real gamers like no, it's like, but somebody who's never picked up a video game, it's like Like, did you ever watch like the game theory on like learning video games?
I feel like I did, but it was a long time ago.
It came out like last year.
Then I'm thinking of a different one. Then they had a different video that was similar.
Like, how to introduce somebody who's brand new to video games into video games. Like he like, or
no,
like,
no, I guess I didn't.
or like, because he was like kind of going like, I have I have a 5-year-old kid. I'm introducing him into video gaming because that's just going to be a thing. And it's like you kind of it's one of those you kind of get so lost into the basic controls of a game when you hand it to somebody who's never like gotten used to video gaming. It knows almost nothing about it. It's like, oh my god, how can you do all these crazy things?
Yeah, I mean, I get that. Like when I was a kid, my mom wasn't like didn't like games, but she got into Dr. Mario, and she bought it for me because she wanted to play it, and like she was always surprised. Like even though I was really young, I was like able to figure out like the puzzles really fast, pretty easily, and I would usually win. Even with the handicap on.
Yeah, it's one of those. Well, someone like a young kid can pick it up really easily because young kids just tend to pick up shit like crazy. It's like if there is a learning curve, and like if you don't have that learning curve, it's like it can be. I loved it when I was running the game or the electronics department at Walmart. So many parents who like didn't know anything about video games, like, oh, that's that game's too hard for my kid, and they would go at like a Mario game, like, yeah, he can't handle that yet. How old is he? 8.
My aunt handed me Mario at 2.
Yeah, it's like, no, I think you can handle. It's like, no, I've tried those games. Those are too hard. My kid can't take them. Your
Are you
kid,
sure that you just don't suck.
yeah, it's like one of those.
If we're going if we're going off of that logic, then no one should have had an NES.
It's like, I don't really think you. It's like I think you're. It's one of those. Yeah, you're kind of. I think you're projecting yourself onto this right now. I don't think you're giving your kid a fair shake of it.
I mean, even if let's go with the argument that they're right, right? Well, why would you want to give like Mario's a family friendly game? It's not like don't you want to give them a game that they're gonna have to put effort into getting good at? Like, why do you want to give them a game that's too easy?
Well, okay, that was one thing that like that video did go over. It's like for like your first couple of video games, like I think the example he used was like the Bluey video game, very basic, very simple. It's like that's not bad for a kid's first try because I remember what Donkey Kong Country was like for me as my very first video game. I never beat that game. I think I made it to the first boss, and then I got stuck somewhere in the area after him.
Okay, so we're gonna make an argument here. So, like I said, I cannot remember if my first game console was a Nintendo or a Game Boy, right? So my first game was either, and it depends on how you decide first game, because like obviously my Nintendo came with Mario 3, but my grandpa took me to buy my first game before we hooked up the NES. So I technically, when like the very first time the console came on, it came on with Ninja Turtles 3 in inside of it.
Okay,
not
let
Mario
me
3.
rephrase that. It's like because technically my very first video game was whatever that Super Nintendo strategy game was.
Hold on. So the point here was, so if we don't think, if so Nintendo wasn't my first console and Game Boy was, my very first game was Kirby's Dream Land.
All right, that's the game you remember
And
putting a lot of time into, and like the first game you put like a good amount of time into.
that's the first game I remember beating. So much so that I actually remember where all of the hidden, or like what I'm assuming is all the hidden max tomatoes are at.
Okay.
That was definitely, I remember that was the very first game I beat. It was also the first game I experienced that had a bonus mode where you could play it even with a harder like difficulty setting.
Yeah. So you didn't have a game you just didn't beat as a young kid?
Oh, I had plenty of those. The original Ninja Turtles 1. The one that the angry video game nerd gets mad at. I didn't beat that till I was an adult.
Yep.
And even then, I had to look at the video on how to get past that final dungeon because I was like, this doesn't make any sense how anyone could get through this. And they there's two ways to get through it. One is where you achieve the system, and the other is where you get this one item. And I was like, okay, that's weird, but whatever. Yeah, now there's plenty of games I didn't beat. But there's also games that I shouldn't have beaten that I beat. Like when I had a friend who came over with my Genesis every day. He came over every day after school for over a month, and every day we would play Contra freaking Hardcores, and we beat that game.
Yeah.
We even found the secret hidden ending.
Oh shit. That's actually really
yeah,
tough.
We did, we didn't count there's multiple secret endings apparently, but we found one of them. And we got that early on. We're like, well, does that... Like, we're really counting that as beating it? Like, no, that's not beating it. But yeah, but there's plenty of games I definitely did not beat as a kid. But I do remember, like, when I finally beat Ninja Turtles for Turtles in Time, Definitely didn't beat Battletoads. Still haven't beaten Battletoads. Still haven't beaten, freaking Zombies Ate My Neighbors. Game is brutal as hell.
I think Battletoads is on the Super Nintendo console for the Switch.
Yeah, Battletoads and Battlemania. Yeah, but it's still really hard, and it's a kind of a pseudo remake.
I own the cartridge for like the Battletoads Double Dragon combo.
Nice. Which one?
The original.
For which system?
Super.
They all play differently. Okay. Super Nintendo version is easier. Me and Kigu actually beat that one on stream.
Okay.
Like back before I was actually VTubing, I was just playing with him on his stream. We did beat the Super Nintendo version.
So you beat you beat Battletoads then.
Battletoads and Double Dragon, not the OG Battletoads.
Yeah, that's
I mean, if we're gonna sit there and go, have you ever beaten a Battletoads game? If we're gonna go off of Battletoads as a franchise, I've beaten 3 Battletoads games.
But never the... Honestly, it's like, there's except for the bike parts, which are memory-based, honestly, like, most of the other game isn't god-awful.
Yeah, it is. Man, as a kid, I used I was a little kid. Me and my friend used our Game Shark to teleport to the final boss and to the final stage with infinite lives, and we still couldn't beat it.
I don't see how.
I don't remember how. We were too little. I don't remember. But I do know that I've used save states, and I didn't really feel like trying to go all the way in it. But by the time I got to like the 4th stage using save states, I was like, I'm tired of this.
Yeah, it's a very brutal game.
Yeah, so far I've beaten the the 2020 Battletoads reboot is pretty easy actually. I've beaten that.
Yeah, here's
I've beaten the arcade game. The arcade game is pretty fun actually, but it's not that hard.
I think the original was a little too hard even for its time.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's one of the hardest games of all time. But that's why it's remembered so well.
Yep. Well, honestly, like one of the things I used to do with my buddies I kind of want to start bringing into challenging for other streamers is I love to just lay down a gauntlet. All right, here's this video game. Give me 1 week. Yeah, I'll give you 1 week to beat this, and if you can, here's the payout and money I'll give you.
I mean, that's really cool. I guess.
Like throwing down the gauntlet kind of bit.
You need to do that on stream, and it's like, I know it, like, that sounds really cool, but I know in my case, I don't have time for that kind of crap. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I could be fun in how we set it up.
Yeah.
Although
All right. Well, what games did you throw out when you did that?
Ghost and Goblins.
Oh God.
Oh yeah, no, it's like I remember like I had gotten like a really like big paycheck for working construction one week, and I had like $300 on me. I just laid out the cash. Anyone beats this tonight, it's yours.
Oh, that. So which Ghosts and Goblins?
The
Which version are we
original.
talking here? Okay, I know when you say that, but the consoles are different.
Super.
Okay, so wait, so that's actually Super Ghosts and Goblins on Super Nintendo.
No, no.
We're
Okay,
talking
what?
Genesis or NES here?
NES.
Okay. See, because I remember when I was younger, I had that Genesis emulator.
Always
like, I
default to
didn't know
Nintendo for me. I have never played a Sega console.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes that easier. I just know that I had played the emulator for the Genesis version, right? And I hadn't played the NES. I just thought they were the same thing. Having gone back and played the NES, I like the Genesis version better because the controls feel less stiff on the Genesis version.
Yep.
And then I got to the thing where I beat it, and it was like you have to play through the whole game again, and I was like, okay, screw this.
See, if I was going to redo that challenge, especially with you now, I would throw Ultimate Ghosts and Goblins at you.
Is that even harder? I feel like the first one was the harder one.
Ultimate? Ultimate was the I can't remember if it was the DS or Game Boy Advance one.
I didn't know there was a DS one.
Oh yeah, Ultimate is the definitive version of Ghosts and Goblins.
What makes it definitive?
Branching story paths depending on how good you're doing.
Oh Jesus! Wow. I
Um,
never hear anyone talking about that.
because it made the old one look like a Yoshi game.
I know, but like, how come nobody talks about that over the old
OG.
one?
All right, so the biggest gimmick in that one. So you know how there was the multiple weapons in the armor system in Ghosts and Goblins?
Yeah.
Ultimate introduced the tiered armor system as well as shields.
I'm pretty sure the Super Nintendo one did that.
So you would have the you would have the iron armor, the silver armor, then the gold armor, right?
Okay, the Super Nintendo definitely had that.
All right, they might have ported that over. You would also get the shield, the iron shield, the silver shield, the gold shield.
I can't recall that.
All right, depending
I
on
call myself a Ghosts and Goblins aficionado.
yeah, okay. I remember depending on what armor set you would have, if you were like naked or iron, silver or gold, would depend on the next level you would go to. So if you had gold armor, it would be a much harder level. If you had silver armor, it would be the medium level. If you were naked or only had iron armor, you would go down to the base level. And it wasn't like you just find a better set of armor. You had to have, like, when you picked up a chest that would have an armor upgrade in it, it would have the next level of the upgrade. The thing so the reason you generally have to replay the first Ghosts and Goblins is because to beat the final boss, you have to have the fairy ring. You can only get the fairy ring if you go back to the beginning and figure out how to get it. And on your New Game Plus, don't remember how. It's been too long. The way you get the fairy ring in Ultimate and maybe even Super is you have to have a gold armor and gold shield, and then the next weapon chest you open will be the fairy ring. And
That's terrible.
And the fairy ring is not that good of an item. It's not the worst item, but it's not a very good item either.
I see.
So
Yeah, it's like the Ghosts and Goblins series. Like that is a brutal series. I remember I had a friend who also like loved retro games. So one time he was like, "Hey, let's hand off our controllers and beat Ninja Gaiden." We got to that. We could not get past the last stage.
was
Eventually
it
gave
that
up.
bird jump that fucking killed you?
I don't remember. I know that we just got stomped a lot.
Yeah, because the original Ninja Gaiden's also one of those fucking just pummel you in the face games, like from the NES era.
And thinking on it, Let's see,
No.
Ness era difficulty games. The games I've beaten that are considered the hardest would probably be like Ninja Turtles, like the OG one that everyone says is really hard. You know, I don't think it's that tough. I've sort of beaten Batman. So basically, I was playing Batman, and I got to the point where I could get to the Joker flawlessly every single time, but he would beat me, and I got so frustrated with it. Playing through that level again, I was playing on my Restaurant 5, so I just save stated in front of the Joker, and it's like, all right, I'm sick of doing this level. I can get here consistently without getting touched now. I don't need to like redo this over and over. And when I got 3 consecutive tries at him, I beat him.
Yep. That's also the reason so many games learn to put a save state in front of the boss.
Yeah, so it's like so another one is like Turtles Re on the Game Boy, on the original Game Boy, Radical Rescue. Shredder is brutal at that end, but the problem is like you have to fight all the bosses before him. So it's like I got to the point where I could get to him pretty flawlessly, but when he curb stomped me into the ground, I was like, "Oh my god!" He has like 2 different forms, so you have to like, it takes a lot to remember his move pattern. So eventually, I said screw, because I was playing on the Cowabunga collection. I save stated in front of him.
Nope.
Fought him like 20 times. Finally figured out his moveset and beat him. Then I rewinded and reloaded my save in front of the bosses, and then I went through the whole boss gauntlet and fought him again and beat him legit.
I think didn't you stream that one?
I did.
I think I remember watching that one actually.
Well, I had someone today comment on my Ninja Turtles video saying how they just gotten the NES one and they were looking forward to playing it. And like I was mentioning the difficulty, I said, well, if you find yourself having problems, you know, the Cowabunga collection, you know, has save states. Plus, it has a what's it called? They have a mode where you can get rid of all of the NES flat flickering, which is a nice like because the flickering is actually genuinely can get you killed against the Technodrome, so it is actually a handicap. And he was like, yeah, I might play it on that if I'm having problems with the NES version.
Yeah.
I might play it on that and as practice, and then go back and play it on the NES once I'm confident I can beat the NES version, or I can beat it. I'm like, that makes sense.
Yep. Oh, let's talk about video stuff you made. I know I just the one I put out dropped. That I can't remember if it was
3 days ago.
Okay, so it was this week. It's like, oh, time.
I saw it.
Right.
Why? What was the timing?
Oh, I was like, I don't remember. Like this week's been kind of weird for me because I came off like a 6-day work week, and then when I came off of it, I like did all my like stuff I need to do around the house my first like day off, and the second day I don't remember half of what I did that day just because of how like I am relaxing. I'm not doing dick today. I don't remember what happened the rest of it. But I was gonna say, did you ever get a chance to watch it, or any idea on that one?
No, I didn't get a chance to watch it.
Yeah,
because I was sitting there at work, and I thought about putting it on, but I was like, no, I actually want to pay attention to this, because when I'm listening to something at work, I'm only half paying attention.
no, it's a lore video, and those are kind of meant. That's what they're more meant for, honestly.
I know, but I wanted to be able to give you a proper critique, so I wanted to actually like genuinely pay more attention to it than I normally would.
Yeah,
I was at work, where people are constantly interrupting me for stuff.
yeah. I've talked to a couple people, my
like
buddies who watched it, and it's like I do kind of agree with them. My presentation was very blah.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I saw like a minute of that. I'm like, I already knew that was going to be the case, but I mean, that's kind of how the first video goes anyway.
Yep.
No, was that directed at me or at Agent? Yeah, like people interrupt me at work a lot, which you know that's part of the job, so I don't think it's not a problem. But
well, I also realized it was a lot to ask because my video was 50 minutes fucking long too.
yeah, that was the other reason. I would have just been like, say, screw doing my job for like 20, like a 15-20 minute watch, but like for 15 minutes, I can't just stop working for 50 minutes.
Yeah, the problem was is I kind of let myself get away with getting sidebarred a little too much on other things. And then I decided, like, I feel like I could cover more, because I think where I initially wanted to stop left it at like 20 minutes. I was like, oh, I could go another 5 or 10. Then I went another 20. And it was just like, God damn it.
Yeah, it's also one of those things where like sitting there just listening to people talk about this stuff usually isn't like my biggest cup of tea. Like I've been doing it with Dragon Ball Z lately, but that's about it.
I'm going through a 36-hour review of the Beverly Hillbillies right now.
Why?
Because I need stuff to listen to for work that I'm not like paying attention to.
See, this problem when I'm listening to stuff at work, I actually tend to stop paying as much attention to my work, and sometimes I have to like, oh crap, I need to actually like pay more attention and double check my work. No, funny story at work today, right? So I'm sitting there, and I look over to my side, and in the little box I have next to me is a wasp. And I'm like, oh, beautiful. So, and this is like in a mailbox type thing where I just use to carry stuff. So I took that, I put the lid from a like another box of computers on top of it, and I just pick it up, walk it to the door, and I just chuck that sucker right out the door. And so the wasp's on the way, I go get it, which is fine. There's nothing there, like the coworkers there, but my boss sees this, but he's in the other room in a meeting. So all he sees is me picking up a computer box, walking it to the door, and just chucking it outside. He doesn't have any context at all. So he comes out there, he's like, Pix, what are you doing? That was just hilarious. Like, the look on his face, he was so panicked.
It's like, what the fuck did you just do?
The best part was that the wind caught the mailbox, and I had to, like, chase it. The mail thing, and I had to chase it down the street.
Oh yeah, the wind was fucking nuts today, wasn't it?
Dude, it was driving. It rained so hard on my way to work that I literally couldn't see where I was going.
Yeah, wherever that fucking storm front that's been coming through. Ugh. Okay, well, I'll come back to deal with that later. Oh, you already got this side. Sweet.
Yeah, the outside of the pyramid's almost done.
Yeah, we got the last facing, and I'm starting on that now. Yep.
It's one of those things where, like, I understand how the outside of the pyramid got so messy. How'd the inside get so messy? Like, what's the point of having walls?
It was probably splashed in here.
And to the second floor?
Have you ever seen, like, ships reporting, like, waves, like, on coastal shit, like, small islands? It's
No.
like, oh my, like, apparently, like, 30-foot waves on the ocean are common.
I mean, that would make sense. That would explain, like, why the ocean's so dangerous.
Oh, yeah, it's, I love naval warfare shit, but it's like, until you get to the 70s, ocean travel was a very risky proposition. Like, even today still, it's like, you really have to be... As they're finding out in Boston, ships, like, can have problems. And so many of them are just floating cities, too. It's just like, yeah, no, something fucks up, you're all fucked. And, you know, the ocean's... You're a toy in the ocean. No matter how big your ship is. You are a fucking toy.
You know, I was sitting there, like, I was so, like... So the Boston thing happened, like, the day after I bought tickets, and I was to an area that's near that, and I was like, please don't tell me that bridge just went down where I just bought tickets to go to. Like, was I going to have to cross that? I'm like, no, I don't.
Yep.
And I was like, thank goodness.
Although I've been loving, like, there was an initial push to, like, Oh, this is because the architecture wasn't up to snuff. It's like this is
You plowed
100,
a freaking. You smashed a boat clean into it.
like a boat
Like,
that weighs several hundred tons. It's like this bridge was not built to take anything of this level. The fact that it only bounced off the pylon is like, damn.
yeah, people just like want to find a reason to complain.
Well, the problem is the ship insurance companies are trying to not have to pay for the damages on this because it's adding up to be a healthy fucking thing. Because that bridge going
Oh, yeah,
down,
I understand.
that bridge going down also closed the port for Boston too.
I know. I live pretty close to there.
Okay, so yeah, it's like you can understand like the amount of damages is still piling up, and it's like everyone's just like, oh my, this is gonna bankrupt whoever this drops on is just done. They are finished. And everybody is fucking pointing their fingers at the other guy. It's just all the boat people like initially point. It's like, nope, Bridges' fault. It should have been able to tank through this ship.
Yeah, no. Yeah, no.
Yeah, that's kind of been everyone else's response. It's like, what the fuck are you guys smoking? Well, it's not up to
Yeah,
code.
bridges are supposed to, like, who the hell builds a bridge to tank a boat smashing into it? You build it to support stuff.
Or like a small boat, I could kind of understand. It's like they didn't make boats this big when this bridge was built.
Yeah, this thing is designed to have ocean waves crash against it, not like a boat.
Well, remember that bridge is like from the '60s too. We didn't have cargo ships like we do now back then.
Yeah.
Although it will be interesting to see what they replace it with.
An even bigger bridge.
I mean, the only problem is the politician's going to have to push a bridge project through for taxes. So,
Yeah, probably.
I don't know. Maybe I'm also not sure if like that area needed a bigger bridge because I know it's like they have an underground pass. It's like, oh, I've heard it's like incredibly jammed almost all the time.
I don't know. It's been forever since I've been over there. Like it's still like an hour and a half away from me.
Yeah. So maybe they'll build like a giant, like a gigantic fucking like 6-lane bridge.
I don't know, but it's gonna take a long, long time to build.
Yeah, a couple years probably. Fuck it. Did the skyscraper that was supposed to replace the Twin Towers? It's like, is that still being built?
I didn't know that was gonna be a thing. I thought it was just a monument there now.
Yeah, it was supposed to be like the Freedom Tower or something like that. It was supposed to be called.
It's probably not being built.
Yeah, 'cause I was gonna say
Then
like,
people couldn't use it as people couldn't use it as an excuse anymore if if something new came from it.
yeah. Although, oh, the next 10 years are going to be interesting because so much of our fucking bridges and stuff need to be replaced and shit. Like, fuck, like the nuclear plant, like close to where I live, like it was like 2 years ago. It was like, all right, it needs a refit to stay in operations, and my state was like, nah, we don't want to pay for that. Coal will do us good. And then like 2020 hit, and like everybody started using like fucking all of their electronics to the upteenth degree. They're like, okay, we'll refund the nuclear plant.
It's like we're glad we came to an understanding.
It's like we need a boatload of electricity. Which, I'm all for green and everything, but nuclear is technically a green energy too.
I'm for the intelligent design of why don't we just have multiple types of energy? Like,
That's not a bad idea either. It's just people's energy needs are becoming like, because here's the thing, it's like a lot of utilities you use used to be separated into like gas, electric, or other stuff like that, and we are switching to a mostly electric based utility system just because of how much more efficient it is overall, and gas sucks over too.
yep. Okay,
And
but here's the thing. So this technology exists. So there are now solar panels that are like as clear as glass and can be any size. You can they like people have said they wanted to make your cell phone screen out of this glass because it could charge itself in the sun. The idea was there's this one company doing this, and I don't know why I've learned about this like years ago. I wanted to invest in them, but but they weren't public, so I couldn't do it. But they like the way they made their glass. They basically made glass that's also solar panels, and the idea being is that you could literally have a skyscraper be made like with all the windows that you see, and all of the windows would be solar panels, and it wouldn't look any different than a normal building you see now, and you could use it to power your building, and that hasn't been happening. Imagine if every city, every single window in the city was a solar panel collecting energy.
the problem is so many companies are all or nothing, and while that would provide a fucking boon to the electric usage, it wouldn't solve it. So it would be a stopgap or a something that would help them for a time, and it's just like it's not enough. It's like, nope, we have to get off the system. We can't have a split system where we only get a little bit from here.
Well,
Yeah, it's
their
a
short-sightedness is why nothing works.
yep. On the other hand, we are getting nuclear reactors are starting to become more common, and fission reactors are now coming online.
Nuclear launch detected.
Oh, it's once again, it's like I just hate how much bad rep nuclear has overall. It's like, I can understand why. It was part of the Red Scare.
Isn't cold fission better?
Oh, that's fusion.
Cold fusion. Yeah, isn't that just nuclear without the side effects?
I mean, overall, yeah, that's that's like I said, that's what a fusion reactor is, which we now have our. The current estimate has us 2030 before we actually have commercial ones, starting to go up. Well, the biggest thing about the fission reactors is they don't produce the nuclear waste that a fusion one would, while still producing the same amount of energy. But at the same point, we've also figured out how to safely, dispose of nuclear waste from a standard reactor. And as long as they're maintained, they work properly.
Who wants to maintain stuff? Come on, man.
Yeah.
That's not money.
Or
It's not cash money.
Are barring a natural. But the funny thing, they produce so much. Like the biggest problem nuclear has is it's old king coal. Weirdly enough, is the biggest problem, and especially in the
Keep getting
U.S.
in the way.
U.S.
Yeah, I know. They keep getting in the way of everything.
Yep.
Big business in our country just doesn't want progress to happen because they own the current setup and they don't want to change the status quo. Even if it means making everything better for everyone else.
That's a long-term investment. I need profits now.
Yeah, because they couldn't have the coal companies couldn't just have used their billions of dollars to invest in all the green energies ahead of time and just controlled all the energy that way, but not destroyed it the world at the same time.
Oh no, they very much did do that.
Yeah, well, they still suck at it.
Oh no, they did it so it wouldn't sell right. They purposely bought into it and sabotaged the business plan.
I mean, I get that, but like, why not just make all the money from that and control all the electricity both ways, and then still be rich, but just not destroying the planet that you supposedly live on?
So the big push is now they are actually doing that a lot. The thing is because of a lot of green energy's inconsistencies with production, they are pushing coal plants to back them up. Where the problem is, if you build a nuclear plant, it produces so much fucking over energy that you don't have a reason for green.
I can live with that. Well, I wouldn't worry about it anymore. Like, the AI plants are taking up so much freaking power now that they're going to need it to keep making more AI stuff.
Oh yeah, no, that's the problem the coal guys are running into. They were basically told, all right, we need more energy. Oh yeah, we can produce more energy. No, we need 10 times the amount tomorrow. And it's like, oh, well, we're going to have... And it's one of those... They can't produce coal on that quantity without running into shortage issues, without opening up more mines, which... the mining industry has also been running into a lot of problems because poor work conditions have made it so they've started to reunionize again. So the coal plants have kind of shot themselves in the foot.
Good.
And
when big business hurts itself.
And nuclear is kind of retaking over. Fuck, that's the problem Germany is running into right now, actually. Like, they were resolving on green energy as well as natural gas, which they could get from cheap. From Russia.
Okay, I'll see where that blew up.
Yo, it fucked them so hard because they lost their natural gas supply. And I think it's like 20% of the industry in Germany has just had to shut down. Where their neighbors, the French, invested in nothing but nuclear. Like, the French are crazy on nuclear energy. And they actually have some of the prices they pay are like some of the cheapest in the world, too.
Sounds like they're winning.
Yeah. On the other hand, if you look at... I think it was like back in like the mid-teen 2000s. You know which state had the cheapest electricity?
New Jersey.
Maine.
I was close.
Yeah, you actually were.
That was one of the funniest answer I could think of.
Yep. Because they had a massive nuclear program up there. Well, right as a lot of those plants were starting to get, they basically needed to be resurfaced, rebuilt and everything. Just because, it's a little too old. There was a big push from green energy to replace it with like hydro and solar. Unfortunately, those weren't able to meet the quotas, and since the nuclear plants were pushed off, they said replace them with coal. So Maine, in an attempt to go green, now has more coal plants than they initially had. Because, once again, the coal plants suck. And I like I said, I really do like a lot of the green. I like what they were trying to do. Nuclear has kind of outmoded it, though.
The power of the sun in the palm of your hands.
That's fusion, which it's kind of coming online, so...
I think I was just quoting Spider-Man.
No, you were. That's the thing, though. He was trying to build, like, a fusion reactor.
Like, see, he was the hero we needed.
No, that's like ironically, yeah, that was Doc Ock's old plan. Was he was trying to build a fusion reactor. Fuck, really, like that is like his design was taken from the basic premise of a fusion reactor. You basically build a mini star.
I feel like humanity is going to destroy itself doing something like that.
Well, okay, here's the thing. It's not self-propagating. It's not like a black hole where
Spider-Man to save us.
Yep. It's one of those fears. It's not something that actually like self-propagates. It doesn't like reach like critical mass and then become self-sustaining. Like if it's not sustained from exterior sources, it just fizzles out.
I get it. I just think it's funnier to say like we're screwed without Spider-Man.
Yep. Although a fusion reactor that's broken, a fusion reactor that's broken containment is a very interesting thing. Because you ever see...
Speaking of things that aren't interesting... Oh, sorry. Just like, I'm trying to get this last... There's this wall out here, and I'm trying to find the last spot, and I cannot find it.
Yeah, some of it's been a bit bitchy. I'll give you that, definitely. But, so when a fusion reactor breaks containment, it's literally a mini sun going off. Not as a bang, but like you ever see that like, what was it like? Was it like 10,000 degree torch or something like melts through or stuff like that?
I think so.
Or 10,000 degree knife like cuts through something.
Oh yeah, because I saw it was like it was like 10,000 degree knife cuts through younglings.
Yep. It's that same concept of you're basically dropping this just massive piece of the sun's core onto the planet. Like it's broken containment and you are now just poof. It's like it's not going to be like radioactive or anything like that, but it is going to be a 100 million degree star going off in the like just being dropped into this area.
Oh, I get it.
There's going to be a brief flash and a new crater. Not an explosive, but like... Are you familiar with the term elephant's pad?
Nope.
Okay, it's most commonly used in fission reactors. Like when Chernobyl went critical mass. Basically, all of the plutonium in there it doesn't like explode. It supercharges, gets so hot, it becomes such like self-propagating slag. It just sinks into the earth, and it kind of looks like an elephant stepping into mud, just compressing down.
Interesting.
Like, I don't think they know how deep the elephant's pad in Chernobyl goes, actually. Not so much because they...
to the very core of the planet.
Well, it's not so much they can't measure it, it's they still can't get near the fucking thing. Because that was the reactor itself that melted down. And, like, that's still pretty bad. Like, it's not like the worst, but it's like, ugh. Yeah, don't go in this general area for the next century, please.
All right, I will stay in my room playing safe video games forever.
Well, they got to build a nuclear plant near you. Remember, you want to play video games.
No.
Got to have that energy usage.
Look, look, I can solve the problem. We'll just stop making AI, and then that'll be solve the problems.
Hey, don't worry. Like I said, we have fusion reactors coming online.
Can I become Go Tanks? But
Yeah, but you get to be the fat version of them.
damn it! I want to show off my sexy midriff.
Yeah, that was just always kind of a little weird, wasn't it?
What?
It's like, oh yeah, this 9-year-old has a really heavy 6-pack.
I mean, they're Saiyans.
I mean, they're half Saiyans.
Wait.
But
They could blow up the planet if they wanted to.
they really could at that age. You know, a little piece of me is in one of the Budokai games just wants a thing where like teenage Trunks and Goten go back in time to when like Vegeta and Nappa showed up.
And just curb stomp them.
Yeah, it's like, I'm your son. This is my lackey. Goten, go beat up Nappa. Like him trying to have like an ego off with his dad, like the young version of his dad. It's just like, oh, that would be cool as fuck.
Well, didn't Naruto do something like that where Boruto went back in time?
Yeah, he did. Like he went back in time, got kid Naruto, then like they went back in time and like got his grandpa.
Because Boruto wasn't interesting, so they had to bring back in normal Naruto.
Yeah, Boruto gets the best when other characters from the old show come back. It's let's wait for the cameo show.
Yep.
Dear God, we have been at this for almost an hour and a half. We are 50% done.
I think the outside is like pretty much done.
We've
I'm
got
on the inside now.
all right, and I've got the majority of the second story done. How the fuck is this only 50%? What the fuck? Oh, fuck you! This is gonna transform.
What makes you think that?
Because we're 54% done, and we've done almost the entire exterior, the second story, and about the only majority thing left is the bottom room.
I have no idea.
This is gonna fucking transform on us. I just know it is. God damn it.
I feel like it's not. I mean, that's not really like dad game mechanics right there.
All right, an extra surprise. All right, maybe this room is just bigger than the second. Like, maybe this room is just that fucking big, I guess.
I also find that like trying to use like the stone sprays really isn't accomplishing much.
Yeah, this stuff is gunked on, isn't it?
No, the stuff is no. I've been using like the green thing to get the majority of it, so it's not really that big a problem. I was just kind of hoping like it would be like a bigger area. Be like something like the equivalent of using something bigger than the green one to knock it out a little faster.
Yep.
But didn't work.
What the fuck's that ladder at? You were using it on the other side.
In front of me.
Yeah, you were using it on your side. So did we come over on the boat, but they airlifted our truck over here with our equipment in it?
I guess so.
What do we have, a fear of flying, I guess, then, or something?
I don't know. We just wanted to see our handiwork.
It is interesting on that. And but you know, one thing, wind the clock back a little bit. The Transformers and GI Joe movie. A lot of people are kind of like, can we just get a good GI Joe movie first?
In live action or in general?
I think the '90s one wasn't bad.
Yeah, I was gonna say I've been under the impression that people like the '90s one.
It's not bad, but it's one of those. It's also, it's that '80s style. Like I want to say, like out of like the old like big show like '80s cartoons, GI Joe was probably honestly the weakest.
Well, that's because it was like part propaganda.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's just GI Joe in general. It's like. That's just kind of baked into its DNA.
G.I. Joe.
Okay, but we all can admit that had the best theme song, I feel like.
I don't even know the theme song. All I remember is the G.I. Joe part. That and knowing is half the battle.
The movie actually had like a really great remix for it too. Well, the funny thing is, like, it even has like a propaganda speech in the middle of it. Like, did you ever see the Toys That Made Us like Netflix special?
Nope.
Like, so apparently, like GI Joe was originally like was it Mattel or whoever owns the the figures rights, right?
It's probably Mattel.
It's one of the big. I think it's one of the guys who also own Transformers. I just don't remember. I don't think it's Mattel. I think it's Hasbro. I think it might be. Like GI Joe used to be like this gigantic like fucking toy. Like the original GI Joe toys were just massive.
Yeah, I've seen them before.
And then they tried like the brand fell off. They tried placing them with the Action Team. Didn't do well, so they put the brand away. Which was very irritating because the brand was made by the president of the company, I believe, if I remember correctly. Years later, his son, took over for him because, nepotism. And his son, the one thing his dad always passed on, it's like, never do GI Joe unless you get something that sells the brand, sells the American soldier. Because I think he was also like an army he was served in the army, so it was a very personal thing for him too. Stuck with his son, and the guys trying to pitch the new toy line. They didn't come out with the toys. They came out with the GI Joe show's theme song. And like the way the story goes is the president's like, "All right, you'll get your answer tomorrow." Went to his father's grave at that point, like, I think they've got it. And, like, greenlit, like, after going out there, it's like, yeah, we're doing it. We are doing G.I. Joe.
And it's one of those things where, like, I never really grew up with G.I. Joe myself.
I didn't, but, like, I was a Transformers kid, and it's one of those... There's just enough shared DNA between the two. It's like I kind of love them both.
I get it. I mean, it's kind of like how I was with, like, I guess Power Rangers and Beetleborgs. And Mystic Knights of Tear
Tear the Dog.
Yep.
I fucking came across I don't know why, but I found like a collection I had for like all of those. God, Was it Irish or was that Scottish?
I have no idea.
It's like just like it was just.
Medieval Power Rangers. The end.
Oh, they were more worried about the costumes, so they shot lasers instead of did martial arts.
I mean, why would knights know martial arts?
Why wouldn't knights have sword play?
Pretty sure they did.
Very little. It's like it was one thing I was watching a review on recently. It's like, yeah, if you go back and watch it, they just like special like cannon or like laser or magic most of their enemies away. You very rarely.
They did that with like the. They did that with like that's because most of the characters didn't actually have swords. The one girl had like an air, a bow and arrow that shot air, and the one guy had like a mace.
Yeah, one guy had a fucking trident.
Yeah, only the main character, only the leader had an actual sword.
Yeah, but it's like the mace, the trident, and the sword. Why the fuck were they just shooting lasers all the time?
Because two of them were royalty and didn't actually know how to fight.
I don't know. Oh, so what's the main statue here?
I don't know. But it looks like we can't clean it unless you're like on the second floor as well to get the top of it.
Alright, let's just kind of continue on down here. I think I got some more on the outside still, but I'm getting irritated with that at this point. I'm gonna switch it up down here.
Well, I was just sitting there. I was just sitting there looking. Like, I want to see what this statue looks like. Yeah.
Yeah.
Besides, just getting the statue in this one little area, like, pretty much like knocked off another 10%.
I don't know. Maybe we will. This is closer to the last 40% inside here. Although it's going to be. I'm kind of wondering if it goes by items or surface area. Because I can see this part having a lot more items. Because the outside was a lot of big, just flat wall.
I think it goes by surface area. Because it just went down. It just jumped up to 60 after I just cleaned a really big area of surface, but it didn't like actually like finish anything. So it's like if you want to like knock off a percentage, you could literally just go find a really long area and just make a really long line on it, you know?
Yep, I guess.
Well, here, I'm going to do that right now. I'm just going to go all the way across and see if it like knocks out 1%.
Well, we've been on 60 for a second, so...
I know, that's why I'm doing it like a big one. Maybe not. Okay, I don't know. I honestly kind of figured that would do the trick.
I think it's percentage of surface area for the item. So like a small thing that has a very little surface area counts for like the percentage on that.
See, look. Just got to 1%.
Oh, yeah, there are more pictures. Oh, it's us cleaning the bathroom. Oh, and here's the amusement park.
Is there us cleaning this place?
I'm not sure. I'm gonna go start on the other side. Oh man, I honestly thought we might actually have time to do some of the side stuff, but fuck, we are
Part
just.
of me was thinking that too.
Yeah, it's
Well,
like.
so my brain was thinking that So Ice had told us that this was like a 2 hour, 3 hour like thing, but I didn't think the boat was going to take that long. And I
Yeah.
think that's kind of what. Yeah, if the boat didn't take that long, it would have been fine.
Like I don't mind too much. Like I, my day was wake up, go to work, come home, nap, wake up, roll over, start computer. So,
Sounds like a good day, except for the work part.
I got to, I actually, I hit the snooze button on my alarm, like turned it off for some reason, so I ended up coming in late too.
Yeah, I do that like every day.
Although I'm in kind of a weird position up where I'm at right now because technically I only work Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, but we've had so many people been moving around, quitting, or just calling in on Fridays. I just kind of have, okay, we're not going to schedule you, but we need you. So can you just come in around 8 o'clock on Friday and we'll put you somewhere? To the point where, like, I decided to, like, not show up one time. And they called me, like, hey, can you come in? Like, we really need you today.
We need you to sit there and watch anime all day long.
Well, no, today I was driving a truck around, but
Oh.
that's why I had the 36-hour breakdown on the Beverly Hillbillies playing.
Couldn't be me. Couldn't be me.
Well, it also helps that I actually like driving too. Like, if gas wasn't so fucking outrageously stupid, like I could just go for drives to relax and have fun.
No, see, my drives make me want to kill the other drivers most of the time.
Yeah, you live in a city area. I could drive and not see anybody for hours.
Dang.
Now, don't get me wrong. I have to go in the right direction. Like I'm like on the outskirts of like a small city in like rural country.
I mean, I could technically do that too if I go over to the Amish area.
Yeah. God, like we have a major Amish area around us. That's where my grandma gets her meat from. We were going through there one day. We rolled up on a horse-drawn carriage that had hydraulics and neon lights.
How very Amish of them.
Well, it's something I found out. It's like the Amish have like I think it's between like the ages of like 16 and like 22 or something, or like 24. You can just go goddamn crazy and they don't care. Like there's no like reprimandation on you. I think it's called like I got this from my grandpa, so grain of salt on that one. It's like they call it like the wild oats period. They just kind of let you get it out of your system.
Hmm. I know they have like some type of thing where like they could go, okay, I don't want to be Amish anymore. But after they do like a trial, like outside of it. But since most of the people like this is like when they're in their 20s, but since most people like grew up being Amish, it's like just changing your lifestyle is not exactly an easy thing.
Yep. Well, that and you also find out how much easier it is to live as like an Amish. Because while we
Ironically.
while we do bitch like they don't have like any inconveniences, their lives are probably more stable than a lot of Americans are right now.
That's because they're not really directly impacted by the corruption.
Yeah, they're self-sufficient.
I mean, they're still going to be destroyed by they're still being destroyed by global warming just like the rest of us. This they don't understand why.
Yeah. You know, Walmart's not rushing to build a new building in an Amish community, but well, anymore. They were trying that for a minute. Those did not last.
Which is surprising because I see the Amish at Walmart.
Well, that's why they tried it. The problem is, like, the Amish get very specific things, and it's like not enough to sustain a Walmart by itself.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Like, they do have things like, yeah, I think soap's like one of the big things they love to get. If I remember correctly.
I don't know. I remember they'd come in and get business cards pretty frequently, which I always thought was kind of surprising.
It's I don't know the particulars of it. It'd be interesting to go through and like look at it at some point.
I don't know if interesting is the word I'd use, but sure.
Yeah. How's that volcano looking?
Oh, like it's going to destroy the planet.
Yeah, about the same. Hey, we're America. We do have that volcano here.
Yay! Let's go attack it. Ooh, let's go power wash it.
I mean, that's Yellowstone. Yeah, if it was like if Yellowstone erupts, it's like it's gonna put enough ash into the atmosphere to give us like another ice age or something like
It's
that.
amazing we're not trying to. It's amazing we're not trying to make sure, like, find a way to prevent that doomsday scenario.
Well, it's one of those like
instead,
look like it's like it's the it's so deep and stuff that like we're not really sure. Like we don't want to fuck with anything down there just in case we set it off. And but you also hear like all the research stations and monitoring stations at fucking Yellowstone too.
that's right. They'll be there to tell us we're doomed before we're doomed.
Yep.
Glad we have that pre-doom warning system.
Well, the government will know. They won't let us know until it's too late to do anything about it.
What would we do about it?
Riot.
Really, they're not going to let us riot before the end. Those jerks.
You know, that's like one of the biggest things. Like they've always like said in like doomsday prep. It's like, yeah, if we know that the planet's fucked, we're not going to tell anybody because nobody would do anything about it.
Like, what were we supposed to do about it? There's a giant meteor coming here to us. Like, well, quick, get Bruce Willis and Steve Buscemi.
Yep. Okay, let me ask you that. If like you were told like, all right, 3 months and the planet gets royally fucked, are you going into work tomorrow?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, it would hurt the economy too much.
Who cares? It won't be a problem in 3 months.
Yeah, but that's 3 months from now. They got to make as much money before that.
For what?
Well, what if the Earth isn't blown up?
Well, then it's time to start profiting again.
Or we figure out a way to save it. And like everybody just spent the last 3 months not working.
So everyone got a vacation. Cool.
That costs too much money.
I love that we focus on money in a doomsday scenario.
Yeah, it's very irritating, isn't it?
We're depressing when you think about it.
Well, as much as I want to say, like, humanity fucks itself over, we are also really good at getting ourselves out of our fuckery.
No, we're not. Are you trying to finish this level today? Yes.
Yeah, no, it's, yeah, my side, it's no sleep till clear, so. We will be finishing this tonight.
I mean, it feels like we're making being inside feels like it feels like we're making better progress on the inside because we don't have to deal with the weird angles and the ceiling stuff from being outside. You know.
Oh, because we haven't touched the fucking ceiling yet. That shit is caked on harder than anything else. It feels like. Like the ceiling has felt like fucking a nightmare to work with.
Ceiling is made out of cake.
Yep. Although one thing
that means if we knife it.
Yep. One thing I have been getting a kick out of going through the Beverly Hillbillies show, it's like, holy fuck! It's like this is a 1960s show, and I'm like, God, I didn't realize how fucking. Like, it's not racist, but dear God, is it sexist?
Yeah, that sounds about right. By the way, I just went through the whole ceiling spraying it with the
Stone cleaner?
the special. Yeah, so maybe that'll make it easier to clean it off.
Yeah, because that, like, I tried putting, like, the green on it. I wasn't even denting it. It's like, that was going to take a scrubbing by, like, the fucking yellow. And I'm like, even then I was like, oh my God, it's like, this is coming, like, this is going to be a slow fucking bit on this.
We're at 69. Nice.
Nice.
I saw it too.
Yep. Oh, but all right. So we probably have one Kiyu stream with this, depending on what his schedule's like.
Yeah, I don't know what Kiku's schedule's like because apparently, I guess so. He just got back and he's trying to adjust back to like American time, I guess, which I don't get because he never used American time to begin with. So, but
I think he's on Mountain Time too. So
he is. But I mean, he was always the way he slept. He was kind of on Filipino time, regardless. So
yeah.
I'm not really sure what the problem is. But the general concept is that he also he's got to get used to his new job, or the new location as job. They put him in charge of something, and his physical therapy, his new physical therapy place. So he doesn't know what his schedule is going to be at all, I guess. So
yeah. So this week was basically. I forget. Did he come back to go straight back to work, or did he do the smart thing and had a couple days off before he went back?
I have no idea. I haven't actually other than the standard messages that go back and forth randomly at times. I haven't actually spoken to him. Other than just the random things where he'll just randomly start DMing me about Minecraft. I honestly expected him to just either jump in the chat and talk to us, or at least be on the side just BSing with us a little bit.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised he wasn't turning out today.
Yeah, so was I. Because he was DMing me about Minecraft stuff an hour before we started, so.
Yep. I also know he was looking at the game we're working on a little bit more. I can't tell if that was just as he was heading back or just after he got back.
I don't know.
Which I gotta get fucking work. I gotta get some actual prototyping done on that.
I've been doing stuff for it. 'Cause I'm a hard worker.
You have that set up.
Zombie idea for you. What?
It's all right.
What do I have set up?
Go learn it a new program now.
I was making the concepts for the characters.
I know. Go do that in a new program.
I've done that so many times in my life. I don't want to do it anymore.
Yeah, it's been a minute. Yeah, I need to get Unreal. I forget, is it 4 or 5 that you do that's free to use as an independent right now? I know
They both are.
I know five's the big one. I don't know if four is
Five. They both are. It's always worked this way where it's free until you make a certain amount of money with it,
Yep.
and it's like a pretty big number. So not really a problem.
No, watch, we're gonna get a smash indie hit somehow.
That's fine. They don't take that much money from you, because then if they did, then they'd be like, oh well, we just threw away we just destroyed a company that could have made more money.
Yeah, what are they? Unity?
Haha.
Oh my fucking god, that guy fucked up so bad there.
Well, would they expect hiring the person who used to run EA?
I think he still runs EA. I
He
think
doesn't.
I think
He
it's still on the
got kicked out.
board.
Yeah, I can believe that.
Yeah, no, but he fucked up. I think they kicked him out of that company too.
Yeah, they should have, as a thing of goodwill to the customers. Like, all right, look, we'll get rid of this piece of crap that just screwed us all over.
Yep. Which it's always surprising, like guys like that feel like they just jump from one major corporation to another.
Yeah, but they successfully jumped from one corporation to the other, so it's clearly they can.
Yep. Although one thing I was seeing today, I got a real big kick out of. Apparently, World of Warcraft's coming back to China.
I didn't know it left China.
Yeah, apparently under what was it like Bobby Kotick's like their one of their contracts with the group that they were licensing games out to China with expired, and they weren't willing to renegotiate. So I think it's like the last 3 or 4 years, like Overwatch, World of Warcraft, like basically all the big Blizzard games weren't in China.
Well, I thought that also had something to do with them adding skeletons and stuff that they had to make so many adjustments.
It was a thing, but they were making a like I figure I can't remember the name of the group they were working with, but they were working with them pretty heavily to modify stuff like that. And Microsoft's trying to get it turned back on. They're like, yeah, sure, we just have to recensor everything, which we also don't have the team that did that anymore, so we're gonna have to rebuild that. So like, it's one of those, yeah, it can come back after we get done censoring what we don't like out of it.
Boo.
I mean, it's China. What are you gonna do?
Not let them have it?
Yep.
I didn't realize people were still playing World of Warcraft.
Oh my god, it's still fucking like. I don't know if it's still the number one MMO or if 14 overturned it on that end, but it's pretty big, especially like right after like the negotiations with Microsoft went out. Like they fired like a handful of like their lead designers and writers, retooled the game, and like everyone's like, oh yeah, no, they like removed like half the excessive grindy bullshit out, and redid the story, and I'm really starting to like the game again.
I actually heard something. I was watching. Have you ever watched what is this channel called? Extra Credits.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So, did you see their newest thing about talking about microtransactions and or in the game, like these games just giving you so much loot out the gate?
I feel like that's one of their older ones, but yeah.
No, it's new. They just dropped it last week.
Okay, so it's like a brand new version on that. Because they had an old take on that, but yeah.
Well, this take was about so the person who runs the place, or who runs it, James was like. So I've actually met James. because he was running a panel at a con once.
Yeah, I think he left that group,
Man.
actually.
No, he's still running it.
All right.
But yeah, he was at. I was at his panel once, and like, man, like there was a lot of pretentious people there, and I did not feel smart. But so he was. They were saying like he was working on helping with a game for in another country, and they were like sending him like, what do you think of this at the end? And he kept helping making revisions. He's like, I can't keep doing this for free. And then one of their friends is like, dude, you're not supposed to actually tell them what they need to be fixed here. This was supposed to be like you're the master, you get to have the last word thing. So it was a cultural difference. And then they did some research on it, and it turns out like, so one of the reasons, like, you do the loot stuff and you get all of these like loot box, like you get all this stuff at the beginning, is because that's a cultural thing. Because of how giving gifts are, it's a cultural thing there. So that's like been incorporated. So where we kind of thought it was like, oh, they're just trying to get us to do this, it's actually more of a. It's just like, it's weird for Americans, but for other countries, it's kind of like, hey, you're special, type thing.
Yeah, the problem is America is very much the land of capitalism.
Yeah,
in all the worst and best ways imaginable for that. And that's the other thing too. It's like America's culture is like, it really is capitalism, like down to its core.
Yep, and that's why people are miserable.
I mean, people are miserable everywhere, but at the same point, it's like we're still one of the best countries to live in.
It's really sad when you think about it.
Yeah. It's like, here's the thing. It's like, I think we're both still considered to be lower class in America.
Are we?
I think lower class, if it's white collar work in America, is somewhere between 40 and 50,000 a year.
You said lower class?
Yeah.
I guess so.
So we're like that's not like, that's the low class in America, and we like, you've said it yourself. It's like we basically have about as much money as we want to do most of the things we want to go do or buy nowadays. Like,
well, yeah, but that's only because like of my living situation. If I was like just get a place purely by myself, that would not be the case.
oh yeah, no, it's like I still have to have a room. Like we're still low class. We still have to have the roommates or live with somebody or have to have a special thing. But at the same point, we're also low class that doesn't have to worry about food on the plate on our, on that. Get to have a fancy gaming PC. Get to have like a couple nice things. Like
yeah, I suppose.
Don't get to go out and like party every night or like have a crazy good car or anything. Yeah, Panda, hello. But at the same point, like,
Hi, Panda.
it is a bonus. Oh yeah, you had your birthday stream today, didn't you? How'd that go?
Happy birthday.
I think you're 30.
You are now less than 3 years old. Congratulations.
You mean more?
No, I know what I said. Hi, Panda. I'm aging Panda backwards. He's getting younger.
Yep.
You're welcome.
Hopefully your stream went good.
Well, there we go.
You're still younger than I think both me and Pix.
I'm young at heart.
Honestly, I've been hearing a lot more people hit like their midlife crisis in their like late 20s now.
I don't think I've had one of those.
All right, did you get out of college and just like enjoyed the job you got into, or did you like flop around and didn't know what to do with your life for a while?
No, I don't. I've never enjoyed the job I've been in. I enjoyed college a lot.
I didn't technically actually do college courses. I just spent all my time around a college.
Oh no, I actually enjoyed the classes I had, for the most part.
No, I was working construction at that point in time, so it was just like I would work a couple days a week, then go out and party the rest of the time.
Oh no, so I would go to my classes and then we'd go play Smash Brothers.
Because construction pays good.
Because it takes the toll out of your body.
Yep, that's why I got out of it the minute I started getting aches and pains. It's like, oh,
I'm clearly 19 years old. How did you know? How did you know?
and about
Panda,
50%
you
more to
dox
that.
us? Panda, did you dox us? You sound young as hell. You know, that's the funny thing is, I've been told by a lot of people when they meet me that I also look a lot younger than I am. I hear that all the time. People are always stunned to find out my age because I sound and look younger than I am.
Yep, I knew a guy that was like in his like mid 40s who could pass for 19. It was just like, what the fuck?
Okay, I don't look that young.
Yeah.
But the general concept is people seem to like. Apparently, the way I carry myself comes off as very young. I guess I think that's part of the reason.
Yep.
That, or maybe I'm very angsty.
I don't know. I used to be able to like I initially grew a beard because everybody thought I was so young, and it was just like, I can't get a job like this. I need to look older. So grew the beard out, made me look 5 years. Made me look like accurate for my age, and it's just like,
I mean, I've had
yeah, joke around, Panda.
I've had a goatee for as long as I can remember, and everyone still says I look young.
Yeah, go full beard.
No, I don't like the Duck Dynasty crap.
Yep. Oh, although 30, that age is a lot closer than I want it to be, Panda. I'll say that much.
I got bonked. What game did you bonk me with? No, I'm not. I'm the fastest thing alive. Look at how fast I'm cleaning this building.
Yep. Have you ever thought about adding like more expensive commands?
Yeah, I have, but then I was like, I don't care.
You don't want to do the press, pick a game for me to play. One day gaming.
No, I don't. No, I don't want to do that. I actually paid for that for Kigu, and we put a horrible, horrible game on there that I hope Prez never lands on, because that game is awful.
Oh, I did the same thing. Omicron, the Nomad Soul.
You have 52k polygons, damn.
Yeah,
Look at Panda being high poly.
I've got about 70. Oh, to be fair, I was subbed to you for like a year and a half, though.
Yep. See, it's all about just having the general concept is it's just supposed to be about having fun. It's like whatever, you know.
We're not playing Cult of the Lamb right now, Panda, which I really do need to finish that up, though. All right, the hydrate one I will do.
Yes, he will enjoy more of the blood of the innocent.
Cherry flavored water.
That's what I said. That's what I'm drinking too, actually.
I was also kind of sipping on a Mountain Dew because I found a bunch of these in the back of the fridge, and it's like Wolf King Colt never sleeps. It's. I'm actually debating on what I want to take over on Saturdays now because I've been trying to power through Unicorn Overlord, but like I think I'm at the mid game now, and that game's getting really starting to slow down.
Hmm.
So it's like, all right, do I want to keep going hard on it, or do I kind of want to let this sit on the back burner and just play it through it casually like once a week, I mean, because I'm not even doing side quests like on stream anymore. I'm just doing those on my own time.
Ow! I say, hey, why Digimon?
Digimon.
Also, I'm not a liar.
Although I really will say that I hope this game makes all the money it needed back because they did such a fucking good job on it. Like, overall, like the game is a Unicorn Overlord. It's
Alright, you said this game, so I was like thinking to myself, like, are you talking about what we're playing now?
I hope they made their money back on this. This game deserved it, honestly, especially if it was a smaller studio.
You can't give me emotional damage. I already have that. It doesn't stack.
That's not what the psychiatrists say.
No, I'm just immune. That's how powerful I am. I have learned very good coping mechanisms, thank you.
Sugar. You just gotta eat all your problems away.
Nope. That never works. To my knowledge.
And why are there so many fat people?
Because have you actually looked at the calories in our food? That's why.
Yeah, it's absolutely fucking outrageous.
So, speaking of, so I gave up soda like 9 years ago, right? So, and I mostly drink water, but when I'm like at like a fast food place or something, I'll usually get like high C or fruit punch or something.
Yep.
Or lemonade, and I looked at the calories the other day. I'm like, holy crap, the calories in the lemonade was more than the damn burger.
Yep.
Like, wow.
It's all the
So
sugar
I was like,
in
all right,
there.
well, how much is the light version? Light, like I think like the non-light version was like 500 calories. The light version was 10. I was like, right. So I'm just gonna adjust my taste buds to the light version. It's actually not that bad. So I was like,
Yep. I need to start cutting more stuff out of my diet like that.
well, I know Kigu does a lot of cutting.
Yep. Well, I was going a little too hard on my diet because that split schedule I was on, I didn't realize like how much that was really taking out of me until like I got off of it, and it's like, oh shit, like I've got much more energy now. I'm sleeping good. And all that stuff.
Hmm.
Well, it's like I think I told you before, it's like Saturday, Sunday was first shift, and like the rest of my week was like second shift. So I was adjusting to waking up at 5 a.m. and then like staying up to 1 a.m. So it got to the point where like
Yeah,
I was at 4 hours of sleep at night. Then I would come home and pass out.
oh, see, I kind of do that kind of thing too already, and I've been doing it for years, and I've been destroying myself that way. But for some reason, I can just handle like sleeping for like only 5 hours. Mind you, I'm tired and cranky, so I try to get more than that. But you know, for some reason I can just function, and everyone's like, "How are you functioning?" And you're doing tech work and problem solving, and you're focused. You're like on like 3 to 4 hours of sleep sometimes. I'm like, eh.
Some people really can do that. Like I am not one of them. It's like I could
Oh,
do
don't
it
get me
for
wrong,
like,
I could,
especially when like I was going crazy on the caffeine. I could just about do it, but it's like,
but I'm not drinking any caffeine.
yeah, Well, that's the other thing too. I found out it's like once you're not addicted to caffeine, your body's balance feels a lot better.
Yeah, makes sense.
Like I also do understand that like a little bit's not awful for you, and there is a good balance in between the two. But at the same point, it's like nobody balances caffeine. We chug until we like have
Until we're
enough
happy.
until we have enough go in us to keep going.
I don't need caffeine to get me going.
Yep.
Although I could easily I have to sure not to close my eyes too much, or I just will start falling asleep. But whatever.
Yep.
I also tend to tend on my the weekends. I tend to sleep for 10 hours. Like I probably won't get up to noon tomorrow.
Yep. Oh, that was the
It's
other.
a shame that I eat up a lot of my weekend sleeping, but it's
That's your time. Yeah, your body has to make up for it at some point.
It's also really nice feeling very well rested the whole day.
Yeah.
I just have to make sure I don't go too many days in a row not getting enough sleep, because then I start getting extra cranky and angry.
Yeah, I can understand that too. It's for me, it's like I get sleep deprived. I get more scatterbrained than I already am.
Everyone's just confused about how I function at all,
You're just built
which is
different.
amusing. I guess so. I remember just being exhausted. I think it was this is earlier this week. My eyes just I was so tired. I'm just sitting there walking around with one eye open and one eye closed because my eyes are just I don't want to be awake. And then I'm just sitting there solving people's problems, and I'm sure they're just looking at me going, "Why is his eye closed?"
You're thinking real hard about it.
No, I'm not. I'm barely thinking at all. You're all just really dumb.
Yeah, although, oh my fucking. Well, things that are really dumb I had to do the other day. It's like my grandparents. They have a bit of a weird internet company because it's also their power company who's getting into that market.
Hmm.
So they recently got sent a new router because the one the people currently sent them only was what's the new Wi-Fi 6 called again?
I didn't know there was a Wi-Fi 6.
There's a Wi-Fi 6 now. It's supposed to replace the 5 gigahertz Wi-Fi.
I didn't know that.
It's pretty new. You're only just starting to see the fucking updates come out now. You won't see anything that can actually connect to it that's not advanced tech for probably another 10 years, I feel like. But so they sent them a new router for free of charge because it's weirdly enough it's a really good internet company.
Good. That's we need more of that.
Yeah, they have fiber optics for $30 a month.
Dude, that's fire. Where they live? I thought they move out there.
Middle of fucking nowhere.
Of course.
It's 10 minutes to the nearest. No, it's about 10-15 minutes to the nearest town. 30 minutes to the nearest city.
Why do all those places get the nice internet?
Because they didn't have any. They're testing it now. That and the big companies. Well, what's happening is Comcast, AT&T, and all them specifically have non-compete contracts down for areas.
Hmm.
So these companies are basically going into the rural, more rural-esque areas that AT&T didn't want to lay down cables for. They're hey, you can't.
I don't get how you can have a non-compete contract with someone who's not if I start a new business Why do I have to abide by another person's non-compete contract? It's like, you didn't make that contract with me. I didn't gain anything from this.
Because the government's worried you might drive AT&T out of business.
Good. That's the point. I
Hey,
have stock in AT&T, and they suck.
yeah, they do. They really fucking do. Although, did you hear we might be getting net neutrality back?
I wouldn't put my money on that.
Who knows?
Also, what? So I know we lost it a while ago, but I'm not really sure. Like, I didn't really honestly notice that much of a change.
Oh, there
so I'm not
wasn't
really
because
sure
all of the big. The problem was it's AT&T and because the U.S. only has two fucking major internet providers. Whatever the other one is out west.
Verizon and Comcast.
I don't. Comcast is owned by AT&T.
Is it?
I think I'm fairly certain it is.
I feel like it's the other way around.
Well, whatever. They're one conglomerate. Whatever. There's one on the East Coast, one on the West Coast, and they kind of divvy up in the middle. Like they were the two big ones. The problem is the sites they wanted to restrict were Netflix, Disney, HBO Max, Amazon, Google, and all the tech companies basically said, "You want to know what now?" That, and they had the general populace, internet culture like, "Hey, what the fuck? You're not doing this. Go fuck yourself."
For what it's worth, I don't actually remember what net neutrality was going to do. It's been so long.
Net neutrality means they can't. It would basically mean if you had like Netflix or Google or Twitch that you really enjoyed and spent a lot of time on, they could charge you extra for using those. It's a bit more complicated than that, but basically they could change the pricing and the speeds of your internet depending on what the data pool is for those sites.
Yeah, so they would basically like ruin a bunch of like industries and games and stuff like that.
Well, the one of the things they really wanted to push forward was gaming would be a surcharge on your internet bill. You'd have to pay a subscription fee to game online through your internet provider.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. One thing I love about
Per
gaming,
console.
I'm pretty sure gamers would find a. I feel like gamers would find a way real quick to circumvent that.
I mean, they're also trying to get like, what is it, the not ISP blockers, but what the fuck is Surfshark called again? VPNs.
VPNs.
Yeah, VPNs kind of fuck them over on that end.
I know, I love it.
Yeah, they tried putting down so many regulations, an entire industry popped up to circumvent them, and they can't really do anything about it because it marks itself as internet security, not internet, like, get around this. Because did you ever, like, a lot of people stopped preaching about the getting around geo-blocking now? Because a lot of companies were like, hey, don't, like, no. This isn't there to geo-block. Do this as a net new, like, we're not going to let you do that. So now they advertise themselves as net security. When, if I got any of those, it would be for geo-blocking. Like, yeah,
I do like it when people actually come together to screw over big companies instead of like screwing over little people.
Yep.
Feels like it doesn't happen enough.
Yep.
But
Well, I always love the fact like you see like big companies and stuff like, nuh-uh, the people are going to be behind us. Very few companies nowadays will anyone defend on anything.
They suck, and it's surprising that they don't seem to know it. I'm pretty sure they know it, but they're like delusional.
It really does feel like that. It's like, No, we're America. Well, it's like what was it? Boeing avionics. Like, no, everyone knows Boeing's quality. I don't think a Boeing plane's is quality anymore. I think that like, oh yeah, you're the shit ones now.
I never even heard of them until this. So
Well, we only have two airplane manufacturer, like major airplane manufacturers in the U.S. So, and they were one of them. Commercial air, commercial airline production companies, I should say. The other one is Airbus.
I mean, I didn't really know. It's been forever since I've been on a plane.
Same. Yeah, I don't. I haven't had the money or reason to go fly somewhere.
Well, I used to live in Pittsburgh, so I would fly back to visit my family
Mm.
pretty regularly between college visits. But now I don't have to do that anymore. So yeah.
Yeah. Oh god, the one thing I also have gotten a kick out of just watching those old hillbilly shows. No, when you turn 18, you move out.
Well, it was easier back then.
Yeah, it's just like, oh, it's like I can remember like even growing up, it was like a very big thing of like, yeah, no, when you're 18, you're just out, you're gone, you're not living with your parents anymore. I
I mean,
don't.
they're the ones who let it fall apart.
Yeah, it's like I think most of the people I know moved out until like they were in their mid 20s now, and like even then, it's like I know a lot of the people went back for a bit too, just because. Oh well, I
Oh,
fucked
yeah,
up.
that was me.
Yeah,
Well, not even that. I like moved in with my ex as soon as I graduated college. It wasn't until that was over that I left and went back.
yeah. Fuck, one of the roommates I had for the longest, for like probably 3 or 4 years. That's basically what happened to them. They got into like a found out their ex was cheating on them, and it's like, hey, can I move in with you?
Yep, that's basically what happened to me.
And like, yeah, we just had spare bedrooms. Like, yeah, okay, yeah, you're gonna have to pay rent and get a job, but like, we'll let you get back on your feet for a minute. But yeah, you are gonna pay rent.
Yep, that's more or less what happened to me. Except most of my friends were my roommates, so it was like
Oh, fuck, you were in like one of those big communal home styles, weren't you?
no, but like most of like my friends from college had already like moved away from the state, so the ones that were left were the ones who were there.
Oh shit, yeah, that must have been hard.
Everyone would usually drive to come to our place because we were the ones who had like the most freedom.
Yep. Oh, my previous place, that's about what it was like. But that was fuck. A little piece of me misses that because that was a 3 bedroom, 2 story townhouse.
Oh yeah, that's kind of what I was into.
Yeah, that was nice, and I basically I told them like I don't want one of the bedrooms. I want the basement. I'll furnish that, do that up, and it basically turned into like my own studio apartment I had down there.
Well, see, we had something the opposite. The top area was kind of like a bedroom combined with like a little mini living room. And since it was me and my ex together, we just treated it as like paying for like 2 bedrooms. So we just kind of had our own little studio up there too.
Yeah. No, our setup was we had 3 bedrooms on the second story and the main bathroom up there. The main floor had the kitchen, a like half bathroom, like just a toilet, and then the rest was like this just gigantic fucking living room.
Yeah, we had let's say I think it was the basement was just like one of those cold hard floor basements where
Yeah, it was just
the laundry machine was.
it was the utility room basically, right?
Yeah. Then the 2 rooms that were above that were like a bathroom with my other 2 roommates each had one of those. Then the living room was in the center one with the kitchen, and like in a bathroom, and then upstairs was our rooms.
Yep. Holy fuck! It's this room is really fucking 60% of this shit. God damn it.
Yeah, but it's like you look around, you could actually see color.
Oh yeah, no, I was kind of doing that, like looking around. It's like, oh yeah, it's like this was caked on here.
I was hoping that the stone spray was going to make it a little easier, but it didn't, to my knowledge.
It felt like it took a chunk out of the ceiling. I'll say that much. Which, do you have any more of that left?
Yeah, I got plenty.
Yeah, use that on the ceiling because that's what's driving me up the wall. Yeah, no, see, it's like I'm a troll of a person. Like I'm on a second story building, right? Like a apartment now, and I'm like, I don't like it. I miss my basement.
I get that.
But it's like I when I got that in there, it's like I knew my grandma had like a bunch of like old rugs she didn't use anymore because she has like a hardwood floor, but she likes like all the furniture to sit on like a big rug, and she didn't get rid of them. So like I grabbed a couple of those, got some like good wall decorations that went up like with the block walls and everything. So like by the time I was done, it was actually like a really nice studio apartment.
Now I understand.
Although funny enough, I hated the winter because of how hot it got down there. Well, like all the ventilation systems were like open down there, so like when the heater kicked, like the furnace kicked on, it like actually heated up the basement pretty heavily. So my winters, I was hot. In my summers, because central air, so the basement got chilly as fuck. Which I'm just loving that. Like everybody was like, hey, everybody hung out with me all summer. And then everybody like would come down and warm up during the winter, then leave.
Mm. They're using you for your heat.
Yeah. Well, I got to the point where like I hated how like I don't like I love being like chilled. Like my window is still open right now. It's like 40 degrees outside. Oh, yeah, it's 45 degrees. My window is open right now.
Mine was open a little earlier, but there's a lot of loud people outside. I got tired of hearing it.
Yeah. And it's just like one of those. So what I would do for the longest time was like, all right, I'm going to go to sleep in a little bit. So I would turn up the thermostat to like 75, 80, get the house warm as fuck, and then drop it down to like 68. So the heater wouldn't kick on to like almost late night, and the basement would have been fairly chilly by that point. Because while it did heat up really quick, it also cooled off really goddamn quick too.
Mm.
You know, heat rises and all that shit.
Yeah, oh, trust me, I know. In the summer, since I'm on the second floor, it gets a lot warmer than I'd like it to.
Oh, fuck yeah. Because at the place after that, I was also in a second story bedroom with, okay, we had central air. Central air did not get that second story. I couldn't put in a window AC, so I bought myself a standing AC. You know.
I got a window AC, but it gets really loud, so I don't like to use it when it's streaming.
Oh, you think that's like the standing ACs are god awful? They're even worse.
Ugh.
But yeah, it's actually how. It's fairly chilly in here. Oh, I still need to pull this out though. But it got to the point where it's okay. Like this is just to help take the edge off. My new place, we don't have central air. It's like that's cooling my room. Like my standing AC was actually cooling my room. Last summer we hit a couple of those like 90-degree days, like 90, 100-degree days. The standing ACs also don't generally have a drain. They try to recirculate the water they pull out back into the air. It couldn't do that with
Oh, yeah, you told me this. You told me this one last week.
Yeah, so
You woke up. You woke up to a spongy floor.
yes, I did. So this year, I'm getting a fucking actual window AC. I'm actually I'm debating what I want to, because I can get a really high end one that I like for, I think it's like $300 to $400 that will just do me good. I'm also looking at like these over the still windows that are better, that are more efficient and are a little bit quieter since half of them are actually outside.
Yeah.
The basic concept is, it's kind of a U-shaped, and you put it on over the still, so they're also a bit more stable.
Yeah. I have one. That's kind of one I have. I think.
Yeah, but they're also like double the price. So like to get one the equivalent power is like $900.
All right, chat. You heard him. We're gonna need you to fork over $900 for aging to be cool.
Damn
Also,
right.
Keep chill. Put up.
Yep. And it's just like, all right, do I want to spend that much extra money on a minor safety feature, or because it feels like
Obviously, remember, at Q Corp, safety is a concern.
yeah. Because on the other hand, I hear they also tend to break down easier too, because they're not just like a sheet where they can just let water drain out the back end. They have to have a water pump built into them.
Okay, then that's not what I have, I guess, because I know mine drips off the back.
Well, they still drip out of the back, but like because they're a big U shape, and the half the U sits inside, and that's technically the part that collects the moisture out of the air. There has to be a pump built into it that kicks on every so often and pumps it to the back. Let it drain out.
Oh man, look at this. I've used like 10 or something cans during this whole thing, and it's gone up knocked out like 8 or 9% just running through all this spray.
Yeah, that's pretty. It's like, yeah, now's the time to burn it, because I think on the regular missions we just get unlimited buys on those.
I don't know. It seemed like there's always a limit on them. So I'm trying to get all the terrible stuff. Like the really problematic crap.
Yep. Oh. God, I've been doing longer streams the last couple weeks. This has been nuts. Normally I'm only down to like 2 to maybe 3 hours at most. Look at between the anime stream, and a couple other things I've done, I've really been pushing that. Because we just crossed the 5-hour mark.
It's been a while since I've done those longer 5-hour streams.
Yep. Oh, I was actually looking for somebody else to help with the new season of anime, just because there was so much slice of life stuff, and I think a couple people got scared off because they saw the time, how long me and Yuki normally go on those.
I was just sitting there thinking, I saw a bunch of those.
Because Kigu was the first ask I had, and he was just like, "No, I can't do those."
Did he not like them, or is he just didn't have the time for it?
It was the time. It wasn't even the watch of the anime; it was the podcast part of it.
Ah, okay. I don't have the time to watch that much anime.
Well, I was only asking for 5 shows.
I know, but that's like an extra 5 shows on top of the ones I want to watch. cannot give up Konosuba. Been waiting too long for it to return.
Yep.
I just fell off the cliff.
What?
I was on the second floor spray painting spraying the statue, and I just fell down.
I did that a couple times up there too. Okay, yeah,
This thing like called a central opening.
Yeah, but we do have. I did get my third person. The person I got kind of surprised me. To be revealed on the podcast come the 27th.
Is it someone I know?
Yes.
Is it Prez?
No, I was gonna. I didn't put him too high just because I know how loaded his schedule is. Honestly, who I got, it was kind of like a. I'm just gonna throw this out there. I didn't think it was going to take. And it was like, oh yeah, no, I can do that, no problem. All right.
The only other person I could think of would be Hoots.
He never actually got fully back to me. Like I gave him like a general rundown, and I never heard a word back from him because he was getting me back for a minute.
I haven't spoken to Hoots in a while.
I still catch up onto his streams.
Watches a lot. I know Hoots watches a lot of anime because I've talked with him about it during
Yep.
during some of the horror, like during some of those horror streams.
Yep. Well, like I said, I think it's the podcast part that's killing it for a lot of people.
I don't see why. It really comes down to if you can keep it into a short enough podcast. I had one friend who kept bothering me for it like over and over and over and over and over and over. So eventually I decided to just try it the one time with him like he wanted. But we had set it for like 1 hour and he had done it, and then they recorded it with a thing on Discord, and then it never got posted from what I understand.
Oh shit. No, like I said, it's like we probably averaged 3 hours overall. Where that our last final thoughts tend to go up to 4, and the very last one we did went to 5. Although we added the trailers back into the last one, and I think we might cut those out of the final version next time.
Yeah, I get it.
Although we're also moving to Saturdays, so everyone has more time, and for me, the Saturdays is the day I have, or I should say, with everyone agreeing to the start time I'm setting, it's like I don't have a problem.
What start time are you setting?
11.
At night?
Yep. 11 Eastern, to be fair. So for, like, Yuki, that's, like, 8.
Yeah, that sounds right.
So it's one of those, like, for her, that's not too hard.
I think Yuki has, like, a really demanding job.
Well, she just got a new one, because I think she either quit or was let go from her previous one. I don't know. I'd bother to check in on that.
Hmm.
Okay, we are at the 99% here. I swear the volcano looks more and more red every time I look at it, but I really can't tell. Alright, we're just going to go into stationary mode, and I'm going to start going back and forth. We're going to do this like a paint job. It'll be fun. Tomorrow's gonna be the first day I actually dig into all the new seasons anime. I've heard good things about it so far. I've only caught a couple shows, tentatively a bit.
I think so far I've only watched Konosuba, and like they have like recap episodes of My Hero Academia. And I was like, oh, I'll just watch this.
Didn't
Whatever.
Slime also get a new season this its new season?
Oh yeah, they're 2 episodes in. I haven't actually watched it yet because I realized there's a movie, and I'm like, oh damn, I need to watch the movie first.
Yep. I wonder what arc they're at for Slime.
No idea.
Because I don't think they've done the tournament arc yet, have they?
I don't remember there being any tournaments, so probably not.
Funny enough, wrough does not actually compete in that.
It'd be kind of busted if he did.
Yeah. None of like it's weird. It's weird because none of like the big characters compete in that one. It's like all of the side guys like doing it.
Well, it'd be a little unfair, realistically, if Rimuru was there. He's just he's overly busted.
Yeah. Oh, you got no idea. Wait until you see like full power Rimuru later on.
And I feel like that's also one of the things where I like kind of stop caring a little bit, just because it's like, if nothing's a threat to him, then who cares anymore, you know?
Well, that's what that's kind of what the fun of the next arc is. It's world building. It's he's trying to build up his town, he's trying to build up his village, all this stuff in his kingdom. And it's one of those
He's been doing that for since the beginning.
I know, but now it's starting to get into global trade.
Oh yeah, there's nothing more fun than global trade.
Hey, I love geopolitical maneuvering like that. And it's one of those, like, he can't power his way through it. It's like, he actually needs to, like, work with people and around people.
Yeah, but he's also been doing that the whole time, too, so it's kind of like...
I don't know, like, that's why I was always there for, like, the big fight scenes were, like, the part that I didn't care for.
It's not that it's not that I'm like there specifically for a fight scene, but it's just like, I don't know. He's so busted that it's like, there's like, I never like feel like there's really gonna be a major problem, you know?
I will say after they start, I'm sorry. After they get into like the next arc or like past where they are with like the world building of the Coliseum, the dungeon, and all that shit, the final threat does start popping up, and that is something to deal with.
I mean, it's like I said, it doesn't have to be like action violence all the time, but like considering they build up these characters as a threat to him, and then all of a sudden he just like, oh yeah, eat you, the end.
Yeah. Well, it's like you kind of get like, because they've always said like they're what was it? They're the western continent or the western part of the continent, and you don't know anything about the eastern. Only that all the demon lords are part of the western continent. So, yeah, there's a reason for that.
It's always kind of weird to me in series like, yeah, well, this continent, they're so much stronger. Like, why does being on another continent make you stronger?
It's not so much stronger. It's a diverse fact. It's like, because I forget, did they ever mention that, like there's only like supposed to be like 3 true demon lords, or like 3 ancient demon lords?
I don't remember. I know they became like the 8-star demon lords at the end of the last season.
Yeah, they like to rename themselves, but at some point they mentioned like there's only 3 like original ones, which are Millennium, Who the fuck's the fairy?
I don't remember her name.
Because it's not Titania. Whatever. You know who I'm talking about, though. Rimmeriths or something. She's one of them, and then the big like demon lord that popped up in like the trial with Clayman. Like he's also like the third.
Maybe that dragon wasn't one.
No, the dragon is part of the elemental dragons, which there are currently 3 in the world: the dragon of ice, fire, and storms.
Hmm.
Which you've just met the fire dragon and you know the storm dragon.
Yep. Tempest.
Technically, there was a 4th dragon, the divine dragon, but that's dead.
He.
Well, that was Millennium's dad.
Oh yeah, I remember that. With the whole backstory for that.
Although I forget, did they ever say what fucking killed him?
Didn't she kill him?
I don't think it was her. No, I don't. I'm fairly certain it wasn't.
I think it was her fault though.
Yeah, I believe it is overall, but I don't know if they went into the full detail. Because her dad's also the one that made the system that the world works on. Like, when they say divine, they mean, like, yeah, no, he's actually, like, the divine god that made the world.
Well, that explains why she's so strong.
Yeah. Although I have a bit of a fan theory, although everyone loves to shoot it down, and it's like, really? Because it feels like it fits really well.
Oh, go ahead.
Do you care about some minor spoilers?
Nope.
All right, so you find out later on what the reason he died was kind of Millennium's fault, but more along the lines of because he had a daughter. So the system he implemented into the world, a balancing part of that, like the great dragons can't have children. But he fell in love with a person who, funny enough, their claim they had one of the divine skills that he had like help produce and had been developed independently. The great sage, was it Raftalia or something?
And then the shield hero. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, no, it's what the fuck skill is it that wrough has that like tells him all the stuff?
I don't know. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
though.
she basically had that skill. Like that's considered to be like one of the like on there with like the 7 deadly sins and all that. Since it's like one of the like the collective knowledge of the world.
Yeah, it's kind of unfair.
Yeah. So I fell in love
I
with
have a supercomputer in my head.
yeah. Fell in love with her, had a kid. It violated his own system rules, so the system kind of turned on him for a bit and set events in motion to kill him. But the thing, like, they basically mention is, like, because of how the system works, it can't technically kill its own creator. So it kind of lets his soul reincarnate. So like a big piece of it's like it's just fucking Rimuru, isn't it? Like he is like the ancient god reborn.
Yeah, I can see that being the case.
Yeah. And then like people like one of the arguments like, well, like Rimuru had a true love, like what's her name? Yeah, and like he ate her and absorbed her soul. And what happened to her soul? The minute he got that and had like his big evolution, he got the unique skill, and he's very much like, hey, this skill shouldn't be talking to me like it's a person. How come it's like gets a little snippy with me sometimes? So like my other theory is like the soul of like the woman he also loved that got reincarnated into that world or brought in there is also now a part of him and uses her old skill with him.
It's possible.
It's I don't know, thematically I like it, but at the same point it's like I can also see people like, no, that doesn't make any sense.
I don't know. Seems like it makes some good enough sense. Like I think, as broken as everything is, it seems like kind
It's
of
like,
possible, you know?
yeah, it's like he was set up like a little too efficiently, like everything he did. Like, why was he put like right next to like a big like one of the elemental dragon lords?
Who knows?
I don't know,
Like it's like, why was he reincarnated there in the first place?
yeah, like I said, it could have just been the system pulling him back in to like help redo it.
That or they
Well, I like
that or they was one of those one. That or was like because his the last things he said about what he wanted, they matched up with what they wanted, you know.
yeah. Well, like the other thing I get to talk, it's like you hear some of the other elemental dragons talk about. It's like, so okay, what was the divine dragon? Oh, he wasn't so much like our creator. He was like our older brother. And Millennium was kind of like feels like more like our niece. Another reason like, while Tempest or was it like Valdra or I can't remember what the dragon's like the Tempest dragon's actual name is, like because of the V.
Like, yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, it's like
I can't think of his name.
he
Elderilm or something.
yeah, it's like he might have got along with Rimuru so much because like reminding him of his old brother. So I think I remember him mentioning like later on. It's like, yeah, he was one of the older people that could ever like calm me down, like wouldn't just like lock me up or anything.
I don't know. I'm just looking to see what we have left.
The ceiling is still fucking bad here. I think there's some exterior stuff too.
There's only like six. There's only like 7 things left, actually.
Oh yeah, that last thing's gonna pop out too. I'm gonna go check the second story and make sure there's nothing up there.
There goes one. There's this one alcove ceiling. I can't figure out like where I'm supposed to be like hitting it. Wall, alcove wall, alcove wall, alcove wall. It's like I can no longer see the little speckles. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's not like the little things. I'm like, oh, there's that.
I know I've like two of them, like where I'm spraying up at the ceiling right now. Two of them are like there.
God, I'm surprised this floor hasn't fucking popped yet. This thing is like there must be just like a big patch of something we've missed somewhere on this. Although
Yeah, I'm
for
having
the
the same
life of me, I
problem.
cannot fucking find it anywhere.
Yeah, I'm having the same problem with this cove. It's like, what the heck am I missing with this ceiling thing?
I'm not too sure. Ugh. Mm.
Ooh, you know what? I bet I know what it is. Hold on. I have an idea what it is. There's probably a top angle I can't hit.
Oh, there's the podium.
Yeah, a lot of this is on this inner stuff right here. But it's at that weird angle where it's really hard to hit.
Yep, there's a bit underneath here too, so I'll help with that end. I can still see some.
Is there like a normal ladder we can get to on here?
Not that I know of.
Man, I can't seem to get this last little bit. Yes! Alright, that's one of them. Going at the ceiling wall is just like so confusing. Entrance walls. Palace pyramid walls. You're right. It's gonna transform because it says there's three things on there. Like it says a gem.
Yep.
Entrance wall. Where is this? Come on. See it? There we go.
I think the floor was like the one that was driving me up the fucking wall. I just could not figure out what the fuck we are missing.
I had that problem with the ceiling.
And it's one of those, like, I'm still not sure what the fuck I eventually got it.
All right, got this pyramid wall cleaned. The alcove ceiling and the floor, and there's one more pyramid wall. The volcano there does just kind of look like it's getting darker, but I've been keeping like kind of a point on it, and it's not really changing.
Yeah, it just feel. I think it's because you go over to the light side or something and come back, and then it's like, I don't see where the fuck of the sea. Oh, there. Wait.
Yeah, I sat there attacking that ceiling over and over and over and over, like even with the spray and stuff, and it's like I could not find it. You know.
Yep, no, I can understand that. It's Because it feels like a small square too. Is the weird part here, doesn't it?
Yeah. It's like, what part of this floor is it? I think the concept of these, like, that's like one of the flaws here is the concept that it being like 99%, like, we can't even see the dirt anymore with like the special vision, you know?
Yep. Move, move.
Hey, got it. All right, so it's just okay. We need to figure out where the ceiling is considered to start and stop.
It's like right in that hex. Like,
Like it is just this square, right? There's nowhere else.
as far as I can tell, yeah. I'm a little piece of me is starting to wonder if it's fucking glitched or something. Because this is becoming unfucking bearable. We got the one on the other side, and it, like, doesn't. Oh, I fucking see it now. Yeah, okay, give me a second. I got it. To the roof.
Okay, so
Do you hear a helicopter?
yeah, it's nothing like no. There's a plane flying around.
Oh, it's that jet with the lasers on it. Oh, we should, Did that land somewhere?
I don't know. Is it gonna stop the volcano? Oh, the spaceship is here too. Or it's attacking the space. Okay.
What?
Well. It's a shame that this thing doesn't like show the inside getting clean too.
Oh, I gotta watch that. Yeah.
So that if that was the last stage, it should take us to The credits? The credits, yeah.
Okay, I don't get to watch
No,
this on my side.
you don't get to see the credits?
Nope, because this was your playthrough.
Well, it's just showing the credits, but it's like showing the rewinds of all of our
Yep, no, I've pulled up your stream. I'm watching on your side. It's like, oh, that's fucking sweet. All of our
like
stuff.
I like how all the things were connected, but I think like the weird things happening should have been like happening throughout all the game instead of like towards the very end, you know?
Well, I think what it was very much this is a dad simulator game. Anybody who made it 20 hours into this had a little bit more investment than the average person.
Yeah, I suppose that's true.
It's one of those things. It's like you said, how many streamers actually got that far?
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
Which everyone gets to see this riveting menu screen on my side.
I mean, to be fair, like anyone who'd been here the whole time saw all of them.
Yep.
The RV. And they keep up some really interesting things.
Oh yeah, we did clean that early on. I keep forgetting about that. You know, there was a lot of overall very cool thing on the ship. We actually we never did that house up close, did we?
Nope, we just sprayed it from a distance. The treehouse. I didn't see I just saw on the thing. I didn't realize there was a geyser back there the whole time.
Oh shit! Yeah, I never saw that either. I wonder if that's the drill that woke up the volcano.
Oh yeah, the bathroom.
Uh,
The circus stuff was pretty entertaining.
I don't think it's I think the slide was the one that kind of dragged on a little too long, but yeah.
The cat mobile.
All right, the monster cat.
The Ferris wheel was a cool one.
I enjoyed the Ferris wheel, although I think at the end we got a little irritated with that, if I remember correctly.
Well, it was
Oh,
neat having a few of them that moved a bit.
yeah. Oh, the subway.
The statue was pretty easy.
Well, yeah, it was nice. We got a couple easy ones at the end.
Okay, this boat took way too long. I like the alien ship though. That was kind of amusing.
That was an interesting one. That just came out of nowhere. And at last, the temple. Kitty! Oh, kitties. What?
I don't know. Thanks for watching. Hey, it's a gnome. See that? First, it means we're the first people to ever beat this game. That's what it
Yeah.
means. Okay.
No.
Oh.
All right, so we have what?
Mm.
Bonus jobs, which are...
Let me see here. So let's see. There's the DLC ones, which are like the Warhammer, Back to the Future, special season specials, Tomb Raider, Midgar, and SpongeBob. I don't know if we'll do SpongeBob, but let's see here. What were the other ones? Bonus jobs. So there's clean the Mars rover, gnome fountain, a locomotive, mini golf course,
Are the
paintball arena.
are the bottom ones locked for you?
I don't know. Excavator. Nope. Clean the Spanish villa. Clean the satellite dish.
I
Solar
can't.
station.
I don't have those because I didn't do campaign mode. Hopefully, it lets you start them and let me come in.
It probably will. But yeah, so it looks like 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. So yeah, there's 10 of these.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd hope it worked that way because like other than getting you in there, if we like drag Kigu into these,
Oh fuck.
the mini golf course seems like it'd be funny. Paintball arena.
I'm looking at the DLC ones.
Uh-huh.
They're 1 to 2 player.
I could have swore I read that that they were more than that.
Like the DLC. Like go to
Well, let's see. See, I wonder how. Okay, so if you go to Midgar, like 1 to 2 player for the mini campaign, but free play is 1 to 6. Oh, okay. Which one are we looking at?
Any of those, they're all like this. So you don't get free play until after you beat them too.
Boo.
So
well,
we won't be doing. Yeah, this
this
will be an extra thing.
Yeah, we'll just play on our own.
Okay. Oh shit! I actually closed the game to out. All right. Let's see. Who the fuck are we rating out to? I have nobody.
Nobody. Who do I have? It would help if I click the right link. I just have Leah again. Who's playing more Minish Cap. But well, let's see if people are anyone's playing Power Wash. Looks like there's a VTuber named Witchy Ren playing.
Which one you say?
Witchy Ren. I have to send you. Like the name's kind of weird, so I have to send it to you. Like how the spelling works.
Nope, I see them.
Okay.
I was looking for them like lower or higher. You with the whole 2 people watching you, you probably got ice over there still.
Who knows? But being nice is being nice, so let's do it.
Yep. No problem. Give me a second.
All right, everyone. I don't know what the schedule is gonna be, but we will be back at some point with the bonus stuff.
Yep. Eventually.
Eventually. All right, everyone. That is all for tonight. Have a good one.
Later.